conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fates are mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery, I will prevail. I cannot fail.
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
they've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate tomorrows, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery, I will prevail. I cannot
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to NARAKA Pro League Trios Week 3 Finals. I am Nbpl, and I am joined by the beautiful, the lovely Moxie. We're going to be having 8 rounds of NARAKA Pro League Trios. I'm super excited for today to cast with you, Moxie, and to see what the Pro League has figured out for these last 3 weeks.
I mean, you say 8 rounds. Potentially, we have 8 rounds. Maximum, we can have 8 rounds. However, Raven, we've also had bi-weekly finals where trios have been done in half a day. Wolves found us, snapped the lobby, and stopped everything within 4 games. As we're going to be hoping that those games do continue running, because as it is a bi-weekly finals, that does mean access to the bi-weekly finals drops. And this week's, it's a big one. Right, Raven?
It is the big one now. For everyone at home, get your drops ready. 15 minutes for some Tay, 30 minutes for some Silk, 60 minutes for the drops. But the most important part is the great looking banner, that Moonbane, the 60 minutes of watching this bi-weekly finals. You can only get this exclusively today, so make sure to at least tune in for 60 minutes.
Yeah, keep your eyes on that one as well as your drop progress, and make sure that your account is linked, as we are going to be having a look back to see how exactly the last bi-weekly has panned out for these teams. Oh, we'll be coming to that in just a little bit. But first, Raven, we have to do a little something, because it's not just the bi-weekly finals, it's also a special day. So everybody in chat, if you would please wish Mr. Nbpl a very happy birthday.
I was wondering, I was like, wait, what else is today? I thought there was something special. But first, we'll be going to a short video, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
让我们恭喜成都狼队拿下本周3排周冠军，让我们有请他们来到我们的台前，请将狼队的印章盖到冠军卷轴上。
我们发挥其实比较吃状态吧，能提升的空间感觉还是挺多的。
99分吧，我觉得最后1分用在决赛上。
谢谢粉丝们对我们的支持，然后我们也不会辜负你们的期望的，周决肯定会打好。
打满8局太累了，我们会尽快结束比赛的。
70%吧，拿个周冠。
包打想这个时候再拉开有点困难。
本来刚才叶然白不打一个把白吃。
那对方的围追堵截应该来的是非常迅速的。队友怎么说拆一下线，签到了，有一个出手回头给一个蓄力，配合队友激活带走这种花一匹，保了自己的状态。
现在3个人死亡的真的是里面第一个击败分数也是唾手可得。现在是一个3打2，长野这边直接被打倒。那这样的话应该是要恭喜安林。看怎么说？现在反方那边是马连长被踢断，库伦杰被踢一脚，但是将这边关东地火，看见这个逆红叶直接被秒。现在机器这边的话又等库伦杰，关公这边跟马连长，
都看心意的，
全部都是。李希淼那边被推飞了，但是落叶应该也不到，回去这波看怎么说？有人要保天选房，一个小军放一个千斤甲，但是被吃到风压，一直在游泳。 算手的是一丝血，小恶魔被推走了，小恶魔能回去吗？小恶魔13个击败，剑妖17个。
是的，但是剑妖17个还在入城方位，拿下了本局的天选。
这个时候对方单刀有了分一解除了，
但是对面再开了一个风之牢笼，感觉
买了推2个，而且他还续飞了。
It's very interesting that ASC as a team was saying that they think that there's a 70% chance that they win this bi-weekly finals, given the fact that this is the first time that we're really probably getting to see ASC pop off. Like, we've had the likes of JL, who, no surprises, coming in with the first position into this bi-weekly finals, and GG are also always up there as well. They're coming into second, but ASC and some of these other teams haven't really been able to qualify into bi-weekly finals before, so can't wait to see how those teams perform. But we do have to mention, Raven, that there's been a little bit of an upset. Not at the top of the leaderboard, but a little bit lower down. Wolves and Alliance, who've both been overperforming in their regular season and also the previous bi-weekly finals, they're coming in at 9th and 11th. They've had a really rough last 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're doing exceptionally well. I learned a bunch of things watching Alliance's endgame. They cleaned up so much and set a lot of the pace. The same thing with the foreign teams, BBE. A lot of these teams did super well in the first 2 weeks when everything was very fresh. But just like always, it's easy to get to the top. It's very hard to stay there. Now we're seeing the likes of GG, former champs, with the world champs JL taking back the top with ASC, newcomers, old players, but new org coming out with the top 3. OUG finally finding some form after you left to Bauda, who is now in 4th, another powerhouse. Every team that you goes to becomes a powerhouse. FPX always in the top 5. We're seeing a lot of these veteran teams coming back to form. Now, it's a little bit surprising to see DRG and KLA somewhere in the middle, but the points, you take a small percentage of the points from the weeklies to this finals. It's not that big of a spread. GG at 18.7 and say like in 10th place WBG at 13.1. Not that many points, only 5 points difference. But when it comes to match point, Moxie, especially these close games, that 1 or 2 points makes a big difference of getting onto that match point for this 8-round format.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about those match points, you can really quickly hit that match point if that last Spirit Wall contains the Thanos Snap potential of White Tiger's prowess. That's how Wolves have done it. They went all the way through the entire day in the first bi-weekly finals, and then that second bi-weekly finals overrun done with in less than 5 games. It was absolutely insane. They were coming in with like 12 kills. They were super close to so many other teams. Then they got their hands on White Tiger's prowess, and they got just like 13 kills in under 10 seconds. It was crazy. But like you said, I think we're seeing a lot of these teams having adapted to the potential of the White Tiger's prowess, and a lot of these teams have figured out that sometimes it's not worth, on the composition that you're with, going to contest that Spirit Well, but it's much better to prepare for the aftermath of the Spirit Well capture coming through, which is where we're starting to see the things like the Viper Tessa and Wuchan composition start to power spike. Not only do they have a power spike at the very beginning of the game, especially with that huge hit of damage off of the Viper at 3, but towards the end as well, since Tessa can be so detrimental for teams like Sand Siphon after they've able to grab those Spirit Wells, as we're going to be seeing all of the top 12 teams that were able to make it into this week's bi-weekly finals. X1 is an interesting one as well. X1 are also one of the new teams to the league, and they've had moments of brilliance. They had a very rough performance on their first day of this regular season, and then on their second day of play of this bi-weekly finals, they were able to actually make it into the top 12 because they put together 60 points, which is nothing to scoff at. That being said, JL, GG, ASE, OUG, all of these teams having been able to put a lot of points together for their regular startings are going to be starting ahead of the pack, and quite a bit ahead of the pack too. So they do have a little bit of an advantage as well as a slight cushion if they have an inconsistently bad game at one point in the day.
JL, GG, I cannot wait for these two teams to show what the cutting edge of this current meta is. There was a little bit of a toss-up of what the compositions were going to look like moving forward. A lot of the CN teams believed Takeda Monk was the strongest Yang comp, the strongest scaling comp in the game, but then slowly as it progressed, we saw the winds change and everyone going back to the tried and true Siphon, that Takeda, Temi, Karumi, with Zai's fading out the lobby. That composition becoming really strong. But again, like always, TXJ setting the meta, really pushing and showing how strong Hottie is, paired with Zipping and Kylan. They set the new meta when it comes to Perdoria and Holleroth, that this composition is here to stay. And with the new change of Viper compositions, the new attack on Titan, F3 V1 Viper, today's meta so different. I knew a lot of changes were going to happen when they changed the glyphs. They gave a lot more stamina to the trios players. I thought fighting would change forever. Before, we move around with 2 dodges. It felt like you were out of breath while you fought. Everything was very ultimate based and ability rotation. Now there is a lot more dueling potential, especially off spawn, in the middle of fights. Everything is a lot more extended, and from what I've heard from all the coaches in NBPL, everyone is describing it as a neutral meta where you're just trying to stay as healthy as possible before that Kurumi ult goes down. So look out today when that you see a team's armor being stripped. It's really about the actual health bar before they start executing. If not, a lot of teams have been holding their abilities kind of like the days of old, Moxie, back in the Transformer days where it wasn't just roll up and ult. A lot more teams played that neutral, and we're seeing that today when it comes to this 2024 NARAKA.
Yeah, we're seeing the trade-up macro start to come on through, which is something that has already been established in other games, and it's taken a little bit of time to come into NARAKA, but we are starting to see, especially for things like the Viper Tesla and Wuchen composition, they've gotten really good at forcing other teams into using ultimates for the cost of just a Viper ult or a Tesla ult being thrown in, where essentially they know that they're not going to get any kills off of it, but they're able to just tank the resources of all of the other teams in the area who have to scramble to be able to recover, whether it's burning something like that Temi ultimate or investing Furin shoves, whatever they have to do to make sure that they're not that vulnerable team that is being targeted not just by the Viper Tesla Wuchen team after the engagement begins, but also by all of the teams in the surrounding area. So it's going to be very cool to see how exactly the teams are going to adapt to the Viper Tesla Wuchens in Final Zone, because what we actually started to see and what really impressed me about ASE, they actually did an interview where they clarified this, was that they sacrificed their Viper player. And that stood out to me because Viper v1 in the end game, especially since there was a huge tree that allowed the Viper to have potentially just scaled up, waited with the v1, dropped down, got everyone to just put pause on essentially all of their moves for 5 seconds. But ASE decided that they would sacrifice their Viper and prioritize having their Wuchen and their Tessa alive because they understood that Viper had served a purpose, that the ultimate from the V1 that had come through had forced so many resources from the other teams in the area that when the Tessa and the Wuchen actually wanted to start taking control, there wasn't anything left to be able to prevent the Tessa's ultimate from catching on to the teams in the area. She got the stuns off and she got all the soul bloom resets. So I think ASE is definitely a powerhouse to watch out for when it comes to that composition.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the teams who are making their names now always starts with the Viper compositions. Viper known for hamstringing the Siphon composition, the Hottie composition, always the compositions that the veterans like playing. All the veteran teams like playing that slow, methodical way where they outplay you in the end game. As more decisions come out from playing in the game longer, it's more likely that you will crack or there will be some type of hole in your game. And this is where GG really exploits everyone. For the last 3 years, GG has always been one of the premier top 3 end game teams. They always find a way to navigate these end games, and it looks like they're super locked in for this year's Worlds. And you can see it even though their comms are super hype. Anytime you get to see their POV, they're communicating super loud, very hype. But the second they win, it just looks like another day in the office. They just look locked in. They just look like it's expected of them, and they move on. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to be playing against JL. Now JL, former world champs, used to be TE, but VVV and TXJ were the core of that lineup, joined up by Fong. Now, they had a little bit of a warm-up period playing with their new teammate. It wasn't synergizing that well, and I started to doubt it. You saw them move Fong to all 3 positions. TXJ was trying to fill, VVV was trying to fill, but now they've definitely come into a good rhythm and understanding of each other. So I'm excited to see whether or not they could keep this stride. Now, you were pointing out ASC, but I really want to point out Bauda and you. Now, you, one of my favorite players in the league. I spotted him way back when I was looking for Wuchen players who were extremely good, and you actually stood out more than any other player. It surprised me that he also plays position 1 and he was a Takeda for his team. Normally, what we've seen in the past is a lot of players, if they play position 1, if they play that aggressive DPS, they usually just play that for every single composition, but not you. He's able to play both support and both position 1, a really rare talent in the league. And when I talked to him, he told me that he didn't actually think he was very good and he was very famous. But at least to us in NA, we all thought he was one of the best players in NBPL. And it's really shown now that he's been part of 3 of the biggest organizations, just how talented of an individual and how much impact he has on his given roles.
Yeah, I mean, back then, when I saw you on Takeda, it was a toss-up between XCG, back when NiHQ was playing for XCG, for him being the best Takeda in Sand Siphon and for you being the best Takeda in Sand Siphon. And you would see XCG have some amazing Sand Siphon executions off of NiHQ's ultimates, and then you would see you do the exact same, and it was just this constant push and pull between who I thought was a little bit ahead of the other player in terms of that Takeda power rankings, but 100% agree. You has a lot of support coming through from teams and players and watchers as well, outside of the CN region. So hopefully he's going to be able to have a little bit more self-confidence in his worth as we move ahead. As we are going to be having a look at some of these teams, just waiting to see what exactly is going to be locked into game number 1. Something to remember as well, as this is a bi-weekly finals and we do potentially go to those 8 games, is that instead of starting the day with 9 hero points, all of these teams start with 0. So whenever those heroes start getting more expensive because they get picked by the teams in phase 1, no one is going to be able to actually afford that additional hero point coming out from the teams in phase 2 or phase 3. And we do see, because of this, a lot more variety in compositions as in the past. A lot of these teams, to prioritize things like the Kurumi or even the Viper Tessa and Wuchen, have bitten the bullet and splashed the hero points. That is not going to be something that they can do. So everybody in first round selection, X1, Wolves, WBT, and Alliance, have a massive advantage moving into the first game of the day.
Wolves, you know what? For Wolves, I always thought Wolves was one of the most inconsistent teams in the league. They have such high peaks and high and low lows. And it doesn't matter really for the players. It's almost like the organization is cursed for this. We see such great success from them. Now I really want to see how they're going to perform here, because leading for this last step going into Worlds, this week 4, and finally the Nbpl finals and then Worlds, I feel like Wolves has definitely hit a stride where they're about to transcend and solidify themselves as one of the top 5 teams of the league.
Oh.
You see how calmly they're able to pick through things. And looking at the first phase,
that's
surprise, surprise, we have 2 Viper teams.
Yeah.
It's pretty out of the ordinary when it comes to that phase 1 pick.
Well, this is what I was telling you about the other day, that we're actually starting to see these teams. Oh, KLA are doing it. They're trying to make the Tian Hai Zai barrier work again. They have made it work in the past, but we will return to that in a little bit because we have to talk about the Viper Tessa and Wu Chen composition. This is something that we've started to see. It previously used to be a sort of damage control composition that everyone would pick if they were in phase 3, right? Everyone in phase 1 would either go for the Xiphon with the Kurumi instead of the Zip, or they would go for Sand Siphon with the Kurumi. Everyone in phase 2 would then go for the Kylan Hardy and Zip. Then everyone in phase 3 would go for what was left, the scraps, essentially the Tessa, Viper, and Huishan. But because these teams all understand that hero points are going to matter, kills are going to matter, and a score is going to matter. But the big difference is that you don't have that massive kill score multiplier anymore. It's not a case of you have to make it to the last 5 teams standing. It's if you want that kill score multiplier, you have to be the last team standing. So that means that these Viper teams, if they power spike at the very beginning of these rounds and start getting kills and get up to say 11 or 12 or even 9 or 10 before we hit mid game, but then they get knocked out of the game before we go to end zone, they're still having a very good performance. They're still putting up a lot of points in comparison to some of these other teams, and that starts creeping them closer and closer to the match point threshold, because both the Xiphon composition and the Viper Test from Wuchen composition are not likely going to be the comp that you actually fully MVP with at the end of the day.
Excellent point, Moxie. And to add on to that, Viper compositions, it's a long day when you load up for these long tournaments. And if your first game, I always look at it as the warm-up game. And when you go on that Viper compositions, there's no really pressure on you. You have one of the strongest compositions to fight off spawn. You're not really setting up to go Yang, so you can get all of the jitters out for the nerves of this finals. And usually it takes a lot of teams 2 rounds to get there, where you finally lock in, you're settled in into your roles, and Viper composition coming out of the gate is one of those really good warm-up compositions that you're able to just focus on the battle royale aspect, not really focus on the dueling aspect yet, the long neutrals that is required for Hadi and Siphon, and putting a ton of pressure on these other compositions with that Viper. And now in 2024's Viper, we always see this every single year, another evolution of this composition. We're never going to be getting away from this hit and run, this assassination type play style, but Viper is now playing F3 and V1 just because F3 provides such a large nuke in neutral, and that everyone's Temi, everyone's Matari, everyone's Wuchen, they're just never getting silence at this level anymore. And in order to get any type of value out of your ability as Viper, F3 seems to be the best answer with that Tessa and Viper V1 stun combo. Now, Morris, I still believe is the best map for that Viper because of all the tall trees on the left side. So we're going to see what this off spawn is going to be looking like. And as you see a lot of these teams playing that left side, ISO fights coming out, it is Morris. We see JL in their southern side, that cave location. We see GG in their top right cave location. These two teams have been landing here for the past 3 years, going back to the tried and true, starting out our day on Morris.
Something to keep an eye on though, because you say that the Tesla Viper and Wuchen compositions aren't likely to go Ram of Yang. Alliance is. Alliance are on the Viper test from Wuchen, and I would not at all be surprised if we do see them with that composition go for the Realm of Yang, as we're going to see to no surprises. Both of these teams scrambling for the Firefly pickup. XEM coming on through with that F3 attachment, has got his hands on the Dual Blades halberds, but X1's XLY has got his hands on something far more valuable, which is Fireflies. You don't need a weapon if you're Zai, you just need your ultimate online. Tesla Enchantment is going to slow things down. XLY getting grabbed up into the charged RMB of that staff, going incredibly low. The Karumi got focused down, so no F3 tether to let the Zai tank the damage. And FPX coming in with a timing attack, third party, dropping a Viper in a Tessa ultimate of their own, will be able to catch onto both the Xiphon team and Wolves as well. As we can see ZK heading off into the distance, he's going to try and live as long as he possibly can, as FPX denied one, turn their attention onto the last remaining player from X1.
Oof, tough break for X1 going down to FPX. FPX starting out the day in top 5. You got to win that first one to get it going. But Wolves and Alliance both winning their off spawn as well. Now going down to Shipwreck, we have JL versus Alliance. Can Alliance keep up their momentum, show everyone that they do belong in that top 5? Alliance having a really great third weekly, dropping down. He is going to get parried by TXJ, waiting on the low ground. F3 is going to be coming out. Tessa all is going to be advanced now. NY7 backing off. His Viper has been so impactful lately. VVV able to get out of here due to the cube of TXJ. Moonbane is going to be coming down, isolating. They're able to isolate the ult out, get out of dodge. Now TXJ is going to be stuck in the Moonbane. His teammate is going to, Fong is coming over to peel for him, but it's going to be a little bit too late. And Y7 is going to be able to pick up the kill. Alliance Revenge looking to secure the kill onto Fong. This Moonbane just doing so much work off spawn. JL though fighting back. VVV on the Kylan doing a ton of damage, taking down Yuma. Now Revenge has to be looking for a
third party though.
Bauda coming in with you on the Viper. My man from Wuchen to Viper now on the F3 is going to be taking a nice piece out of JL.
It's the dinner bell, Raven. The gong was rung. That Moonbane is visible for all to see. Bauda spotted it out like the bat signal in the sky and came running to see what exactly was going down over Shipwreck, and they find themselves that third-party assassination play that this composition is so known for. Tessa Enchantment will catch on to Revenge. He's going to try and buy spacing with the charged RMB on this halberds coming through, but Yu is going to return the favor, and we're going to see both of these teams now trying to sustain. Bauda do not have the greatest of sustain in comparison to the composition that we are seeing coming through from Alliance, as it is going to be you with the charged LMB on the halberds, managing to find the catch. However, Alliance have been able to port out with the Wu-Chen. Unfortunately for them, the nerfs in the distance mean that there is absolutely no way Revenge has enough time to actually pick up one of his players, and they have to burn 2 of their revives as ASE and Kayle now going head-to-head. Jiangdong with this Kyle ultimate going to be topped up by his Zip sustainability, catching on to Kayle, the F1 invested from the Tian High. Now we're going to see the transformation into that Vajra State with Godly looks to try and find some of these grabs. ASE, though, going to be kiting it out. The traditional counterplay to the Transformers composition. See the Monk go up and just run away. It's going to be a little bit harder to disengage given the fact that they don't have a Wu-Chen teleport to just instantly bounce. But ASE keeping themselves in these rooms, making sure that they cannot possibly get grabbed. Cavalry Bloom from Jiangdong already incredibly early on is going to catch Kayle by surprise, and we're going to see CXE get taken down as OUG showing up into the area for a potential third party.
ASC, OUG, far right side of the map. So much action going down. Now, it looks like OUG is recovering from their respawn. Now they're going to have to try to live versus ASC. Xinyu on the Kylan. Jiangdong already executing on the Kylan ultimate. 2 slashes left, looking for the pressure onto the last Kylan, but the cube is going to be peeling them out. Now ASC surrounding OUG Xinyu, not letting him out of here. Nice grapple combo, and the follow-up from the Kylan of ASC. They are going to take down Xinyu, going up to 6 kills off spawn. That's how you want to start the day in the top 3. Get that momentum going, especially when we have all these Viper compositions. If these teams are not able to slow down these Hottie compositions, the Viper power spark is going to start dwindling as we move on to the later stages of this game.
I'm telling you, keep your eye on ASE. They're definitely a dark horse in this competition, as Wolves now going to be going head-to-head with JLXEM coming on through with that Viper ultimate. Going to be trying to catch on to one of these players and find the isolation. However, VVV is going to be able to break. LOS comes in with that current ultimate still active to try and chase down the low health Viper, who's having to burn every single bit of stamina. Does manage to draw the attention away long enough for ZK on the Wu-Chen to set up the teleport, but again, it's so little distance, and the Kyle ultimate is still in play for that chase down, and Wolves are absolutely ripped apart. VVV with the dashes is going to get his Zip sustainability coming on through, gets a nice jump parry onto XEM as well to clean things up, and that is going to be Wolves losing the fight to the Kylan Hardy and Zip composition, even though the Viper test from Wu-Chen has started outplaying that composition later on.
I don't know if I agree with the pick of choosing this Viper composition in that phase 1. You just can choose some of the stronger, slower ways, but we'll have to see whether or not these Vipers can get this going. We're going to see Bowda Q executing on the V1 onto FPX. The Moonbane charm is going to be placed down. Nice poured out from Bowda's Euron on the Wu-Chen. FPX does spot them out. The new Wu-Chen port does give a giant light. It's very easy to track and follow. FPX's Junks did use the V1 earlier. We're going to get a straight neutral fight. F3's going to be invested, but he's surrounded by Bowda, and he's going to get taken down immediately. Now Bowda with the 3v2 advantage is going to make quick work of Xinyu. FPX is going to fall. 1v3 situation. Can FPX bring it back? The F3 limiting Senzi's options here. He's going to slap his way out of here. Try to get a little bit of peace in, but Bowda's you will put him down.
Oh, so it's really unfortunate, right, that every single team on the Viper test and Wu-Chen composition is looking for a fight that's already started so they can come in for these third-party assassinations. We've seen the most success from this composition when they find teams that are already fighting and can third-party. But like you said, because so many of these teams picked it in both phase 1 and phase 2, they're cannibalizing each other's chances. When they run into fights, it's between a Viper test and Wu-Chen composition, and it just means that nothing really actually happens off of the back of some of these kills, because you either have a Wu-Chen teleport, just disengage everybody, or it becomes this back and forth of one Viper ult, and then the other Viper ults, and then Tessa uses their ultimate, and then they get third-partied by another team coming on through. And it's just a little bit harder for these compositions against some of these teams that have the ability of just burning you down incredibly rapidly, like with the Kylan ultimate, like with the Sand Siphon compositions, as we're going to see ASE versus OUG. Jiangdong with Kylan is going to be the player that we're following along with. We know he has Cavalry Bloom in the back pocket. Do OUG now they're going to know, because that was the frame 1 startup of the Cavalry Bloom. He's going to have to burn the combo breaker to get away from that pole sword, as it is going to be both of the Kylans going head to head. However, the zip from OUG is going to chime in and turn it into a 1 versus 2. The Cavalry Bloom catching on to OUG's Kylan, and Jinyu is absolutely evaporated within 5 seconds. Jiangdong now fully unleashed, is free to come through with that V2 and mow down every single player. That is both of the players from OUG utilizing the cube at the exact same time to break away from the low ground from the kill and dash follow-up, but that means that they don't have the combo break available for a reset, Raven, and ASE are just in a matter of cleanup.
Yeah, really aggressive out of Jiangdong. Dropping down with the Cavalry Bloom just will not be denied. He did have his gold F up, but really good drop down positioning coming out now. Just a formality, cleaning up the last player of OUG. Before going to this Yang, I was surprised at just how cordial these two trios teams were, just sitting around being like, you know what? You can go to Yang, we're going to Yang. There's no point in us fighting here, griefing each other's game. Easily, one of them could have betrayed and possibly take down. Now, this season has been a season of no formalities when it's outside of Yang. I was very surprised that those two teams just let each other in. Looks like JL's VVV is going to be getting cleaned up by BLADEPOINT. Now, VVV is going to pop his ult. He's going for the hero play right now. This is the last stand of JL. There will be no reses right now. It looks like VVV is going to fake going back out, comes back in, hits you twice. Nice heal coming out of the Wuchen, denying this execute, denying this last kill, but VVV is going to get it. He gets the Soul Bloom. Wait a second. Your round's going for a ride right now. 1, 2, 3. Looking for the wake up. Gets a jumping LB. Gets another jumping LB. Euron now down to his last hit. He has to run away here. Nice RB is going to be coming out. Looks for the wake up coverage. Not going to be able to get it now. VVV going to send out a cannon shot. It's not going to be able to land it. Oh my goodness. Just when you thought VVV was just going to get cleaned up, he turns it around and puts OUG on their butts.
Okay, well, now we're following along with ASE Jiangdong, this Kylan, with that Vermilion Bird Smite, getting to take a fight against the Sand Siphon composition. The Temi ultimate making it a little bit harder for the Kylan to find the dashes, but they are still managing to make the damage stick. A lot of these Fury and Shelves have already been expended. This fight is being over incredibly quickly as well. So on the minimap, no one really in the vicinity to find that third-party opportunity. Kurumi Tava is going to be broken, so the Takeda will have that 90% damage reduction for the next 4 seconds, but they are able to find the kills the second that 90% damage reduction has been removed. Something to note as well, not only did VVV manage to see off the attackers, he also had 2 rebirth charms that he was able to grab from the box immediately and get both of his teammates up and into the mix. Unfortunately, it looks like JL ran into OUG, who are currently afflicted by Yang depletion, are going to all in on this team that are down so many of these resources because they don't get to revive with all of that loot still intact. Jinyu on this Kylan, just full sending it, making sure that VVV is just having to back on off, providing spacing for SS on this Hardy, having set up that cube to back on off and get a little bit of a reset, as we've still got the dashes. Jinyu still has the health. He's been topped up by his zip. Now he's out of the ultimate onto that blue staff. But OUG haven't been able to find the isolations that they were looking for. They got caught trying to find the players of JL, and Wolves came in for that third-party opportunity with this composition that loves to catch on to these players when the fighting has already happened, because you don't have that concentration to be expecting the Tesla ultimate. And it seems like OUG Jinyu is just in charge of kiting this team as long as possible up over into Junction to live and let his 2 other teammates potentially survive. But JL, having survived that first hit from OUG's ultimates, have ultimates of their own to come on through. VVV with these fist blades able to come through and find these last players on OUG's end. And OUG, unfortunately, a team that got their attention and aggression forced because of Yang depletion, are going to be knocked out with 0 kills to their name.
Yeah. JL's VVV, he's able to clutch that 2v1 and res both of his teammates really, really quickly right there. OUG unfortunately going to get picked off. And Wolves coming in hot with that nice third party, picking those free kills off. Now we're going to get Alliance and Y7 with the V1. He's going to go for the res instead while his teammates covers Sleepwalker, trying to come in, trying to interrupt this res. Doesn't want him to get revenge up, but he will fall. Alliance able to pick up some clean kills onto WBG. Now going into zone, we haven't seen GG at all, but they're always really quiet in this early game. They're the calm before the storm as they start snowballing out of control. And you see already GG just super stacked already. 3 purple armors, purple weapon on both their Hottie and Kylan. This is what these guys are known for. Slow and steady wins the race. They are the tortoise of NBPL. They don't play super fast, but overall, they always show up really big when it matters in that end game. And now in this modern NARAKA, this 2024, no more placement points. Playing for first is now a work of art. All of these teams struggle now to have that consistency to get that 1.2 multiplier, but we're seeing now new teams, ASC pushing this new meta where kills are the most important. Having 12 already so early within this game is absolutely insane. Normally we're used to seeing that 6 or 9 kills and then every team slows down, but ASC challenging that old meta, pushing it to have more kills going into this second Realm of Yang.
Oh, this is a stacked Realm of Yang too. DRG with a legendary weapon. GG also with a legendary weapon as Tuna. There's going to be shared around for the players to get every advantage they possibly can. CGS gets grappled onto before he can try and find the drop-down charge. RMB has to utilize the combo breaker, gets the zip sustainability as well, pulls the ultimate out, knowing that he's coming under pressure, but so much of GG's hands has already been forced as DRG are going to come through with the Tumult ultimate. GG unfortunately not able to force it out from the Temi before that can go for the ultimate because CJS was under so much pressure early on. And speaking about pressure, Keelan God has to be called in just to keep him up. The combo breaker coming through with the Hardy Cube as well allows CJS to reposition away from the back-to-back re-wisps that he was just being barraged under. Now the Furin shoves the zip, absolutely everything that DRG has. The blistering edge, the charged RMB on the halberds off of the stagger setup. Every single bit of damage, every single focus is coming onto this Kylan. Combo breaker from the cube, from the Hardy ultimate reset will come through. CGS now with that rampage able to find a hit, but he is so incredibly low. He just has to hold on for his zip to get that F back online. He gets it now. He can look for the parries. He can look for the skill rush. He's going to flash the red while the rest of his players take down DRG because CJS needs to give LXM and 330 a bouquet of flowers for keeping him alive through all of that pressure. DRG burned everything they could on getting the Kylan, and GG denying it allowed them to just out-sustain the other team.
Really slick play coming out from CGS. He's down to a sliver of health and he chooses to use that rampage. Instead of just full running away, he fights back, sending that super fast rampage. Rampage changes Hongsword to the point where you cannot react to that focus attack. And when you see that LB charging up as he's falling down, there's not really an animation to tell that it's rampage until you get hit by it for the first time. He reveals his ace card under his sleeve, keeping him alive at that 1 HP situation. Really good job by GG's teammates to take advantage of their Kylan being hunted down so aggressively. And this is what really separates GG from other teams. In the clutch, in these very tight moments, they find ways to play super well off of each other, find these clutch wins. And not only are they really good at endgame, but GG has always been one of those premier teams inside Yang. They have one of the highest Yang entrance rates of any team in NBPL for the past 3 years, and I don't see it slowing down at all. So we are going to get GG going against ASC. Can ASC take this endgame? We have 4 Vipers alive going into this endgame, and we haven't seen them around. We got KLA on that Zyferia Monk. I'm curious what they can pull off. previously in all the other bi-weeklies, they've actually had way more success than they've had failures with this composition, and they always run it on this Morris.
Yeah, KLA, though, the way that they have to play it is all in on endgame. Because they need to get the Spirit World. They need to get the double ultimate so that they can have 2 Farrier mechs online at the same time. Otherwise, one Farrier mech just gets focused on by the entire lobby, as we're going to see teams with Yang Depletion head to the middle of the map of Celestra. Easier to find players, also easier to break the ankles if you start going low, as DRG are going to burn absolutely everything to guarantee that they can get this counter Wolves as quickly as they possibly can. Tessa will be able to grab up 2 players from DRG. They can get on top of the urn to cancel it out, but unfortunately that means that the Wuchen teleport is successful, and DRG now have to spend precious time of that countdown tracking down where Wolves have scampered on off to. And that means that the fight's gone on much longer than DRG want to. Thankfully, they only burned that Takeda ultimate. They kept in the back pocket the Temi and the Kurumis, because they understand that with the game being this late on, with the space being taken away as the zone moves, the potential of getting third-partied exponentially climbs up, and we are going to see so many teams in this area looking to take advantage and punish these teams that are forced into taking these fights. DRG find another Wuchen team that have another Wuchen teleport. This time it's FPX who are actually going to teleport backwards into the zone out of that Tumult ultimate. Kakaishi does still have the V2. Dongqing setting up the scale rush, is going to get caught into by that. Tessa gets hit into the stone from on the pole sword. Can't interact with the urn, can't stop himself from getting followed up by the Viper V1 and goes down. DRG falling apart. Bowder, though, coming in for the potential third party, also on the Viper Tessa and Wuchen composition. It is going to be a saving grace. DRG are handed an escape ticket, given the fact that FPX are having to scramble away from the invaders, but Sansi with that cavalry bloom is going to put the pressure onto the Kurumi. Jun, as a result, is going to go down. Wasn't able to play for the spacing of keeping up his support, and now DRG trying to take on to FPX will be able to find the kill onto both Sansi and Xiaohu, so that is going to be 2 soul blooms picked up. Unfortunately for them, Dongqing did go down. Fortunately, this team, Raven, are sitting on an absolute gold mine when it comes to the money that they're going to have to burn, because the Kurumi's going to die to that corruption tick damage, and unfortunately, so is the Temi.
Yeah, unfortunate for those 2 teams. They were all in. Yang Depletion ticking away. The Shadow Corruption way too high. Both teams realizing that we are going to be ending it right here. At least DRG, if you're going to go out on your shield, find that kill. And looking at the scores right now, ASE's at 12, GG at 7, Bowda at 9, Alliance at 7. Just a nice spread of the top 8. This very, very high kill game. We're going to see ASE, unfortunate for these guys, 12 kills transitioning to Zen game, and they are going to lose 2 of their players, probably with the scuffle at the Spirit World. We are seeing KLA on that Farrier Monk. Unfortunate for them, they are going to get lobbied out. Their monk is going to fall. Farrier will fall. And Wolves coming back, recovering their game, up to 6 kills already. They did happen to snag that gold armor. There's only 15 players left alive. Usually game 1 is a slower time. Everyone uses this game to warm up their mechanics, get their day going, but everyone's coming out swinging today. 15 people left alive, 7 minutes at the 7 minutes and 40-second mark. That has to be one of the fastest I've seen in any of these weekly finals.
Going to see a replay. This is how ASC unfortunately are going to lose 2 of their players, Viper and Tessa ultimates. Just getting so much pressure. Jiang Dong not going to be able to escape the follow-up bonk of that pole sword, as was Wolves with the third party, the charged LNB on those fist blades. And we are going to see ASE reduced to just the Hardy. They could potentially find the turnaround, especially if they're able to get their hands on one of these Rebirth Charms that drops from the Spirit World, but it definitely is looking more and more likely that GG are going to get the better end of this lobby when it comes to that potential kill score multiplier. However, the last time, ASC were able to keep 2 of their players alive longer than anybody else in the lobby, so I'm not counting them fully out just yet. Is GG. You were talking earlier about one of the teams being one of the best at the realm of Yang. They've also been one of the best at being able to just keep these spirit wells, and we actually saw something very similar occur where everyone in the lobby just gives it to free for GG, and now they're going to have to scrap for positioning to make sure that they're not the ones closest to GG. This is the one that didn't have the buff, so GG aren't going to be super stacked in terms of having either Mystic Might with that damage reduction or White Tigers with the ability of just crumbling the lobby in twain. But it is going to be a massive chunk of upgrades that, unfortunately, a lot of these teams in the area were denied. We've still got some of these Viper Tessa and Wuchen compositions running around with sets of blue and purple armor. We're going to see the buff that it is in the top right, so no White Tigers for us. It is going to be that Mystic Might coming on through, as CXE is going to be spotted on out by BIWEEK3, just going through the process of ticking off all of the purple bushes, making sure that no one's squirreling away. It is going to be that Tessa enchantment. You, the Cavalry Bloom, is going to get swept up by the Bane's Breath. But BIWEEK3 do have the players as well as the Wuchen shield wall to make sure that his armor immediately starts regenerating, as BIWEEK3 get the kill and are immediately onto the high ground before any other team can try and take advantage of those health bars starting to drop, because as we talked about at the beginning of this round, before we even went into the game, it's not when the armor falls, it's when the health falls. And my goodness, BIWEEK's health was starting to get below the sub 50%, and that was an opportunity that Wolves really wanted to kick open.
Very, very spooky to go that deep for a singular kill inside that end game Moonbane. The 80% Moonbane, as I like to call it, takes up 80% of the area, but it also is a gold Moonbane, meaning it does hit a lot faster than a normal Moonbane. Now, you normally can reaction dodge a lot of the drop down Moonbane charges coming down, but sometimes you get surrounded by 3 or 4 hits, and we've seen solo players get annihilated, we've seen teams lose a player and get activated on. But first, GG is going to get activated by the Viper ult. CGS in the middle is just getting juggled back and forth. He is going to be able to line of sight. No, he's not going to be able to line of sight the V1. Tessa is going to be coming down. He did get his ultimate up, but his immortality is procced right now. He is going to be able to cube out, but now he is vulnerable. He can be taken down if someone focus fires him. Alliance is going to be coming into the spirit wall as well. It looks like GG, no armor to any of their name, but they're going to try to give this up and back off right now, but they are all stripped of their armor. Now, Wolves taking advantage of this, sees the low health GG. Uncharacteristic for GG to get lobbied in a situation. They're going to make their way to the high ground, but BIWEEK3 is now going to activate onto them, finishing off CGS. He's not able to get away, and now BIWEEK3 is going to lose one player. Yu is going to try to zone out Wolves with his V1. GG 330 is going to get focus attack, push into zone, but Wolves wants to kill instead. Now BIWEEK's Yu is going to be backing off. Pandemonium is absolutely going off right now as 10 people are left alive in this first game.
Oh, we've still got ultimates in play. Alliance's NY7 comes in with the late last minute Viper V1 collapsing onto BIWEEK's Yu, who are going to be reduced, I believe, now just to that Wuchen. Wolves coming through with that Merciless Havoc that set into motion that first contest against GG all that time ago. Alliance's Yuma is going to throw that Tessa ultimate. It is going to set up as well for the Dragon Slayers into Nessa's confirmation lockdown, as we can hear the parries come on through. NY7 did lose his spear, however, one of his players stepped up to the plate and took the punishment follow-up instead, got closer to the player who was able to parry to force the automatic hitbox to turn onto them instead, meaning that NY7 was free to pick that spear back on up as Yuma now frozen. That Tessa ultimate trying to catch on to one of these players from Wolves. ZK going to utilize that Wuchen teleport to get both himself and Nai HQ inside one of these buildings, but Alliance see it and track them down. Now it's Nai HQ's turn to come through with that Tessa enchantment, trying to catch on to these players of Alliance who are going to look to iframe out of it with the Wuchen teleport and put themselves back into the zone before that Corruption 6 damage can start to melt those health bars. 6 players left. GG still having one of their players up, but Alliance and Wolves currently going head-to-head. NY7 will finally be able to take down Wolves. NiHQ now turns their attention to the last player from the side of GG. That is revealed to be that Hardy, the Hardy ultimate from LXM, going to be forced out as he tries to knock these players into the storm damage, but the setup of the cavalry bloom is going to catch on to Wolves. Zedkin Alliance are going to get the kill instead. LXM now trying to go up into the sky as quickly as he can to keep himself away. Could potentially look to take down one of these players, set that cube all the way up at the start of that ultimate to reposition when Alliance tried to hunt him down, tries to throw out that staff, does get parried, has to utilize the combo break, will now get pushed into the corruption, take damage, and Alliance with the Viper, Tessa, and Wu Chen composition, the team that we said had a little bit of a struggle in the regular season in comparison to their previous performances this season in Nbpl, are going to walk away with the first MVP. Yet again, we can see from game one, these Tessa, Viper, and Wu Chen teams, they're putting points on the board and getting as many kills as they did. Raven, with that kill score multiplier for being the last team standing, that's going to bump up their placement on the leaderboard significantly, which is exactly the opening Alliance needed.
Yeah, Alliance really proving their worth with that round. Now, I've been watching Alliance's Viper. They do something very special that most teams do not do in endgame, where they don't really use their V1 selfishly just for themselves, but they instead use it to stir the pot, and they take advantage of all of these other teams who try to take advantage of their early ult. Instead of going and committing to that stun, they punish all the teams for being very, very greedy, trying to steal the kills of that V1. And we see NY7 do this. In the previous weeklies, I saw them drop in, especially for all those Spirit Well situations, dropping down, using that V1 to get the stuns going, to burn all the ultimates from the other teams. And we see GG be a victim of this. Normally GG, very, very slow, methodical for these end games. But with that cliffside, I always call cliffside a scam, that these buttery rocks, you feel like you can kite on it, you feel like you can create some space, but you actually cannot. It's very, very hard to hold your ground. And the second you get committed to a fight, all the grapple cancels are coming in, and you're not going to be able to get out. And even the great GG does fall. But first, we do have the first question of the day for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Which team won the game one today? These are for the summer split random gifts. Make sure to put your answer. Was it A, CD, GG, B, CD, Wolves, C, Alliance, or D, JL? We're just talking about this, Moxie. I'd be very surprised if we do not get this one, chat.
I mean, I would be not just surprised, but also incredibly disappointed. But no, it's so good to see as well that the teams made the adaptation, because like I said earlier in the week, we actually saw GG get something very, very similar, where it was that last Spirit Well. And I can't remember if it was Mystic Might or if it was White Tiger's Press. I believe it was Mystic Might. And they were on Sand Siphon. And it was the exact same area of the final zone. And it was pretty much the exact same compositions that were around them. There was like one team that was running the Kyle and Hardy Zip, and everybody else was on Viper, Tess, and Wu Chen. And every single team, like one person got incredibly low, and was the last remaining player for one of the teams. Every single person in that lobby turned onto them and allowed GG to walk away with the Spirit World for free. This time around, we do see the adaptation coming on through, and you can see like the benefits that they're able to find, meaning that they can just push out the teams. Like these teams have compositions that should be able to hold their ground better than the Viper, Test, and Wu Chen composition, but because they just get lobbied by the Viper V1, like you said, stirring the pot, Alliance are able to walk away with not only 15 kills, but that coveted kill score multiplier, giving them a 22 game score for the opening game of the day. And like we talked about, Alliance having a little bit of a rougher performance in the regular week meant that they were coming into today, in comparison to some of these teams like JL and GG, who were denied those good standings, denied a lot of those kills from coming through, means that they can start closing up the distance between the bottom half of the leaderboard and the top half of the leaderboard as we can take a look at the statistics. And this is what we kind of expect, right? It's no massive hit of damage. It's not really all that much healing from Revenge on the Wu Chen, so no advanced heal, group heal, more than likely there. But the damage that both their Viper and their Tessa is able to do is very small in compared to something like a Takeda or a Kylin, who can sometimes hit upwards of 30k because they're bursting these players down. They're going for the full health bar. They're taking not just your health bar, but your armor too, as opposed to something like the Viper and the Tessa, who are preying on players who are already incredibly vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly, Moxie. The stats just don't reflect how efficient Alliance is with bursting down their targets. Now, looking at the overall leaderboards, Wolves in 6th place at 23.1. GG dropping down to 5th at 27.9. JL at 28.2. Bauda climbing up 29.5. ASC staying in the top 3 at 29.8. And Alliance starting out the day swinging, gonna take up that top spot on the back of their Viper composition, the tried and true Attack on Titan, that V1F3, just finding that nice value and playing the end game perfectly. Now we're going to get a replay of Bauda's U walking through everyone. Normally, we see him on the Wu Chen 4 teams. Now he's been moved over to that Viper, and you're seeing his impact. You're seeing that pressure coming out from him. Now moving over to mine, ASC's Jang Dong, putting on the pressure onto DRG. Accurate slashes coming out, causing so much problems for DRG. Takeda doing his best to slow down these slashes, but Jang Dong will not be denied. One charge is coming out. Nice stack up, and able to close out DRG with that white target, but now over inside the Rumble. We saw the clutch up from CGS, being able to kite perfectly while GG peeled from them. Now Alliance showing their dominance in this endgame. First to lose. Alliance challenges that idea. They run the first ult, but they use no other ults after that, and they just play it perfectly, picking off the chaos and maintaining their dominance. Now, it's the first game. We still potentially have 8 more games, but if you want to win one of those games, it's either the last game and that first game. Starting out today, very, very strong with a lot of momentum. Looking at Yoma, normally on position 2, but Tessa kind of plays like a position 2, where you are enforcing, you are supporting your Viper, making sure she never gets focused, putting that V1 over her, and setting her up for her own V1. Now, looking at Yoma's stats, 16k damage. He did have that Phantom Step, and looking at his Jades, he's looking for that very, very supported role. Go max melee resistance, big health, and not really looking to do a lot of damage like you were pointing out before, Moxie. Just looking for that concentrated burst damage in order to secure those kills.
Yeah, and Alliance, in my opinion, like, their top games have always been with the Tessa Viper and Wu Chen composition because they're able to get so many of these kills. Like, whenever we see Alliance on the Tessa Viper and Wu Chen, the timing on the third party has always been absolutely sublime. The Viper applications as well, with the F3 hits being able to just grab onto so many players who are stacked on top of each other, has been absolutely textbook. And their Tessa ults as well, being able to force the lobby. Like, we talked about the fact that meta has sort of moved into a trade-up position where you sacrifice one ultimate, but it's at the cost of other teams potentially sacrificing 2, or sacrificing an ultimate that would be better later on down the line. Because as we talked about, Viper V1, not the greatest at being able to confirm those kills, especially if we have things like Sand Siphon in play, because even if Takeda gets stunned, he can still expend those Furin shots, he can still peel for his players, he can still make sure that you don't actually get to capitalize off of that 5-second stagger to be able to set up some of those kills. What it can do, though, is force teams to panic, because they understand if they're the ones who get stunned out and another team is able to break LOS, they're going to turn their head, see someone stuck in 5 seconds of stagger, and they're going to jump ship from looking at the Tessa Viper Wu Chen composition to looking at the players who have been staggered. And it means that these players panic, and all of their abilities, their combo breakers, their ultimates, a lot of their resources too, if they have things like the group heal, advanced heal coming through from the support players, all of those get burned turned in a matter of moments. And it feels like JL, when they started the Tessa Viper Wuchang composition, they like pioneered that composition. They were the team that put it into play. They were the ones who were first able to figure out how to mesh Tessa into Yoda's position when it was the previous Attack on Titan. But it feels like Alliance are the ones now who are leading the charge in figuring out how the Tessa Viper and Wuchang composition plays in 2024 NARAKA esports instead of JL, who I feel are much more familiar and pioneering the Xiphon composition to greater heights.
Yeah, it's looking like the veteran teams, the GG, the JLs, they're looking a lot more mortal. Now, with the new changes of points, I feel like a lot of these teams have been forced out of their comfort zone. They're forced to play for these kills. Before this rule set that we're currently in, a lot of these teams, at least half the league, did not really go into the realm of Yang. They didn't really challenge the top 5 teams because there was just such a low percentage of them taking it, and they could always find a way to get placement points and placement multiplier in these end games. There are no more placement multiplier, so you're seeing Alliance really push the ideas of where and when you can get kills, and we're seeing one of the weaknesses of GG, actually, that GG is not used to being attacked. Usually when they're as scaled as they are, most teams just assume like, all right, you got double gold armor, that purple armor, it's not going to be really worth it if we go and try to pressure you. You probably have really good jades as well, but you're seeing this very, very nuanced play. Instead of it just being one team investing like, oh, we're just going to try to get this kill here and then we're going to possibly get third partied, they're anticipating that third party, and instead everyone who goes and challenges that spirit well is getting peppered by the whole lobby right now. And I'm really curious to see what the finesse is moving forward with these teams of how to secure this, or do they even go for it if they're in such a great lead. Now going into game 2, we had that nighttime Morris. Now traditionally nighttime Morris is a Viper map because of all the Fireflies. All the timings of picking up those Fireflies and rushing down teams off spawn have been tested, tried and true. We've seen them millions of times. So Viper, really, really good on that map. But moving forward, we're probably going to be transitioned into a slower variation, hopefully. Seeing a 15-man endgame for the first day of an NBPL weekly finals. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that, Moxie.
So we've actually seen it happen more and more this season. It used to be, like you said, where that game 1 was sort of everyone finding their footing and slow burning it. But as of late, game 2 is actually where things slow down, and game 1 is just all-out aggression. Because for the top teams, like who are already ahead of the teams at the beginning of the day because of the points that they've picked up in the regular week, for them it's about like that slow burn. We saw it from JL, we saw it from GG. They weren't really that fussed about trying to land on teams in force fights because that's, like we talked about, not really their style. They land where they want to land, they loot up, they get ready to scale into the realm of Yang, they manage to find a win inside the realm of Yang, and then they use that to just push themselves with the gear that they've been able to find into Spirit World Contest and then Endgame. When it comes to some of these other teams that are like Alliance, Wolves, very aggressive teams, even when they're at the top of the leaderboard, they are always still looking for fights very early on. But then for when it comes to some of these other teams who start in the lower end of the leaderboard, they use game 1 as a sort of connector, that sort of pseudo in-between, where instead of playing 8 games of bi-weekly finals, they use it as a bridge to cross the distance between the amount of points that the other teams have ahead of them. And so we see game 1, a lot of the time it does come down to only 15 players remaining when we go into that last Spirit World contest. Game 2 is where it starts to really just slow things down. But going back to like that point about the top teams, the juggernauts of old, your GGs, your JLs, even like your TEs and your OUGs, like all of these teams being punished by that new rule set coming on through where it encourages these players to just keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting. I can't think of any better just immediate personification of that in the fact that Bowder has stopped landing on GG. Because every single time we saw Bowder and GG in the same lobby, Bowder would always land on GG. They would always challenge Secret Tunnel. They would always challenge Imperial whenever we headed over to Holoroth. The only place that they didn't challenge was Twilight Pass when we headed over to Bedora, because they have their own preferred locations of Pedoria, which is involved in terms of macro of either favoring going for the top end essence or denying teams from picking that up. But because we know that GG aren't going to be taking fights immediately off of the rip and looking for just all-out aggression for the first half of these rounds, it isn't worth it to Bowder, because they're not stopping GG's game. They're just hindering their own process of being able to find those kills and keep the aggression going. So if they get knocked out early, they're still scoring high. And I was wondering why we'd seen Bowder move away from challenging after every single game, every single lobby these two teams were locked in. It felt like there was a red string of fate tied between the two of them. We would always see Bowder, we would always see GG just constantly fighting it out over and over and over again. We never do. But that definitely clears up why Bowder have moved away from that playstyle. We're going to be seeing what these teams are going to be moving into game number 2. This is going to be Pedoria. So San, Siphon, and Kurumi instantly going to be one of those must picks. Kurumi becoming that much more expensive means that every single team in phase 2 is given the choice of either the Kyle and Hardy Zip or the Viper Tessa Wu Chen. And as I told you, Raven, the Viper Tessa Wu Chen comp is being bought out before the Kyle and Hardy Zip.
I feel like this is it's a mistake moving forward, but the league has been switching it up. Having that Kurumi point going up makes everyone realize that it's either Zai or Siphon up front, and it looks like Alliance is going to be going with the zipping variation of Siphon.
Wait. WBG are running Transformer, but Walker's on Matari. He's not... Sleepwalker isn't playing Tianhai.
They ran this the first bi-weekly when they were in a pinch, and they almost clutched it up. Qualifying one of the group standings. They were, I think, 1 or 2 kills away making it through. I've wanted to run this. I've run this composition in ranked. It's definitely a lot of fun. And it seems like a meme composition when you look at it at face value at first. But Valda always has a really easy time versus Zai. Matari on V2 is just going to burn at least 2 ultimates in order to deal with it. And then you still have Monk to close it out. So there's a lot of horsepower behind this composition. Now, it doesn't do super well versus poke damage in endgame. But as long as you have really good positioning, that's another thing. Spirit Well, generally, it's very dangerous to fight a Monk team on Spirit Well. Now, the only thing that the composition is very vulnerable to is that Viper composition, though, because I believe Matari is on V2. We'll have to take a closer look under the hood of WBG, but looking at everyone else's composition, nothing really out of the ordinary. F1v1 on the zip beings, Hottie with the combo break, Kylan with the combo break. Even VVV has moved away from Kylan on F2, opting out for that combo break on Kylan. Now looking over at the Vipers, is anyone going to be running silence? Doesn't look like it. We're still getting that F3v1 standard stuff from DRG on the Xiphon, but looking over at WBG, it is going to be V2, it is going to be F2. You're looking for that nice big oogly damage coming out from that Matari of WBG. Check out Axial and see if he can create that pressure off of Jing, tanking up on the front line. Now, JL, definitely one of the pioneers of a Viper moving forward. Like TXJ is always one of the pioneers. Kayla, he's going to choose to go Siphon, seeing that even though they were in the later phases, they were able to pick up the Siphon, sacrificing those 2 points for the Kurumi. But Siphon and Hadicom really good on this map. I'm curious to see how these Viper compositions for this phase 2 is going to play out. Now, one of the things on this map that we haven't really seen in the past is excellent Firefly play. Now, I believe Pedoria actually has the most amount of Fireflies out of the 3 maps, and a lot of the timings of rotating around the map have not been figured out. The hunting paths are not solidified, and pretty much most teams, I would say, only have at least half the map figured out when it comes to Fireflies, because realistically, within an entire match, you're not going to go to all 4 quadrants of the map, the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. Usually, you're going to play at least half of the map, most likely. So as long as you memorize at least half the map of Fireflies, you can get through. So that leaves a lot of options for these teams to exploit the Siphon teams with this Viper composition of Spawn.
Yeah, heading now into Azos Peak, we're going to have Alliance versus FPX NY7 weaponless. Going to have to go for the slap. Saga does get that zip coming through from Revenge with the sustain before getting to pick up a greatsword and now turn in onto FPX, charging up the scale rush with that staff. But oh no! Sends it directly onto the Cicada, who had the F ability charged up. Does still manage to find the spacing though, distracting the Cicada long enough for his two other players to clear up onto everyone. But now this is going to be a very important fight. This is BIWEEK versus WBG right next to Arcadia for control of that spacing to pick up those Thunder Coins and solve the puzzle to get their hands on BLADEPOINT Essence, which will come into play, I'm sure, on that first round of Yanger's X1. And OUG going to be very quickly going head to head. WBG also around Imperium could potentially look for the third-party opportunity. As something to talk about is the fact that so many teams headed over towards Skygaze. There is going to be a lot of timing attacks. Wolves drop directly onto Celestial Barge, which is their favorite drop location on Padoria, but all of the other teams currently around Wolves, they all dropped on the outskirts of it to timing attack on through, but Wolves are the ones actually coming in for the third party. Tesla Ultimate has come out, catches onto one of these players, but XEM with that Kylan combo break is able to turn it onto these players of ASC. The problem is, where's Wolves' rest of their team? The Hardy was setting up the cube. The Kylan is going to disengage as a result, but that means that he's out of the mix, and ASC used the numbers advantage to throw the second Tesla Ultimate and catch the remaining players of Wolves who got left behind.
ASC making quick work of Wolves. And this is what I was saying about Viper composition. That F3 gets so much value off Spawn. And with that blue fist, ASC's Jangdong and crew are going to be wiping out Wolves. It's really, really tough for Hottie compositions to get a ton of value off Spawn. You need to have that Hottie with the cube up early to get that nice rotation, and so you have multiple combo breaks for your team. Now, going back to the south, KLA and JL. I love this area of the map. The beautiful blue leaves. It's had such a nice aesthetic. KLA's QGG is going to be popping that F1. He's going to get F3 to the ground. Nice stagger coming out from the teams, forcing him into a tough position in the stone form. Temion's going to be invested. V1's going to be invested too. JL is going to walk through and try to find a kill onto QGG. And like you were saying before, Moxie, it's not going to matter without that silence. He gets going to get shoved off, but what can you do? Send two people over there from both angles, and JL is going to be able to pop that kill. Multiple teams coming in right now. KLA, though, is going to be making it out as JL is going to get staggered and Tessa ulted by GG. Great timing attack coming out from GG's LXM with the Viper. He is going to get Tessa ulted and forced out of the stagger, but it's not going to matter. JL under a ton of pressure, losing one of their players already. Will JL take the salty reset and come back? And you can never count out JL's VVV, Moxie. Never count him out.
He's still alive, but no longer. CJS, though, is struggling against one thing. We're going to see the Viper get that F3 back into cooldown. It's on to one thing, and that is going to make short work of the fighters. Alliance going to be going head-to-head against WBG and X1. All of these players on Mercury River, currently NY7, with that Zai V2, gets the Material Smith as well to refresh the F3. Comes in with that Fire Tick coming on out, as well as the drop of the Bane's Breath. And it lands directly onto Bowders. So unfortunate, but Alliance not going to be taking advantage of the opportunity from the low health players of Bowder, instead using that Bane's Breath to try and grab Alliance's Yuma back into the mix. WBG, though, relentless in griefing Alliance from sticking this revive. Another Zayafree is going to be burned so that they can get that player back online, as OUG's SS Viper's ultimate is going to time out without finding that V1 stun onto the Cicada. He doesn't have the damage reduction. He's got to just burn all of his stamina to live long enough for his Wu-Chan to teleport everybody out, but FPX are on the hunt. Not only does the Wu-Chan teleport now go less distance, it also has the bright homing beacon in the sky. And OUG, instead of teleporting to a higher verticality point, went onto the low ground that FPX immediately get to see Jin coming on through. Fakes out the charged R&B drop, goes into that Cicada F1 activation, forcing now everyone from the side of OUG to hold on to those focus hits. Tesla ultimate is going to try to come through. One person does unfortunately go over that Takeda's shoulder. Tesla Enchantment has connected onto this Takeda. He doesn't have his ultimate to use the Fury and shoves, and it is going to be his Karumi Jiaohu utilizing that V2 to make sure that everyone from the side of FPX is healed up properly when that enchantment window hits on out. But SS with that F3 is going to make sure that the healing reduction is going to be lessened significantly on the side of FPX. Chases onto the Karumi, makes her back on off so they can turn instead 2 versus 1 onto the Tumult left behind vulnerable. This should be the kill onto Sanzi. He's somehow still alive. The Temi gets the combo breaker to come back on through. Xiaohu is going to go down to the hit of the Viper F3. And now with that support removed, with the Temi dealt with, it's just a matter of dealing with Jun on this Takeda. The Fist Blade, jump LMB, Stagger Lock is going to come out, and OUG walk away with the kills.
Nice job from OUG. They make that fight so scrappy, maneuvering onto the rocks. They were under so much pressure. Pure disadvantage with the health, but it's not going to matter because of how valuable that F3 of the Viper is. It's basically a guaranteed AoE focus attack for your team. And first, we're going to get Wolves versus WBG. No ultimate zone is going to be popped. XEM putting pressure onto Axios Matari, but Matari going to pop his F2. Did he dash in though and accidentally touch the zone and lose his ultimate? Volto's going to be coming down. XEM's going to go into zone now. Sleepwalker's going to try to chase, but Wolves going to be using that cube perfectly to go back into the zone. WBG has to be careful right now. Both two ultimates are going to be burned right now. Wolves just buying their time. They have the ult advantage right now. Ult advantage, armor advantage, every advantage in the world. We still have, though, that Monk ult on Sleepwalker. Wolves playing this really slow. They do not have the cube up. Now Sleepwalker is going to get aggressed on. He is going to be popping that ultimate. Last ult for them. XEM is going to pop his Kylan ultimate. Sleepwalker looking for a grab. Not able to get it. Looks like Matari going to pop that F2, looking for the stagger right now. XEM down to low health right now. He is going to get grabbed by Sleepwalker. Hadi using his F to get out of dodge, but Sleepwalker is going to pop and get one of the kills. NHQ on the Hadi is going to get double grab. Sleepwalker's going huge for WBG. They were in such a hole, and they're going to climb out on the back of Sleepwalker.
Unfortunately, though, the Hardy Cube meant that Wolves were able to keep 2 of their players alive. The Tianhai ultimate has since timed out. HQ able to find the uppercut connection onto Akshao is going to take him incredibly low with the horizontal follow-up into the jump vertical. And now it is going to be WBG without that longevity. Jing does have another Valder ultimate to come on through. Never Forbidden Steel has run on out. HQ is still alive, is holding onto the charge verticals on these fans. Walker utilizing that Valda F3 to play behind the bubbles and give himself a little bit of spacing to come on through with that spear. 1-2 light stagger is going to force the combo breaker from the Hardy, but he's going to get clipped by the jump horizontal from the short hop of the Tianhai. Walker is able to get on top of the body, grabs the soul blim for the heal reset, and now goes into the 1v1 against the Zip. Uppercut finds the connection. 1-2 light stagger goes for the tap dodge cancel out of that focus hit. ZK not flashing the red, but Walker done enough damage. Does have that Tianhai ultimate if he wants to be able to find it. Mistimes the flash of the red. Parry tries to go for the dodge behind to make sure that ZK doesn't have the distance to catch him with the final huge hit that Walker was looking for. He finally finds the parry to confirm it into the Dragon Slayers for the Nessa's follow-up. Doesn't manage to find the charge vertical hit of the 0.9 on that spear. Both of these players going into reset, but that is far more valuable for the Zip, who does have that staff. Walker's going to have to burn the F1 to make sure he doesn't get scooped up into the charged RMB. Throws in the Tianhai ultimate. ZK takes the opportunity to back on off to find a little bit of a reset point. Walker will be able to find the grab, goes for the throw. There is no other player for him to look for the double grab, so he's not going to be able to find the amplified damage nor the sustain off of the V2. ZK with the terrain is also going to be able to break LOS so that Walker doesn't get the grab opportunity. And you can see see him slowly start to shuffle his way a little bit closer, might make a dash towards that Forbidden Seal to make sure that the Zip can't use the ultimate and have the last laugh in terms of overall sustain, and that's exactly what he does. ZK understanding he's removed from 2 of his players. He's going to have to make sure that he can try and find the recovery, has to accept defeat. The Forbidden Seal is going to be the line in the sand that neither of those players want to cross.
Man, WBG Sleepwalker goes huge, not only with his ultimate, but also in the neutral fight. Zipping has every advantage versus the Monk with the amount of sustain from her healing and her F1, the amount of options that gives her. Sleepwalker does get a massive parry. Even with the armor deficit, he brings it back. It's like Wolves coming over to the Salt Flats. Looking at the reminiscence of this no ult zone. No ult zone can be seen across the map. It's kind of like the bat signal of the Moonbane. Very, very easy to spot out that action was happening over here. Now at 19 minutes, first Yang is going to be done. DRG, Bauda, KLA, OUG all having the buff. Looks like KLA did pick up the Spirit Well buff. Now going across the map. This is one of the tough parts of getting value off this Vermilions, but it does give you a second life, but finding teams is incredibly difficult as everyone hides. And when it comes down to this last minute, OUG has a tough decision right now. Do they hard commit? Now with Wu Chen, they are a lot safer than normal. They were going to be going against one of their counter comps, so Zai from DRG. Zai's going to be popped that ultimate. V1's going to be popped from SS. Looking for the stagger. They are going to find a stun onto the Zai, but Matari ult is going to be pressed a little bit too late. Stagger will come out and OUG force to pour it out, and DRG wants to keep this fight going. Both teams have Vermilion's buff, but it looks like OUG's buff is going to be running out before DRG's. F3 going to be coming down. Meteor coming down hot. Kurumi ult is going to be going down, but DRG is going to get taken down by the focus fire of OUG. That stagger and cover with focus just too hard to deal with, and OUG is going to pick up a nice 3-piece.
I mean, they've also power spiked. They went into a realm of Yang. They have a legendary weapon on that Viper to be able to scale up the damage on that F3, and it is going to be absolutely massive in terms of hitting those, as Alliance are going to be jumping onto players from X1 who are fresh off of that Soul Altar NY7 with the Zai engagement. Alliance, remember, are running that Z-ping over the Kurumi. They do have that Yang depletion. ZDI goes for the uppercut catch on those halberds, turning onto Revenge to try and just zone this player away from the team so that the sustain is not available. NY7 with that Zai is going to be dropping down to make sure that his zip is peeled full and kept alive intact in LOS to throw out those Fs. But now ZDI, by forcing that Zai V2, can come through with the Kylan ultimate and upset the apple cart, staggering everybody on the side of Alliance before the Zai can build into that hit of damage. But Bauda coming on through with the third party are actually going to be able to confirm all of these kills. Yuran with the legendary Hang Sword comes on out, sits into that charged RMB before turning onto Alliance's Revenge. Alliance's Yuma will still live, but it looks like they're still having to take a fight against X1 ZDI, and Bauda still around in this space. Return to the scene of the crime and find more players to turn onto. Combo Breaker now burnt out from the side of the Kyle, and Yuran goes for the red flash of fire, will not be able to find it, but this time around they will be able to find the connection. Peak with the parry sets Yuran up for the follow-up. Alliance with one of their players alive is just going to be Yuma on the Matari, but even with the Matari mobility, he's not going to be able to escape the detriment, the ticking time bomb of the Yang depletion that he is afflicted by. And unfortunately, he isn't even going to be able to use the pillar and the fan in his pocket to look for the faster charging Skull Rushes, as OUG will be able to take him down. Bauda, though, could potentially turn on to OUG because they're also nearby, as Bauda are currently on 10 eliminations and at the top of the leaderboard. OUG, in the meantime, much further down, needing every single kill they possibly can find, because this is their big climb game. Alliance being at that 43.7 standings and less than 30 points away from match point eligibility means that these teams towards the lower end of the leaderboard, Raven, need to get a move on. They need to pick up a lot of these kills early in these games before hero points get refreshed.
Yeah, we're nearing that halfway point already. Teams are hitting that 35-point mark now. The match point threshold is 70, meaning once you hit that threshold, if you MVP the game, regardless of what round it is, past 70 points, you will end the tournament. Now, we've seen in the past the tournament being ended in 4 rounds by Wolves, but we mainly see it go the distance with 3 to 5 teams on match point games 7 and 8. Now, second Realm of Yang is going to be coming up. Bauda setting up to go in on that Matari Zai, but it looks like they're going to just go for that Freezies.
Oh, no.
Going in. Unlucky for them. Bauda's actually out trying to go in and ninja a res for his team.
Oh, dear.
But the other team was able to go in at the same time, and now in a 1v3 situation, can Bauda's Axio find a win here? He is going to be popping his ultimate, looking for the V2 poured in, but after he's going to be invested by the Kurumi, no messing around here. Doesn't want to even give the possibility of losing this. Nice full charge going to be coming out, only down to 2 teleports. Axio is going to get hit by the focus slide over and over by this great sword. He does get a nice double charge going to be coming in, and single charge going out onto the Zai. Don Q going to take a little bit of damage, and now Axio has the Zai down to last hit, but only a sliver of health for himself. Kurumi's going to come in with the grapple kick, and he's not able to find the kill. Calculated gamble. Could have paid off, and they were just a millisecond off from getting a free Realm of Yang.
I mean, you saw it on the player cam. Like, Ajax, he's not even unhappy. He's just laughing. Because he knows, like, 1 versus 3, Matari not having a combo break, that would have been incredibly difficult for him to be able to walk away with that win. Even for any other player, any other hero, or 1 versus 3 situation is so rare that we actually get to see it successfully go to the way of the player in that one side. It's KLA. It feels like they always get Cavalry Bloom. Like, QGG always gravitates, especially when he's on Takeda. See, that Cavalry Bloom also has the Shaolin state for those dual blades as well. Bauda gonna be running across the map amok with Draco Storm alongside DRGS. We're gonna have a look at the replay to see how Bauda won theirs. Yuran getting bopped all around the shop by that Kylan ultimate. Still holds on to his V2 though. Every single player from Bauda is just outliving the Kylan ultimate duration with this Kurumi armor circle. Bauda's Yuran has full armor shielding now. Does still have the entire duration of his V2 to turn and catch that Zip, who has to burn out that Hardy cube to escape the fire tick proc of cutting that healing reduction, as Yuran, now absolutely free, is still getting pressured by the Hardy in this ultimate. They're fully aware that Yuran still has the ultimate and can use that to nullify every bit of healing available for X1, but unfortunately they just don't have enough damage to be able to blitz these players off Bauda. The Kurumi is still standing. The Kylan ultimate was not able to find the isolation that they were looking for, nor force out that Zai. Because one thing that Zai can do to escape that Kylan pressure is popping the ultimate and getting the immediate F-through reset to reposition away from those dash throughs. But Yuran was just able to hold entirely firm and sit in use ultimate. Lovely stuff coming on through from Bauda to have that confidence, that assuredness of being able to trust in your teammates that they will be able to get you through. And then when those ultimates have been removed and you go back to that neutral, that Kurumi tether is just so immensely strong at tanking all of the damage that can come out from ultimates and weapons alike.
Yeah, pointing out the Kurumi ultimate and the trust they had in you is one of the downsides of Kylan versus the other strong position ones. Takeda, when he shoves, you're not really flying around. You're getting staggered and held in place. Same thing with a V1 stun from Viper. Same thing with Monk grabs. You have a static target, but when it comes to Kylan, it's very, very hard to follow up the damage when Kylan is slashing through his target over and over. And normally in the Kurumi circle, it would be easy to burst them, but they do a good job of soaking up all of that Kurumi circle for maximum value off the armor. Now we're going to get Wolves being chased down by KLA. Now, KLA just letting WBG know, or Axial know, that he will be changed down. It's not even, I thought it was a full trio team. It's only a solo player.
It's just Axial.
This is one of the tough parts of, we were looking at all these trios teams glyphs going in, and normally one player does have maximum grapple distance, not always maximum grapple speed, but you're seeing why having grapple speed ends up being so critical in the mid game, in these end games, when you're chasing down a very, very important kill. In some cases, you never know what Jade someone is holding. Having that grapple distance is the only way you're going to ever secure it. And when you're playing that Sand Siphon, in the past it's been running discount. After looking at a lot of the glyphs today, most people are just running Rage now. Now, going back to the realm of Yang, Alliance's Zai composition, I would say, is probably their second best composition behind their Viper. NY7 is going to be falling down, but now we got Yoma versus Down Q and DRG. Yoma has been doing work on the Matari, finding multiple MVPs. He's going to get the nice reset right now, looking over at Revenge. Nice job by Revenge, creating some space for his team to get the heal. F1 going to be invested by him on the zipping, and we'll get the follow-up F3. Nice juggle to be coming down. F3 going to be invested on the Zai from Don Q, trying to create some space. Kakaxi is going to be coming in. Looks for the jump parry. Super ambitious versus two players rolling up with the jump parry. He is going to get parried. Don Q on the Zai, and now the Matari Kakaxi is going to get parried, and Alliance is going to clutch this 3v2 situation. An unlikely situation. No, they're not. I spoke too soon. DRG comes back with the F3 on Zai, even though Matari was ulted. Back-to-back errors coming down, but DRG is going to come out on top.
Yep. Even when you're in that Matari ultimate, you're not impervious to damage. You are not impervious to that Zai F3, which has such a huge hitbox. DRG, that was how they were able to get their hands. I believe they picked up either White Tigers was the buff that they opted for, as that has since run out. They're eyeing up currently KLA, as we're gonna see Spirit Well spawning him through. This does not have the buff. This is the loot upgrade. And as a result, a lot of these Viper tests from Wuchang compositions who had not got the opportunity to go for those Realm of Yang fights and scale into the late game are going to be eyeing up control of that one, since it is not going to be loot locked to whoever picks it on up. Everybody is going to be looking for what I affectionately call the smash and grab. It's very much like, you know, the television series where they give you like 5 minutes in the supermarket and you have a trolley and you need to fill that trolley with absolutely everything in the shelves, and what you can fit in the trolley and run out with, that's what you get to keep. It's essentially the Mad Dash. As about as you ran with the dual halberds is going to be utilizing those charge RMBs to just create some spacing between himself and GG, but GG, as we've talked about, needing that loot upgrade, are going to be holding firm in this space, at least for a little while, until KLA, a better equipped team, is going to show up to the party and force them out. No one's fully abandoning the scene, though. Everyone is more than happy to just let KLA take the brunt of focus from all of these players in the lobby, so that when that Spirit Dome pops, the ultimates can come on out. OUG trying to stir the pot a la Alliance with SS drop down with that Viper V1, finding the connection immediately onto Wolves, taking advantage of the fact that Wolves playing forward with their Zip and Kylan did not have an eye on the Hardy, who was actually waiting to the back of that position to set up the cube. Spirit Dome is going to pop. Tesser ultimate is going to get thrown into the mix of things alongside all of that loot, and DRG are going to be bearing the brunt of it. Lovely little block coming in through with the charged R&B on the fan from the Zai's teammate to make sure that that 3-second enchantment window doesn't take their Zai down too long, as Wolves unfortunately down that Hardy, down that combo break ability to reposition, having to burn the Kylan ultimate instead to make sure that they have a safe space carved out for them, as OUG going to go low, have the luxury of the Wuchen teleport to disengage, something that Wolves sadly do not have. Wolves taking their chances with RNG in the middle of the Bane's Breath. XEM gets grapple locked onto GG with the flyby grapple horizontal follow through, staggering him into the hit of the Bane's Breath, and GG picking up the kill, but they've stuck around in this Bane's Breath long enough that they're now getting turned onto by all of the other teams in the area.
Yeah, great job from GG. We saw them in pure shambles, and like you were saying, Moxie, they were making a mad dash, kind of like you made me think of a shopping spree, like what is this, Black Friday? We're all making a mad dash for the last sale, that last armor. I got the blue armor. I want that. I want that purple. I want that gold armor. We're gonna go in there, coming in at the last sets. But when we see GG make the play for this, and now they've salvaged the game. Now they're sitting pretty at 9 kills, and now potentially contesting for this last little bit. They're gonna get a nice terrain situation here. Lots of high cliffs, lots of open ground. Depending on how this last circle ends up closing out, Vipers do have a nice little edge here to get some really, really big drop downs. We saw OUG stir the pot, being one of the first initiators to drop down with that V1, is getting everyone to panic and flinch at the pressure. But this is what the Spirit Wall that really, really matters. It has the buff and allows teams to snowball here. They're able to pop their ultimate and get 2 rounds of ultimate, so 6 ults total potentially if they're able to claim this. But most teams now will not let you claim this for free. 19 players alive, all descending upon this. We got the wall for a nice cover right now. F3 Kurumi ult on the KLA's Takeda coming in and out, but DRG playing it safe, trying to keep their back against the zone so no team can sneak up behind them. Donq's going to pop a heal, try to set up some focus, but we're only at a quarter of this Spirit Well. Everyone's coming in and out, not letting this build up. Last time we've seen the delay of here pull in the zone. After he's going to be invested by Donq, Zyult's going to be coming down. DRG is all in. They want this buff right now. Last little smidge left. Can DRG claim it? They are going to be able to claim it. And now Donkey is going to go crazy with this Zai ultimate. Takeda ult from Kayla's QGG is going to be popped to peel out of there. They are going to find KLA support, I believe, here. But Temi ult's going to be invested to peel for the support to get out of there. But Taria ult is going to be invested to refresh that comment. Donq's desperately looking for the 1 HP player. He is going to find Kayla's Godlay and get that Soul Bloom and continue his rampage as they set up to win this game 2.
ASC, you can see though on this Viper composition, have made sure to fortify, because this is one of the other ways that you can counter that Spirit Well. You just position far enough away from it that whenever the team picks up the buff, you are out of the line of fire. Everyone trying to find a safe space. Unfortunately for OUG, they have absolutely none right now. Everywhere they turn, they're getting turned onto. They're being chased down by both ASC and Bowder and GG. Bowder and GG having a little bit of a truce down towards the canyon, making sure that if they do take a fight, if they use those ultimates, they're going to be the next team that get turned onto. Yes, they might pick up 1 or 2 kills, but it's not going to be the last team standing, nor the kill multiplier that they're looking for. OUG forcing ASC's hand into burning that Wu Chen teleport. The Skirmish from SS to set the charged RMB on that Hangsword, looking for the drop down. The Tesla enchantment now getting called into the mix as OUG know that they can stick this damage without the Wu Chen teleport to bail ASC away from the mix. But SS is getting turned on. He doesn't have that Viper V1 to tank the damage, and he's going to go down instead. Biter on that low ground, able to pick him out. Wolves now, ZK getting incredibly low. ASC's Moran also not going to have the numbers of his teammates to fall into position and provide a distraction long enough for him to find that recovery. GG with LXN's late hit of a Viper V1 dropping down and finding a lot of players staggered. Turns in with the charged RMB on that Fang, catches onto ASC's Jiang Dong, but Bowder with that Kurumi V2 are going to keep themselves not just alive, but also able to pick up a lot of kills onto GG. 3-3-0 now trying to live as long as he possibly can. Yiran does have that Zai ultimate still available to pop, uses the F3 to connect onto these players, keeping them in the zone a little bit longer as Bowder goes full gatekeeper mode. Currently, Yiran now with that V2 gets the reset onto the F3, still hasn't burned it out just yet, utilizes it to catch onto the players and keep them on the cliff for his teammates to follow up when they get stuck on those buttery rocks. Loses a lot of his armor, but already has an armor reset ready and prepared. Bowder repaired one of the purple sets of armor they picked up from one of the bodies and dropped it onto the low ground for their Zai to kite back to. Smart heads-up play coming through from this team that are currently on 16 kills and counting, running the lobby as Wolves get eviscerated by the F3 and all of the follow-up. BIWEEK3 with the perfect positioning, with the perfect cycling of their ultimates, now going to be forced out of that position on this low ground as the storm collapses and pushes them closer to these players left behind. DRG making a late play, going to get caught out by that Tessa enchantment, but Dongqing does have that Kurumi Tether snap to tank the damage coming on through for the next 4 seconds. Armor circle now going to be invested. Dongqing just trying to get enough damage to build into this V2-1. Last time the recast comes on out, DRG trying to knock KLA into the Storm Corruption tick damage before we see the heal off, but GG making a last break for it as well. CJS comes on out. The flame is to absolutely cook the players in position since the Kurumi no longer has the ability to cleanse, but BIWEEK3 played the long con. Who walks away the last team standing? I think it might have been BIWEEK3, Raven. And if it was, that is going to be a lot of points going the way of the Xiphon composition. What a smart heads-up play coming from them. Brilliant positioning, brilliant capitalization on all of the teams around them. And they're on a comp that every other team in that lobby was trying to third party and shock kills from.
Now, BIWEEK3 clutching it up, that giant cliffside. We see all the Vipers going too hard into each other. Normally you see Vipers with kind of an invisible handshake. It doesn't make sense to go for each other, but it's really hard to resist the opportunity of a team potentially coming in. And the problem is OUG ends up griefing their game, going for the friendly Viper team ahead of there. The rest of the lobby ends up picking them off. You see GG capitalizing on that weakness. The previous round, we saw GG get taken advantage of against those buttery rocks. This time, they were doing it instead to other teams. But again, BIWEEK3 and GG, we were talking about it earlier, Moxie. Both of these teams have been going at each other over and over and over. Who is the strongest team this round, this second match? BIWEEK3 is going to take the win for GG. Crazy end game going down, especially with all the Zais running around. We're seeing a lot of success coming out on Zai, not traditionally on Perdoria.
I think they're taking advantage of Wolves. Some of these teams actually turning with the Xiphon composition over towards the Zip. As that we're going to be turning away from game 2 and looking at the follow-up question that comes off of the back of it. Historically, the questions for game 2 are a little bit harder, and this one is a little bit more specific because there were a couple of Kylins running around, but crucially, out of these 4 players, which of them picked him? Was it A, GG's 330? Was it B, X1's ZDI? Was it C, Alliance's NY7? Or was it D, JL's VVV? Get your answer into Twitch chat and make sure that you keep your eye on that whisper box to see if you are the winner that's been picked and is getting their hands on the summer split random gifts. But no, going back to that game number 2, like BIWEEK3 played it so smartly, so perfectly. They identified very quickly that the Viper teams were getting really aggressive and made sure that not only could they play the Viper compositions into stunning everybody around them for them by putting themselves onto the low ground, understanding that the Viper with that V1 would be looking for the drop down and she would be finding the stuns on all of the players on the low. Because they were looking for when the Viper came through with that drop down, having that Matari, having the ability of just saying no to the Viper ultimate, set them up so much for success to capitalize on the stuns and utilize that storm, pushing players closer and closer towards the cliffs. It was not actually BIWEEK3 who were the last team standing. They were actually survived by DRG, which is rather unfortunate because that is going to impact the amount of scores they could have had. Instead of getting that prize kill score multiplier, Raven, they don't get anything. And they only get 19.5 points. That could have been more than 25 points if they'd had that kill score multiplier. That's going to be a sore point for them.
Hopefully it doesn't play out for that coveted match point as the day keeps going. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are playing for match point. Once these teams get to 70 points, they can play for MVP and possibly end the tournament. Now, looking over at the stats, you coming out with a nice 20k healing and 3 kills on the Kurumi, but Peak and Euron holding down the fort. Euron on the Zai, picking up 10 kills, cutting through this lobby like butter. Now looking at the overall standings, WBG started out the day with a slow game 1, another slow game 2, same thing with X1. FPX still having a tough time getting it going, same with KLA, but OUG finally gets it going. They have a goose egg the first game, but now 9 points on their game 2. Wolves having a good first game, not able to make it past the mid game for their game 2. JL not having the best realm of Yang moving forward, only getting 1 kill. DRG though having a massive game at 70.2. ASC having a solid game. GG, no surprises here, having that slow and consistent monster games. But Alliance, they started out on game 1 really big. They still have a good game 2, but they're not able to capitalize and secure it going to that last leg. Bauda on the other hand, back-to-back really good games. And you were saying, Moxie, they weren't able to secure that first place. DRG does clutch it, clinching up that 1.2 multiplier. Will it be critical as the day moves forward?
Well, we can have a look backwards. This is how things started out. Alliance's NY7 on that side before we can see ASC looking for that third party onto Wolves. ZK out towards Skygaze. This was the absolute insane fight. Here's WBG finding the double grab. Walker is one of the best, if not the best TN highs in the entirety of NBPL, and you can see unfortunately, he's not able to secure both kills off of it because Hardy still has the combo breaker cube set up to get both himself and Hitsip away and disengage to safety as Bowden now finding the chase down to win that realm of Yang. OUG's SS with the charged RMB on that hang sword into the jump horizontal. Follow-ups getting so much damage onto these players. Even in the middle of that Kurumi ultimate, they're still able to make the damage stick. As here you can see the flame is coming on out. Kakaishi just trying to hit that fire proc onto as many players as he possibly can. This is the moment that he's able to outlive absolutely everybody with that Matari. The positioning away from everybody, the displacement to zone them away to make sure that they do not get to pressure him out early, as well as no surprises. It is going to be Yiran on the Zai, walking away with the MVP. Coming on out for him, the 4th MVP of his summer season with Pride's Fall, Poison Splash, Aerial Rend, damage reduction, and 2 attack Soul Jades. Something that we do tend to see being stacked onto that Zai, considering the fact that her ultimate still makes her incredibly squishy, especially when she doesn't have that Kurumi F3 tether to keep her fully healed and damage fortified on through. 6,480 damage coming on out from him. But crucially, like, the wording on the skills and ultimates for Zai is a little bit misleading because it's not actually counting the ultimate damage. That's damage off of the F3. The damage that he did with his ultimate is the number that is tracked by the chain size instead. So you can see what a massive boost of damage that Zai F3 brings to the table of these Siphon compositions.
Yeah, a lot of the damage from the Zycom comes from the combination from the Zai and Matari. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking our first short break of the day. We're going on to game 3. Don't go anywhere. We still got a lot of NARAKA to be played today.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. We're headed in to game number 3, Raven, and so far none of our teams have been able to pass the 45-point marker, so we're a little bit away from the 70 points necessary to qualify into match point eligibility. Potentially we see a massive pop-off game in game number 3 when we head on over to Holleroth, but it's looking more than likely that we're going to go at least longer than the 4 games that Wolves have historically been able to finish off the day for, which is very good news for everybody in chat to make sure that they get their progress on all of the lovely drops.
Game 3, you know, I always say the first 2 games are those warm-up games, Moxie, especially for these finals. All the pro players, even though they've been doing it for a while, you still get a little bit of nerves going. You still are getting into that higher pressure. Now, group play, even though these guys are playing for the placement points, this is when it actually matters. This is what sets up for NBPL finals. They're going to be showing their best stuff, everything they've worked on, and on that round 3 is when everyone starts settling in and we start seeing other teams start heating up. Now, out of the gate, we saw GG doing super well. We see them contested on that game 1. They do fall, but this second game, they do a lot better, making sure they're not going to get lobbied by these other teams. Bauda unfortunately comes over and steals it away with DRG coming in hot for that first place. And now we were pointing it out, Moxie, that 1.2 multiplier is really important. And one of the cool things I would say about this season in particular is that more teams have gotten a lot better at this end game. This 1.2 multiplier for only first place has forced teams to evolve not only in their killing and finding great hunting paths and going into Yang, but also their end games. You can't just settle for top 3 anymore to get that nice 1.4, 1.3 multiplier. There's only first place right now, and it is a big amount of points, a big difference of getting first place versus that second place, and Bauda did drop the ball a little bit, closing out that game. Now, still, nothing to be ashamed of. They absolutely cut through this lobby like butter, just walking through everyone. Every team he goes to just becomes super dominant fighting for. So I'm hoping that they keep up this momentum. Now, even though I'm a big JL fan, I'll always love watching TXJ and VVV create new things for NARAKA. Second is definitely Bauda's U. I love watching him play and how flexible he is as a player, playing all of the roles. Now, moving over, I believe we are on Holleroth now. Siphon has been traditionally the comp of Holleroth, and used Takeda has carried many teams to success on this. Now, GG, though, is the best Siphon composition within the league. They've shown it time and time again when another team has challenged them. You might get a chink in their armor at first, but they make that adjustment and they usually dominate on it. Now, we saw GG play really slow, and then they just ramp up in the middle. Can they keep up this same dominance, or will JL, the world's champs, show their dominance today? JL traditionally has never really done as well in finals as they have in group play. Been a prior curse, but it looks like JL has changed and they are kicking today. Now, will DRG keep up the momentum? They did steal that first place. Will game 3 show a difference for them moving forward?
Yeah, and remember as well, this is game number 3, so all of these teams are still rocking with 0 hero points. They get those 9 hero points in game number 4, which is why everyone currently has 0s underneath their logo. Sand Siphon can be picked up for JL, as well as Jiang, Dong, Xiaowen, and Moran also going to be picking that one up for ASE. X1, Alliance, Wolves, and WBG all opting, looks like, towards the Viper, Tessa, and Wuchan. Wolves and Alliance, yeah, there's the Wuchan coming in through from Zutke, there's the Wuchan coming through from Revenge. So it is going to be across the board yet again. Teams in Phase 2 opting for the damage control as well as earlier power spiking composition with the Tessa, Viper, and Wuchan, despite the fact that, as we've talked about, turning with that zip on Holleroth has long been a staple hero. given the fact that it's a little bit harder to go for those scale rushes, the map is a little bit more open, and as a result, we do see Zip get much more power spike in terms of that regard. However, a lot of those final zones as well can collapse into very enclosed spaces, which benefits both the Temi and the Takeda, something that we have seen in the past be very problematic for things like the Kylan and the Hardy, who want the openness of that space to be able to just dash and cleave through as many players as possible. So it is very much going to be RNG on which of these compositions is going to have that advantage headed in to those end games, if they can make it to the end games, because yet again, everyone on team in phase 2, 4 teams locking in Viper, Test, and Wuchen, 4 parties that are going to be looking for those invasion assassination plays coming on out if you take a fight and it goes a little bit too long, which is going to make it very interesting for the teams whose strategies right off of the rip is to buy a Bane's Breath and third party a fight already going on, because if you do use that Bane's Breath, you are announcing, sending up a signal flare to the entirety of the lobby that there is a fight going on, and Tessa, Viper, and Wuchens will be drawn to that fight like a moth to the flame. As we're going to have a look and see what hero loadouts everyone is going to be coming through with. I'm expecting everyone in terms of the Vipers to be with the F3v1. Well, we could see a little bit of diversity coming through, though, Raven, is Temi, because a lot of these teams are still trying to figure out how exactly they want to utilize that ultimate.
Yeah, you see some variation of V1 and V2 when it comes to Temi. It mainly comes down to whether or not you feel you need to win the heads-up matchup. V1 is definitely more beneficial in these endgames. Now, I don't really agree with the Viper pick for this map, because what ends up happening is, since there's so many scaling teams, so many teams that get so much momentum, even though you're able to cut down other teams, it's still very, very hard to secure a win in these endgames, because there's so many hotties, so many siphon combos. You even see GG double down.
VVV F2 Takeda is doing it again! The man's doing it again, Raven!
F2 Takeda. I actually tried out F2 Takeda. It is a little bit weird than F1, but because so many players are good at staggering that F1. Now, F1, what it does for you, ladies and gentlemen, is if you throw a focus attack from any direction, it does give you a huge heal and a huge stun. But because so many players are accustomed to Takeda's being F1, a lot of teams will surround you with light attacks and stagger you so you don't get the value of that focus attack. Now, F2 is a curveball where a lot of the times in trios, you're holding focus attack, waiting to see what your opponent's going to do, just like feeling it out, and suddenly an F2 can take you out of the element. Now, the reason why F2 hasn't been used in the past is that if you know someone is willing to run F2, you can clog the lane and stagger it. It doesn't have any armor coming in. It can get light attacked on the way in. So, BBB, always a pioneer of doing something just slightly off to take advantage of the neutral. We'll have to see how JL plays out. They are going to be landing safe in the top left, while everyone else is taking an off spawn in the bottom right of Hollowrouth. But game number 3, first map on Hollowrouth, Firefly map. We're going to start out with Wolves and FPX low key on the bottom left of the map with some Fireflies.
Yeah, we might be heading over though to look at the fight between DRG and OUG currently going on, although it looks like it's just getting to the end, as DRG have been able to take down 2 players of OUGK, like, as you said, Raven, kiting over to grab those Fireflies on the outskirts of City of Tang. Something to note as well is that both of those Temis, we were talking about that Takeda F2 being a little bit of a cat amongst the pigeons. Both of these Temis are running the V3, so there's going to be a lot of Wisp resets coming on through when we do see those contests into those Spirit Wells, as it is going to be WBG taking a little bit of a slower start. DRG also going to be grabbing some of those Darktide coins to afford the Bane's Breath. No one is dropping it at the moment just now, as when one team goes for the Moonbane, it does mean that no one is able to drop. It might be dropped onto City of Tang because we see so many of these teams surrounding this space so they can break all of those destructibles and grab themselves those coins as quickly as possible. Jun going to be grabbing himself a parry onto KLA CXC, who does get that zip sustainability, comes on through. Now that his health has been topped on off to have the full hit of these dashes, breaking on out onto these players. FPX also going to be coming on out with their own Kylan ultimate, finding these dashers, finding that sustain. Charged R&B on the dual halberds coming out from Jiaohu. But both of these Kylan teams going to have to be incredibly quick in figuring out how they want to play into the third party that just showed up. Wolves breaking into the mix with that Tesla enchantment. XEM trying to take advantage of the chaos collapsing onto any of these players that have isolated themselves away. Looks like they've been able to find one onto FPX's Sansley. Dragon Slayers into Nezis is going to set things up for them to grab the kill, but now they're getting third and fourth partied onto by another Viper and Tesla Wuchen team. XEM breaks into the building to try and live through the 3-second stagger duration of that Tesla ultimate, but he gets spotted down by QCG, who comes on through with the punishment. Has to burn that every hit of damage, connects onto this Hardy before taking to the walls and utilizing those skill rushes to break away so many players in the area. It is absolute carnage, but that is benefiting the Tesla Viper and Wuchen teams perfectly because of the speed that Tesla is able to build her ultimate, fast surpassing everyone else who needs to hit 100% of rage. Another Tesla enchantment comes on through for X1 to try and turn the attention onto some of these other players, but ZDI is going to lose the staff, gets parried by KLA's Hardy and has to go on the run. They don't have the Wuchen teleport to get themselves out of the mix, and now with the Moonbane being dropped directly onto the top of City of Tang, it is an absolute disengagement race as all of these players try and outlive the absolute chaos going on around them.
DRG showing up last to the party, you know, picking up the scraps, but nice little bit of kills they're able to pick up, getting 5 off spawn. Now off to the side though, isolated fight. Wolves on the recovery is going to be running into the blue armor of KLA. CXZ is going to get staggered by the Tesla ultimate, but NHQ on the Tesla going to be getting juggled. 3 KLA members all staggering him. Can he find an opening to come back? He cannot. The lockdown of KLA is just too strong. Now looking at the off spawn, the remnants of Tang is going to be moving out to the side. KLA does have 3 ultimates up. They're sitting pretty, waiting for that next Realm of Yang. Will DRG contest? DRG does have 5 kills right now. Do they want more? 5 before the first Realm of Yang. Definitely really, really good. Moving on to this first Realm of Yang. Teams like to set up, get those blue jades going, open it up, getting full 6 jades. Blue armor with 6 jades is even better than having purple armor with just a bunch of gray jades. Now we're going to get Alliance showing up on their tried and true Viper combination. NY7 on the Viper are going to be leading the charge, looking for that F3. And looks like they're coming from Puzzle. NY7 with a gold fan. DRG has to be really careful right now. NY7 at 90% is going to have ult online. DRG does not want to take this fight. They want to work their way to this first Realm of Yang, but Alliance does not care. They want to take this fight. They don't mind fighting on the outside. NY7 is going to be leading with that F3. Has the ultimate online, but Moonbane is going to be coming down by Alliance. They want to hold players down. Max range grapple coming out from NY7. He's going to pop the V1. They don't need to get all 3, just need to get 1. Hottie is going to get ulted by the Tesla wall. He's going to cube out of there. Can they find the kill onto them? Kylan is coming in with a nice peel, but Yuma is going to find that musket shot, and the Moonbane should be cleaning up DRG, but WX98 is going to be able to make it out on that Kylan, making his way back into Tang. Will he be able to survive though? Last one standing for his team. They do have Resurrect on the zipping to play off, but it's going to be really tough to find that Resurrect this later. And NY7 sniffs. They'll know something's up right now. You're going to pop the F3. Not able to find it on the kind of WX98 cannot survive. Great play from Alliance to pick up these 3 frags before this first Realm of Yang.
Yeah, really good opening as well to come in with the lead on that Viper F3 and then the Tessa ultimate to force the Hardy into burning that cube, which allowed Alliance's Viper NY7 to close up the distance, see where the Hardy had set the cube up, make sure that the V1 is within range to catch both the Hardy but also that cube distance, that all of the players, if they use that combo breaker to escape the follow-up coming through from Alliance, would be forced into having to deal with as well. Alliance now turning their attention onto X1. NY7 will get cut onto by that Tessa enchantment. The 3-second stagger is going to come through. His Wuchen trying to use those walls and peel for him so he can have the shield regeneration. Does still have that legendary fan for the fast resets on those scale rushes. And X1 have not been able to find any damage that has stuck to these players. Now Alliance are going to be leading in with their own Tester enchantment. NY7 weaving in that Viper F3, gets hit back to his players with the charged RMB on that longsword, but that puts them in perfect position to throw the charged RMB and take down X1 ZDI. X1 were not ready for that fan to be legendary damage scaling. Now with the Wuchen teleport burned out, X1 are having to throw in that Viper V1, but immediately it's going to be taken off of the board. Alliance converge, collapsing onto the left behind Viper that X1 have chosen to act as a sacrifice, trying to live as long as possible to give his two teammates as long time as they possibly can to break away from these players of Alliance's side. Unfortunately, though, he's run directly into another team, and by trying to move away from OUG, understanding that this team has ultimates and Alliance are the greater of two evils, LYD puts himself right back into the crosshairs, and Revenge with the bow will be able to claim the kill. Alliance now did get kited into OUG. We did see the Karumi tether from OUG side to make sure that Alliance weren't able to chunk through the armor and into the health bar, and that is going to allow Alliance the recent opportunity necessary, as in the meantime ASE are able to get their hands on 2 rebuff charms. But this next aspect of the game, Raven, that's going to decide the tempo and pacing of the mid to late. The first realm of Yang is on the board, and JL is going to be going up against Bowder.
Ooh, the two heavyweights going at it. JL, VVV on the Takeda versus you. VVV is a little bit more scaled up, has the purple fist right now, but you with the fan, tried and true fan on the Kylan. It looks like Hadiel is going to be invested. VVV looking for the people. He's going for a ride. Peak on the zipping, putting VVV in the pressure, but JL is going to be leading with the Kurumi ult for their first ultimate. VV will pop his Takeda ult now. Kylan ult coming out with the juggles, not getting any pressure out, but TXJ has his health stripped from him. I mean, the armor circle is going to be helping him and coming back out. Now you put it against the corner from VVV. One more shove to his name. He is able to take down you with the Temi ult to secure the kill as well. Peak is going to get slammed down by the F1. Nice parry coming out from VVV. 1v3ing. Walking through Bowder right now. VVV on the Takeda is a juggernaut. Gonna get that parry, closing it out for his team. And JL letting everyone know, you're just playing our composition. We are the inventors. They played the perfect counter into Bowder.
I mean, someone wasn't expecting the Takeda F2. Is the storyline of that realm of Yang, as Alliance now going to be heading up against Wolves. Wolves with the Viper V1 going to be forcing Alliance into using that Wuchen teleport to temporarily disengage and distance themselves from the fight. Both of these teams are going to have to be very careful. Realm of Yang has just been won. JL and KLA are going to be out hunting the teams that are fighting, hunting for teams that they can kill. Looks like Wolves were able to pick themselves up a Draco Storm off a Spirit Well as well, which is the reason why Alliance are just full disengaging. They do not want to take this fight against this team, but Yuma gets caught out behind into the first hit of damage into the Tessa ultimate follow-up as well. That 3-second enchantment window, the charged RMB on the staff sets up for the first frame of charged vertical on that pole sword, and he is going to disappear as Wolves having to deal with Alliance now trying to converge and find a flank onto this team, but they are able to spot it out. An Alliance without the players, without the ultimates, are going to falter as Wolves with that additional damage off of that Draco Storm just melting the health bars and getting their hands on the legendary fan. Alliance not going to be able to get into the double digits. This is not going to be their breakaway game. Raven, yet again, when they're at the top, they're denied that potential of moving ever closer to match point.
Now going back to the Rebel game, we're going to have a nice replay. FBX versus KLA. CXZ on the Kylan, taking the zipping for a ride. Taoyu in a tough position right now. Half health. CXZ still has that Kylan ultimate, but the peel from the Hottie coming in hot. Nice job popping ultimate to iframe through the zipping, having trouble getting away from the pressure. The car crash coming in, and he's going to plow through FBX now with the cleanup. KLA going to be winning this Realm of Yang. All of their players at high health, but this is a problem with Kylan. The slashes take up a lot of his health. He is vulnerable coming out of this, of his ultimate. Nice peel from his teammates. FPX down to their last player, 1v3 situation. Junks not able to do it. KLA. Now on the outside though, both Rebellion Buffs teams going at it. Temiel's gonna be invested. OUG's coming in. 3 teams just plowing in. F3 gonna be flying in. Jinyu finds the first kill. And now Baudu coming in. 4 teams all jumping in after that Realm of Yang.
Literally every single team in this lobby almost is on the outskirts of Plumed right now. GG with that Kurumi Tether onto CJS. Does still have that IV2, also still has Yang depletion, so GG not going to be able to disengage even when these teams show up to the fray. They have to hold their ground. They need these kills. They need the soul blimps to cleanse. There's OUG looking to keep things going. Bowder's Eula with that Kylan ultimate, the late V2, catching out so many of these players. Bowder with the perfect timing attack, yet again show up late to the party when everyone has burned through these resources. Kurumi V2 is going to try and keep everyone from the side of GG alive and healthy as Bowder put themselves onto the high ground. The fight potentially kiting over towards Ballista play from coming on out. And immediately you can see the teams with the macro sense getting into position to either challenge the Ballista contest from other teams or utilize it for their own gain. Bowder's you now with that pistol, putting pressure onto GG's LXM, then having to turn onto the players of FPX who were looking to sandwich Bowder in between them, but GG still having to deal with X1, and the Ballista is in play! The jousting is out! CXZ with the 40 horsepower on the Ballista wins the jousting match against his opponent on the opposite end. X1 forced into throwing in that Wuchen teleport, retreating away from the Ballista 1v1 with their tail between their legs, and that is why Ballista macro matters.
There's a Congo line of third parties just south of Plume Castle at the puzzle. Now looking at the scores, Bowder with 3, GG with 3, everyone with some skills with kills with the exception of WBG, and it's still going right now. Second Realm of Yang is going to be coming out. Multiple teams going to make their way towards this. Will a Viper team go into this Realm of Yang? And this is what I was saying, Moxie, that because there are so many durable teams, it's a little bit harder for Viper teams to get so much pressure out. Now, we saw Alliance, they get 9 kills off spawn, but going to this mid game, this is the power spike of the Siphon, of the Hottie comms going into this middle game where the Takedas have that purple and gold ultimate. Hotties and Kylans have that gold weapon. They hit for trucks right now. We are going to see Wolves XCM with the gold fan going to be trying to claim this spirit wall, and this is where Vipercom does shine a lot. They can overcommit to fighting for that spirit wall, and if they're challenged, back out and get out of there. Now we're gonna get Bowda's you versus KLA. Always a fun time seeing you fight his former teammates. You have Bowda on the Kylan, you taking up to the sky, looking for the opener. Drop down focus going to be coming out, looking for the flank, and then immediately switching targets him to the other side. You trying to impose his will on to KLA. Kylan ult not popped yet. Hottie ults are going to be going off, trying to get some value off. You're hearing the cubes go down, and now Kylan is forced to pop his ultimate. You matches immediately, uses his cube, looking for the flank. Unfortunately, not able to find it, but they have so much momentum. But you health, chipping down, not landing some of these slashes, doing a lot of damage to himself. CXC doing a good job of damage controlling the situation, but you is going to get a nice parry with this ultimate onto the zipping, getting the juggles off. Now CXC going to pop his gold F to try to peel for his teammates, trying to buy time right now for his teammates to make something happen. And Bauda's peak on the zipping is going to get staggered right now. Has to be very careful. He gets pushed against the wall. Now KLA has turned this match around. KLA, Hadi is going to pop that cube down. They have a ton of pressure going down, but cube is up for Bauda. You're on, and you have a chance to bring this back. Can they do it, Moxie?
It's gonna be close, as both Hardys have their ultimates up. We see the aerial dogfight come on through. QGG trying to charge up those triple hits of damage with the drive-bys, forces the combo break from the Hardy as that ultimate drops on out, finds the parry onto Yiran as well, and KLA before timeout will be able to see themselves the winner of that mirror match, claim themselves that Realm of Yang, but crucially, it's not before these teams have probably been able to pick up that buff from the Spirit World, because that Realm of Yang, oh, never mind, Wolves have been kiting it out for as long as they possibly can. They're about to get invaded right now by KLA. Bida also going to be in the area in soul form, looking to find a team that they can take a fight against. Unfortunately for them, they don't exactly want to go up against the Wuchen team because they'll just pull lighters. We can have a look and see how this Realm of Yang went on down. JL versus ASE. BVV gets hit into that Dragon Slayer's Nezha's Cleave, activates that Takeda ultimate, has 3 Furin shoves to his name to lead into the jump Ellen Bleeze on those fist blades, sets up the skill which gets hit into with that Temi Wisp. Remember, both of these teams are running the Temi V3, as we can see just the cleanup on that last player of support coming on through. JL taking a little bit of downtime over towards Matab to go shopping and pick themselves up some Soul Jades of Destiny, rubbing their hands onto Mystic Midas. Currently, Wolves have not actually picked up the buff, so I would assume that they're still going to be camping out that Spirit Well for as long as they possibly can, which tells me that there's going to be a very active fight going down in a matter of moments, as KLA do still have Draco Storm, are going to be looking to see if they can find any players out towards the edges, any teams that haven't been able to get the best handle of loot or are potentially missing teammates and are looking to squirrel themselves away in the sidelines in the hopes of finding safety. There's Bauda with Yang Depletion are out on the prowl. They've been able to figure out where OUG is. Unfortunately for them, OUG is far more skilled than they are. Forbidden Seal could also potentially come into play, as it is going to be OUG on the Xiphon composition going head-to-head with the Zip Kyle and Hardy, which is not a comp that Bauda want to try and challenge. They know that if that Xi V2 comes out, their zipping is not going to be able to keep that Kylan healed for him to find the full value of those slashes. And because of this, Bauda choose actually to bite the bullet. Instead of engaging, they back off and look for a better composition to go up against.
Yeah, it's not very smart to go into that fight with the Yang Depletion. It's very obvious when you take a fight very early that you are the team that's desperate for the Yang Depletion. Now, the great thing that NARAKA has added is on that second round, when you have the Yang Depletion, they added a lot more time, so you can buy time and pick your fights wisely. Battle's going to get aggressed on by ASC. ASC, 2 minutes left on the Yang Depletion. They're going to invest that Temi ult already. Hadi also going to be brought down, but Hadi's stuck in the wall right now. He is going to be able to pop the cube, but now the zipping's left behind. She did pop her cube already. Peak, though, under a ton of pressure. Kylan's going to be coming in, get that first juggle, creates tons of space for her zipping to get out right now. Now, Moran on the crewmate is going to be taking a lot of pressure. Same thing with Takeda getting shoved out. They have to be careful with the roller. Now, Bauda's jumping in as well, finding the opportunity for this third party. Crewmate also going to be invested already. You down to half health right now. Has to be careful. He is Tessa ulting right now. Xiaowen on the Takeda, going to pop that F1. No one's going to be hitting them. I spoke too soon. Out of nowhere, OU the king on the Matari is going to pick that kill, and the whole lobby is descending upon this roller area. 4 teams all here right now. All the Yang depletion teams trying to desperately cure right now. KLA with the advantage right now. Kylan also going to be affected by CXZ. He's looking to pick up some kills for his team. He is going to get 10 ultimate right now. Deep Fried right now, down to 1 HP, is going to pop that ultimate. Tessa on the stagger. KLA trying to desperately peel for him. Wolves on the outside, desperately looking for this kill, but CXZ, nice peel coming out from his teammates to get him out of there. So many teams coming out over here. Still 22 people are left alive in this lobby.
And I mean, JL just showed up to the party as well. And because they just showed up, they've got all of their ultimates, Raven. They're about to just make an absolute splash when they decide to drop on through. Roller's still going to be in play. JL not deciding to show their hand. The fighting has since simmered down. The teams that had Yang depletion having found the kills to be able to cleanse that one is going to reduce the aggression that all of these players are forced into. And so JL aren't going to be able to find that opportunity to cross the fortification of the Thorny Roller track and collapse onto these players that are low, because everyone found the reset point. As Wolves, with that Mystic Might and that damage reduction, have been able to keep themselves alive even in the face of all of the burst damage ultimates like that Takeda, like that Kylan coming on through. But this is going to be a very tough final zone. Thorny Rollers always are a very tough final zone, especially if that is where the Spirit Wall decides to spawn on up, as Wolves get collapsed onto by KLA. 17S with the Nessas forcing the Tessa immediately to go for that enchantment follow-up. XEM will not get collapsed onto, but unfortunately for him, his Tessa will. There is no follow-through from any of the teams in the area, and Wolves still having the damage reduction off of that Mystic Might is going to mean that their health bars don't fall low enough to provide that third-party opportunity, as it looks like everyone who was fighting around Jin's armory have since moved position over towards Matab, and this is a very interesting place to take fights in as well because of the amount of layers that there are to this building. It is absolutely perfect for drop-down assassinations that you're not expecting, as Wolves trying to find these hits of the F3 to confirm that immediate burst of damage onto KLA to stunt any form of sustain that is available to the Zips team. Will be able to find the drop down, but it's OUG that they have to bend the knee to, as it is going to be XEM backing off, taking a heal. KLA did lose their players, but unfortunately for Wolves, it wasn't kills to that tally. It was to teams in the surrounding area. 17S is going to try and make a play, but he gets spotted out as he moves over towards the Soul Altar. Thinks better of it. It is better to not bring your teammate back into the mix, get jumped onto by all of the teams when you're low in loot, and provide potentially another kill to get these teams closer to that kill score multiplier. Unfortunately for KLA, this probably means that it's just going to be their lone Zip against the world. And when you have the Zip, the Hardy, and the Kylan, the Zip is the last hero you want to rely on when we go to a final zone collapse.
Now, it's crazy that you would say that zipping is the least reliable, but it's true. Kylan and Hadi have so much more utility. Zipping in trios ends up just being a punching bag when she's left alone, but we're going to get a nice little stacked endgame here. And like you were pointing out, Moxie, a lot of verticality here in Metab. Probably going to be going off to heal off, if I had to guess. With so much verticality, a lot of teams are going to opt to just securing their layer, securing their level, and just not letting another team contest for them. And with every team having a support player, most likely, I'd be very surprised if it's not going to be some type of two-way and three-way tie. We did see a four-way tie in solos yesterday. Will we see a 3- or 4-way tie today in trios? A little bit more difficult because we got the threat of the Viper drop, and we still haven't seen whether or not the Spirit Wall is going to be that Tiger Bus.
It's White Tigers. It's in the top right now.
Already is the White Tigers, but the Thanos snap is going to be there for the taking. Which team is going to aggress for this? Now, JL has pretty stacked when it comes to going for this, and this is where Siphon definitely shines. Now, you do have to pick up your spots very, very carefully here because you are all in. It's not like the Hottie composition where you can cube out of the situation, back off if things go wrong. Once you start investing your ultimates and another team pushes you off, you are all in. Temiolt's going to be cutting off this half. Nice job from TXJ, and it looks like they've been doing the prep work. They are going to be waiting for this last sliver of health to try to wait and grab that last little bit. They are going to catch it. Now JL has a chance for the Thanos snap. Are they going to get that snowball, string a couple kills together, and possibly execute the rest of the lobby? There's 19 people left alive. That means 16 people are left for the taking.
The loadout! Phoenix Burst, Wild Windspout, and a Flamer. FPX might be named after a phoenix, but unfortunately they are not rising from the flames of that one. JL's VVV putting all of the pressure onto these players. Wolves going to be dropping in that zoning Tessa enchantment to try and keep JL off, but unfortunately for them, they put their back towards the zone, and VVV finds the follow-up with the Fury Shove, trying to push them further into that Storm Corruption tick. Damage, they get another kill! Slowly getting closer and closer to the ability to just snap their fingers and take every single player in this lobby out in one fell swoop. Witch and Teleport has been invested. Viper ultimate now gonna be coming on through. VVV does not have Fury Shoves to expand, but he does have a Karumi ultimate to stand in, and his health bar barely budges. Gets that F3 when the tether snaps. That Cicada is going to get much more aggressive. And we are going to see every single other team that is not JL put themselves onto the high ground, try and create more distance between themselves and the team with White Tigers, so that if the shockwaves start to pop off, they have that distance away from the 40 meters attribution range, as it is going to be Wild Windspout into Phoenix, into Corruption damage, and X1's LYD. One of these players' former teammates gets absolutely dusted. Now they turn their attention onto some of these other remaining players from X1. VVV trying to find that chase down. DRG's WX98 unfortunately left behind in the ruins of JL's rampage. The Zip ultimate is going to be forced. VVV with the zoning Phoenix burst, just keeping everybody in the Storm Corruption 6 damage. FPX's Sansi is going to fall. 11 players left, but JL are on 15 kills and counting. They've got the better position. They're holding on to the low ground. They're going to get another kill onto X1 ZDI. The shockwave pops on off, hitting every single player left alive in this lobby. Raven, are we going to see the Thanos snap? Because JL still have the buff.
17 kills right now. Going to JL. A minute 40 left. Temiolt's is going to be invested by TXA. They're trying to secure this last kill. Everyone's down to their last sliver of health. SS trying desperately to buy some time for everyone to heal, but SS will fall. 5 people left alive. JL's looking to clean up the lobby. Slow and 7. They don't even need the Thanos snap. They just methodically have been picking off everyone left and right. FBX is going to get cleaned up. Now, Wolves NXQ is going to be cleaned up. Junk's trying to buy some time, trying to claim that second place for some placement points, but VVV is going to pop his ultimate. He does get punted into zone by the Kylan. VVV has to be careful. Junk's holding him in zone, and he is going to fall. Big mistake coming out from JL, and now OUG is going to be capitalized on this. Nice Dragon Slayer going to come out onto Fong, and the Kurumi is going to fall. We spoke too soon. JL not able to close this out. One person left alive. TXJ in a 1v3 or 1v2v1 situation. Can TXJ bring this back? The King is low health, but Shinyu does have the Zai ult up. Junks is gonna fall. TXJ stuck in the edge of zone. Can't do much. Matari ult's gonna be coming down, and OUG is gonna steal it away with 13 kills at the last second. You see the smiles going up. We shouldn't have had that one. JL does drop the ball, even though they have 19 kills.
Oh, FPX. With a little bit of revenge later on that Kylan. I was going to talk about it like when we were talking about the verticality and the fact that like the Zip, the Hardy, and the Kylan of that composition, the Zip is the last hero that you actually want to live because Hardy and Kylan have so much pushback as well as survivability with the ultimates for that exact reason, right? When you play on that verticality, even when you play on the low ground, the knockback that's available, we were discussing it the other day, with that Kylan, it's so obnoxious. And unfortunately for JL, if it had been anyone else, it would have been fine. If it had been the Temi, he would have been able to use the combo breaker to escape. If it had been the Kurumi especially, she would have just been able to tether onto either her Takeda or her Temi and then teleport off of the tether away from that Corruption 6 damage. But it isn't the Temi, it isn't the Kurumi, it's the Takeda. And he tries to use those Fear and Shoves to interrupt the Kylan. But the problem is he's just getting bobbed all around the place, and that Corruption damage does not play around. That absolutely melts your health bar. So yet again, we see a team that could have had a really high scoring round be robbed of it because they're not the last one standing.
Yeah, it's really, really critical in these positions when you get the Spirit Well buff to capitalize on it. That 1.2 multiplier is absolutely huge. And what's funny, Moxie, is that it was JL who really pioneered that Hadi and Kylan endgame strategy where you punt out these Takedas who are going crazy with that Tiger buff, looking for the Thanos snap. And if you're not careful, we even saw you get carried off into zone on his Takeda by TXJ on the Hadi, but this time JL gets a taste of their own medicine. You see VVV getting taken for a ride, and the thing about Kylan is like he can go super deep out there. He has that immortality when he gets to low health. So unlike most characters, Takeda has his way with a lot of characters. He doesn't have his way with the Kylan. We see such an excellent play coming out from OUG to steal that round away from everyone. Just really, really big on them. And 13 kills is still a lot of kills. Now it gets overshadowed by how much JL had right there. And out of all the teams who get the Spirit Well, I'd say JL out of all of them doesn't get the Thanos snap as frequently as GG or Wolves. It's just for whatever reason the lobby really, really respects it, or they just cannot coordinate that burst as well as GG and Wolves. So we'll have to see how it moves forward. Now it's still, we're talking about a little bit of inches here. JL still has a massive game. They still have to feel good about that round. But that last little bit, though, that's what really bothers really great players, is when you know you should have had something, you know you should have cleaned up something that was in your grasp, and they dropped the ball there, definitely in that endgame.
Oh, what could have been, Raven? If they'd had a couple more kills and that last score, then potentially they could have been on match point. But as it is, they're still able to walk away with the total MVP in a 21.5 score. However, OUG, despite getting 5 kills less, were the last team standing, do get that kill score multiplier. They're going to be able to pick themselves up 20.8 for game number 2. They're going to be joined by KLA, who were able to pick up 11, but did not get the kill score multiplier. And you can see, like, what a huge impact it has. KLA were only 3 kills away from what OUG were able to accrue. However, because they didn't have that score multiplier to help them out when it gets to the overall standings, they are so far behind in terms of the scoreline that they're able to set. As we can have a look at JL statistics, 24,500 healing coming on out from JL on the Kurumi. But here is where it gets interesting, because like TXJ and VVV, they're always really split when it comes to damage. Like, a lot of the time we see that Takeda would be that forward position 1 and he would be the most aggressive player. But between that Kurumi tether, you can tether both the Temi and the Takeda. And you can sort of swap around when you want either to be your position 1 and be doing the most amount of damage. By the way, I think that's the first time that we've seen Takeda with F2 be in a winning MVP composition. So good job, VVV! Yet again, off-picking those hero ability loadouts and showing that that surprise factor works, because I guarantee you, every single team that they ran into when they saw that Sand Siphon were thinking, yeah, there's no way Takeda's on F2.
Now, some players, the ability definitely carries a player, but the player makes the ability work in VVV's case. Now looking at the overall leaderboards, Alliance still in first place at 52.7, but BLADEPOINT closes the distance at 52.5. JL, massive jump up into 21.5. Game at 50.7. GG at 46.4. OUG at 45. And DRG at 44. Man, with this new point system, it's just so close going into these later games. And we're going to be going into game 4. We're not even at that halfway point for the day. That was just game 3, and we're seeing the teams heat up right now. Game 4, we're going to be coming up. Oh, wow. Just massive plays coming out from VVV. We're seeing him on this F2 Takeda. But he just absolutely cuts through Bauda right here, I believe.
I wish we had a face cam on Bauda, like when they realize that it's Takeda F2.
Normally,
just the sheer element
of
surprise.
Normally, VVV is on the quiet side, but we're seeing my man locked in. He's super hype, leading in charge on the position 1 on the Takeda. And we saw, this is what we were talking about, the Congo line of teams just third-partying nonstop here. This fight moves over to the Ballista, but you just see JL just thriving in all the chaos, finding more and more kills. Now, this is the beginning of the end, Moxie. A little bit of a mistake right here. I cast her curse JL a little bit here. They were on their way to the Thanos tap, and then my man just gets carried into zone.
Yeah, just cut the VT. You know, we can fill in the blanks. JL kill everybody. They get the Thanos snap. They get the Lasco multiplier. It's this bit. It's this bit. When VVV gets hit into by that Kylan, and to add salt in the wounds, it's not even OUG's Kylan, because OUG are on the Siphon composition. It's FPX. FPX had the Kylan left alive after JL had just absolutely steamrolled the rest of their players when they got their hands originally on the White Tigers. FPX's players were the first that JL turned onto, with VVV just absolutely obliterating Sansi. However, it is still going to be JL walking away with MVP. And it is going to be VVV, his 4th MVP, with the F2 V3. I am entirely sure that this is the first time we've seen a Takeda F2 come through with the overall MVP. However, he also had the Phoenix Burst, which we got to see in full play when JL were fortifying their resources for that Spirit World contest, and a 5,540 statistic of damage without weapons. So there is your answer to how much damage those shockwaves did, despite not being able to find the full dustening of 2024. They were still able to get a fair chunk of players low with those shockwaves popping off from places to places. And I think, like, in aspects to that, JL just really lucked out of how the zone was positioned when they got their hands on White Tiger's prowess, because it wasn't just there's low ground and there's nowhere else to go. There were so many different aspects of terrain, and a lot of the teams in the area, by now, they're used to when a team picks up that White Tiger's prowess, not cannibalizing each other, like not pushing each other out of spaces and forcing one party into the team with the White Tigers, which then allows them to find the kills. Speaking about allowing, we're going to be allowing ourselves a quick little break. We'll see you on the other side of this interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with Dongqing and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，先和大家打招呼。
大家好，我是深圳第2季的冬青。
欢迎冬青来到赛后采访啊，也是老朋友了，也是非常欢迎来到我们赛后采访。Okay, so first, you know, like this season for DRG, I saw that you guys improve a lot compared with the like last 2 bi-weekly. So I would like to know how you guys just adjust. 那我先问一下，因为这个赛季啊，到目前为止，其实前2个双周感觉 DRG 的表现呢，就是有点不咸不淡，但是这个双周可以感到明显的变化。能给我们讲讲在这个双周之前 DRG 做了哪些改变吗？
其实可能新队伍刚组成嘛，然后打法就比较偏稳健，然后就现在磨合2周了，也比较敢打了，然后拿分机会也多了。
Okay, so to be honest, because this new season for us also we are new together and like we cooperate with our new teammate and we really need time. And so for the last like 2 bi-weekly, we are like just so, but like now we have our own style. That's why we can improve a lot in this bi-weekly final. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 让我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。 So you guys can see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so please don't leave our screen room, and if you are the lucky guy, you will be whispered. Okay, let's see to this question. How many kills did Team SCDRG get in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中 DRG 到底拿下了多少击败 Okay, so we mentioned about the latest game, and you know when we like to decide who to interview, and you guys still alive and really have high skills, really have high scores, but I would like to know, so what happened at last? 那我其实这边啊，就当时我们在定人选的时候，其实你们队伍这一把还是打得非常的不错的，而且3个人也都在存活，但突然之间3个人就都没了，这个最后到底发生了什么事情？能跟我们讲讲吗？
就别人红橙湖拿那个符打了我们没打过，然后就卡在就返魂前，就马上返魂没的时候，然后没了，然后就只能运营进决赛圈了。
对，我说的是这一把的最后，就其实你们3个人到了决赛圈的时候，还是作为一个满编队伍存在，应该是非常有优势。但那一波怎么会一下子3个人就都需要开出大招了呢？
就想去收人，然后收分的时候就一下大招全交了，然后后面就等着了。
还是那个谋略上面出了一点点小问题啊。Okay, so in this final circle, we like to use all our ultimate to get more killing score, but it's like really a pity after we give all the ultimate and like we are just died in the final circle and didn't survive to the end. Really pity, 一点点小可惜，但是没有关系。那我觉得应该也已经准备就绪了，我们就准备进入倒计时。Okay, and I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 英文说3、2、1。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请东青给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个。
C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C. And also, I also saw that you addressed like how to operate to the end of the game. Although we like in the game 2, you guys are not like survive to the end. Sorry, you survive to the end, but you don't have too much killing score. So I would like to know how you just adjust. 那这边也想问一下，其实这个双周看到DRG一个很大的进步，就是你们在运营方面的表现要比之前的2个双周出色非常多。哪怕像刚才第2把啊，其实看上去人头没有很多，但是也是稳稳的运营到了最后。这个是队内做了怎么样的调整呢？
就进回让进。
Okay, so because of the realm of Yarn, that's why we can operate to the end of the game. 好的，再次感谢东青今天来到我们的赛后采访，也是给我们做了一个分享。哎呀，今天也是一个周决，也是希望DRG会有机会，自己有没有信心？
有的。
I just asked him if he had the confidence if they can get the championship of this bi-weekly, and he told me yes. And we would like to say good luck to DRG, and thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for some more NARAKA Pro League Trios Finals Week 3. I am Raven PLZ. I am joined by the lovely Moxie. It's been an insane day so far, Moxie. Going into game 4, a lot of teams are heating up, and we're seeing our first, that's actually the second drop. We saw DRG steal it away from Bauta the previous round, and we're seeing OUG steal it away from JL this round. Well, you know what's a steal for all of us? Are these Twitch drops, Moxie?
Yeah,
I mean, 3 finals. That backdrop, Moxie.
Yeah,
that's sweet.
I didn't think I would change my banner from the one that we got for Jacob last year, and then I saw Dragon's Grave and I was like, it is purple, and I do like purple, and I do like showing my appreciation for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League in my own games as well. So we might just have to do a little bit of a switch when it comes to our banner cosmetic lineup. But speaking about switches and lineups, a lot of these teams are probably going to be swapping up a lot of the compositions that they play, considering it's game number 4. Everyone's hero points have now been refreshed. All of these teams are going to be running with 9. And they have to make those 9 last, potentially all the way up to game number 8.
We are really, really close to the threshold to win that match point. Now, when we saw Wolves do it before, winning a trios bi-weekly in 4 games, I just don't think that's ever going to happen again, especially now that teams have realized the Thanos Snap, that White Tigers buff. Now, what teams are trying to do when we're calling the Thanos Snap in that Spirit Wall at the end of the game, if you're able to snowball with the White Tigers buff, it launches a very, very large AoE nuke that hits only the health of people around, and it does not care where you are. It has a humongous radius, and especially with that tiny little zone, there's no way to get away from it. And every single time it goes off, you're not able to get a heal off. It staggers you as well. So as long as they're able to get multiple kills in a row, you can essentially just full lobby wipe everyone, and then no matter where someone goes, they are going to fall. You can't really go deep into the zone like a Viper V1 stun. A lot of the times in endgame, people will go into zone and try to hide behind a rock with V1. You can't really do the same thing for White Tiger buff. The range is too big, and the amount of damage it does to your health is way too great. And with zone being max corruption the second you touch it, it's not really a viable strat. So the best thing you can do is just try to run away and not let them get a string of kills. Now, normally when we see teams like Wolves and GG get that buff, it's almost inevitable that the Thanos Snap, even OUG has a really, really easy time of getting the multiple kills string going. And I can think of 2 other scenarios where JL got the White Tiger buff and they weren't able to get the snap off, but they still managed to pick up tons of kills. Now, one of the really, really big strengths of the Kylan and Hottie comp is, like you pointed out, Moxie, is that you can get punted in the zone. The Hottie can smack you, launch you into zone. The Kylan can hit you with the 1 charge, not the double charge, and send you flying into zone, and they can suffocate you out there and pick up the kills. It's one of the best ways to stop Takedas from going absolutely crazy in these end games. Now, moving on to the next round, will we see, Moxie, more Vipers? I know you keep pointing out in that phase 2, a lot of these teams running that Viper. I'm still waiting to see one of these Alliance Viper rounds inside of Rebel Yang you've been talking about.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not just Alliance either. Some of these other teams have also been running the Viper Tessa Wuchang composition into the Realm of Yang. I think as well, because you pointed out that so many of these teams are around the 50-point threshold currently for the scores, we are more than likely going to be seeing a lot of them push towards, especially now that they have 9 hero points to have to play with, the Viper Tessa and Wuchang compositions, just so they can stack up kills and make sure that they're at least scoring high. That even if they get knocked out by some of those teams in the mid game when Yang depletion is about and players' aggression is forced by their hand having to basically be like, we either all in this team and we potentially get third-partied and die, or we don't all in a team and we die to Yang depletion, which is an absolute horrible position for anyone to be in. And it makes the mid to late game much more problematic for the Viper Test from Wuchang compositions, because they want to third party, but they don't want to be third partied. That's been something that's been a big problem for the Viper Test from Wuchang compositions so far today. However, if they're able to put up enough kills in the early game where that Viper F3 does so much damage and these teams aren't in a position to being able to have the armor to live through that massive hit of damage at the opening, it does mean that they're going to be starting to push up the scoreboard. Because as we've talked about, bi-weekly finals, right? We keep saying, yeah, Wolves were able to end it in 4 games. The way that the bi-weekly finals rule set works is that you have to get above 70 points to become MVP eligible. Any game after the game where you've hit into that above 70 point threshold, if you win it overall, you don't have to be the last team standing, but if you as a team are able to MVP, then the day is done and we finish early. If we don't see that happen though, we go all the way to game number 8, and the person who takes the bi-weekly final is the team that has the highest overall score for the day as a whole. But that was one of like the reasons why Wolves were able to win back-to-back both bi-weekly finals, because not only did the Final Snap have that ability to just get so many kills, it also dusted the entire lobby, so you didn't have to worry about competition for last team standing. You would get above 20 kills, but you would also get kill score multiplier. So we would see teams get 35 points in one game and just be like, yeah, kind of inevitable. They had White Tigers, no one contested them, they get 22 kills. Just give them the scroll, give them the seal, let them do their interview. GG, day's done.
Great point, Moxie. And we didn't really see that high kills until teams discovered the White Tigers buffs like Thanos Snap. Normally getting 24 kills is absolutely insane. It was super, super rare for this happening, and it became a more common occurrence, especially when it comes to scrimming before these matches, before even group play. A lot of these teams started becoming accustomed, and now you're seeing a lot more counterplay when it comes to these spirit wells. No team is just letting you get it for free, even if you're very, very scaled. And when you do get it, teams are not going to just roll over and just let you finish the rest of the lobby. They're going to try to outplay you, as we saw BBV get taken off into zone. Now, moving forward, will there be more White Tiger buffs? It is a 50-50 of whether or not it's going to come out Mystic Might or White Tigers buff. And you got to hope that you're on a composition that can really challenge it. Now, we've seen multiple compositions use the White Tigers buff in endgame. It doesn't necessarily have to be Takeda or Kylan or Zai. We've even seen GG's Viper able to claim it before. Same thing with OUG's Viper able to claim it. That's one of the reasons that we saw a little bit of F3 Yodo coming into the picture, just because F3 was able to hold that center of the Spirit Wall. Will we see that moving forward? It looks like the rest of the lobby has solidified and realized that F3 V1 Viper is actually the best choice with that Tessa, and just using that Tessa ult to combo with the V1. But still, Spirit Well being an up for contention, and I still believe, Moxie, that the Kylan comp is still a little bit better for Viper just because of that outplay ability for a lot of terrain situations in the endgame.
Yeah, I mean, if Hadi uses his combo break, right, it is just a free kill. It's such a seesaw in terms of like balance of power between the two teams, and it's all about the neutral. And that sort of goes back to what we've been talking about, right, where it is all about the neutral, especially for the combo breakers. Forcing the Hardy or the Temi combo breaker out early is a big win condition for a lot of these teams. So we can also have a look at how these wins played on out. This is JL with that White Tigers. This, I believe, is them turning on to poor FPX with that Takeda ultimate, and there's FPX returning the favor with the Kylan V2 dashes. You can see that One Thing is doing his absolute utmost to try and keep his Takeda alive, goes for the full tether and everything, but that just means that he doesn't have it available to offer aid to a TXJ on that Temi. So we are getting ready to head into game number 4. Which team are we going to see walk away with the win? Will it be a team that has already MVP'd? Or is the pressure, is the stress of needing to perform going to buoy up some of these teams towards the lower ending of the standings? Because some teams crumble under pressure, and some teams absolutely thrive under it. And the teams that crumble under pressure, those tend to be the teams that we see do incredibly well in the regular weeks, but when it gets to bi-weekly finals, they're never quite able to close it out. And unfortunately, the team that has suffered the most from that problem and is yet to find a solution has actually been Alliance. Will this be the first time that this team can win a bi-weekly finals, or are they going to crumble just before the finish line yet again?
Going into game 4, this is the halfway point. So it's now or never for a lot of these teams. All the cards are left on the table. If they're hoping to make this NBPL finals, you need to get on the board at this point. Wolves is taking 2 of them. You need to find a win here. You need to get in that top 3 to secure some points to get into the bi-weekly finals. Now, even if you don't get into the top 6 for the bi-weekly finals or for the NBPL finals, you will have a chance for the last chance qualifiers to make it in. So no matter what, you want to still get into that first 6. It's going to be first 6. It's a lot more likely. It's a lot less volatile going to last chance qualifiers. And we're seeing the old guard still holding at the top. The likes of JL, GG, OUG, Bauda going back to their form. FPX still up there, but ASC, newcomer some there. Alliance doing really, really well today. Can Alliance pick it up this second half? They did pick Viper already twice. Now, moving forward, I want to see what Alliance's Siphon kind of looks like. If you're hoping to become one of these dominant teams, Sand Siphon has been the staple of trios. Before it was Transformers, you had to have a good monk, but now in 2024 and a lot of 2023, you had to have a really, really good Takeda and Temi. That 1-2 punch coming out from the Sand Siphon was just so reliable, and especially with the modern day 2024 Thanos Snap Tiger White Tiger's buff for these end games, you want to have that Sand Siphon on lock, and the only way you get there in that end game is you gotta win the first 2 Yangs. Sand Siphon doesn't really do really well off spawn. It needs to build up by getting some armors, getting your Jade squared away, and getting your Takeda to purple ult, and now you still have to fade getting through all the Vipers, all the Zais for that first realm of Yang. But now with the modern day Hottie, there is an alternative that you can play if you want to play very mobile. Now, one of the things that I haven't really seen from the likes of you is his Kylan really, really standing out from the crowd. Now, Kylan, kind of one of the easier characters to play when it comes to that position 1, is he's just so dominant. He has a combo break. His ultimate basically cannot get interrupted unless you let someone get close and focus attack you. But still, Kylan, I want to see about as you show us what he's made out of on the Kylan as well. Moving forward, though, who are you hoping to bring this back during the second half, Moxie?
I mean, I would love to see Alliance. They've come so close every bi-weekly finals this season and never quite been able to make it. Like, Wolves already had their Cinderella story moment where we saw them move from bottom of the table to top of the table. Something to point out, though, is that JL are the only team running Tessa Viper Wuchen. So they're not going to be able to costume change. It is going to be immediately evident when you run into a Viper Tessa Wuchen composition and you see that Wuchen teleport, which team it is you're fighting, because there's no double. JL are not going to be able to swap weapons and just disappear amongst the crowd, as it is going to be looking at all of these hero ability loadouts so far. Nothing of note. The interesting bit is when we start going to these Temis. We've seen V3 come through from the 2 Temis. Today it's going to be V1 from Jinyu. Still got to see what Jiangdong and CXZ are going to be locking in with, as everybody else is very much just running the full staple. F1 V1 on the Zips, F2 V1 on the Hardy for the Cube Tech, F1 V2 for the Kylans, F3 V2 for the Zais, V2 F1 from CXE for KLA, and then Jiangdong is going to be running that V3. So we have every single variant of Tumult Ultimate coming into play, which again goes to show how up in the pun fully intended Temi's kit really is. It's very much dependent on the Temi themselves.
Up in the air. Speaking of up in the air, Moxie, something you were talking about earlier was how the character points are going to be coming into play now going for the rest of the half. They have to stretch out 9 character points for the next 5 games. So one of the things I noticed that TXJ is doing with JL, you see all the players going with their Kylan, going with their Siphon composition. It is Predoria, and those 2 comps are the best on this map. But something you have to consider moving forward is it's very likely you won't have your good pick going into the last 2 games. And if you're hoping to get match point, remember, you have to MVP the round. Most likely MVPing the round is going into Realm of Yang and doing well in endgame. And the 2 compositions that consistently can do that is Kylan and Siphon. Now, technically, Zai can do it as well, but using your points earlier now means you might not be able to use it later.
Wolves and Alliance both going for the exact same drop location on Azos that we saw in the first game of Predoria. KLA also looking for that third party. NY7, though, getting focused down by Wolves is going to fall. And Wolves, having dealt with the hyper carry, are going to split off before KLA get the opportunity to collapse onto them before they have load, as that side can be exceptionally squishy.
Alliance, Yuma already down to half health, but it is off spawn. He can make some space for his team. Unfortunately for himself, KLA, the swarm, the surround they get onto him. Wolves comes in with a third party, though. Now KLA stuck in a tough position behind the... Actually, Wolves stuck in a tough position from KLA, surrounding Wolves as well, but the double charge is going to be coming out from XEM. He is going to get a kill onto QGG, and now 17S with the peel is going to take down XEM, and now CXZ will be cleaning it out, but Alliance showing up with revenge, getting the parry onto CXZ, pressed against the wall. Alliance's NY7 coming in with the flank as well, but Temi ult's going to be invested by CXZ. V1 on revenge is going to be keeping up for now. Can he keep himself up? The Kurumi ult is going to be invested by 17S. KLA is fighting back right now, but Alliance has the V1. Both of these teams with their support all taken away. The slugfest coming out right now. Who is going to take it? Multiple teams over here. But KLA's CXZ, last one left standing. He's going to be licking his wounds and looking to reset with his team.
Crucially, neither of the teams that picks up Moonbane are around here, as XEM is going to get juggled up into the air on the staircase, so Alliance will get a lovely extension off of that uppercut. Revenge dropping in with that zip. F1 trying to keep his players alive, but that sustain on the back of the Kurumi armor circle is so much more tanky, especially when the F3 tether gets added to the mix. Revenge gets the Hardy Cube set up to put himself onto the rooftops and try to break away. XEM has that 90% damage reduction to live through the pressure getting put onto him as the Kylan stepped up to the plate to distract the Zai before the V2 could start melting these health bars of the players of Alliance. But XEM now has been able to close up the distance, and with the last little moments of his ultimates, finds the connections onto Revenge, finds a parry onto Yuma to force out that glider from the Hardy. Yuma trying to break away. Doesn't have the greatest weapon in the back pocket to skill rush. NY7 is going to be bearing the ire of Wolves instead to try and give Yuma a little bit of time to potentially kite Wolves not away from his players, but into another team entirely. He knows that Wolves are down these key ultimates, and as a result, Wolves are going to be far less likely to go for the full commitment chase, unaware of the surroundings and what teams they could potentially be running into.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to the wire. Looking at the scoreboards, 53 for Alliance at first place, 53.7, and all the way down to 8th place. It's only a 10 points difference. Like Wolves is at 41, ASC is at 45, less than 10 points spread. So anyone in the top 8 can still get to match point right now. Now, traditionally, we have seen 5 teams usually make it to match point by the end of a tournament. OUG is going to be finding ASC on the outside round. Looks like OUG wants to take an off-spawn fight before they're going to be going to the first round of Yang. Slam's going to be coming onto Moran, onto the zipping, or onto the Kurumi, and the King is going to pop his ultimate, shoving both of them out of the circle. Nice grapple kick's going to be coming out. ASC is going for a triple grapple uppercut for OUG, and the King sitting on the outside trying to press the Takeda out of this Kurumi ult, but the Temi ult is going to be invested right now. The King Only one shove left. His teammate's gonna get parried, dropping his ultimate, but he does pick up the ultimate again. Back to purple ult. Zhao Wen down to his last little bit. He's gonna slap the king in the face, and then Stagger is gonna be coming out. The king has to pull this back for his teammates. ASC is turning this around. They were behind the 8-ball earlier, but now with the momentum, but King is gonna deny it. Now we're down to a 2v2. The King is gonna get parried now and taken down. 2v1 situation now. It's going back and forth. ASC now is gonna clean this up. I spoke too soon. I thought ASC was gonna fall, but OUG will drop the ball and get taken down by ASC.
Optimal Slap Gaming staggering into Temmie. As we head back to Azovs and see that Wolves have not gone any further. They're still in the area. This time, though, they are picking a fight against WBG, who are down one player at the moment, given the fact that someone stuck back to drop in that Moonbane. Wolves were not fully committed into the fight when it came through, so still had the ability to disengage. They sensed something was a little bit amiss when they only saw 2 players in that forward position. And it is going to be Jing with this Kylan and that V2 trying to collapse onto these players. Charged R&B on the staff, picking up the stagger setup by that Kylan dash through. But Jing, now out of that ultimate, is going to be low. He has to use all of his stamina and skill rush to back off of this fight so that his Zip can try and provide enough time for him to reset or get that ultimate online. But Ajao does go down to the V2 Fireburn, just absolutely nuking the effectiveness of that Zip ultimate. That fire tick meant that all healing is cut by 50%. And as a result, the Zip sustain did absolutely nothing. You saw when that Zip ult procs, his half bar barely moved.
Yeah, Zai just eats zipping alive. We're gonna get Alliance NY7 on the Kylan. These guys, blue fan, purple armor, setting up for that first round of Liang. ASC with the upset over OUG is going to be jumping onto GG. GG likes playing off spawn low key. They got 0 kills to their name. They should be really, really stacked, but ASC is going to get the drop on 330. He is going to get executed right now. Kruby also going to be invested, but it's a little bit too late. ASC with the drop onto CGS, and now can GG bring this back? Normally they have a really, really safe off spawn, but they get caught off guard right now. ASC with the momentum. They're going to pick apart GG right now. CGS on the Kylan trying to make something happen, but they can't do anything. Moran's going to close it out with the dagger. What is going on right now? ASC is popping off with 9 kills with Siphon. You rarely ever see this off spawn.
I told you ASC were the team to watch, and they were watching that map. Like, they understand where GG are going to drop, because everyone knows where GG drop. On Pedori, it's always Twilight Pass. So they understand, ooh, there's the Red Soldier. Keep that in the back pocket of knowledge. DRG with the Zai have the Volpine Essence and the Mortal Defiance that it provides. But going back to that point, everyone knows where GG spawn. So ASE are able to intercept GG's pathing and come through with that immediate Temmie ultimate. And it's so smart, because it means that instead of the Kylan trying to force the Temmie into ulting before the Kylan ultimate comes through, they just drop in with the Temmie ultimate early and assassinate someone before GG are ready to expect Nbpl for it. And with one of the main damage dealers just absolutely melted, there's nothing that GG really have left to stand up to the amount of loot that ASE had been able to collect, given the fact that they'd burned through 6 players previously. Now you get your wish, by the way. Alliance are going into the realm of Yang. Unfortunately for you, they're not on the Viper Tesla Wuchang composition. They are going to be on the Kylan, Hardy, and Zipping composition, and we're going to be following along with Wolves with the Siphon. XEM not actually fully charged on the Rage currently. Might be a matter of concern. The F3 does come through. Now he's going to be 8% away because of the hit of damage. Matari ultimate will reset the F3 first before the ultimate can come on out. As you can see, the Dragon Slayers just trying to find that proc into the Nezhas. The Hardy Cube has been invested from the side of Alliance, so they do have those combo breakers online as XEM is getting juggled absolutely everywhere by this Kylan. They're gonna try and outlive the full duration of the Kylan ultimate by using this Kurumi on the circle, so that when the Kylan's ultimate runs out, XEM still has that damage burst potential that isn't available from the side of Alliance. They're gonna now look to focus down NY7 since he doesn't have that Killing God immortality. The cube forced out from that Kylan means that both the Hardy and the Zip get left behind vulnerable. XEM trying to track down where he can send these chain scythe circles, looking to hit into that fire tick and start reducing the effectiveness of the zipping. But 50 seconds left. That Zaya ultimate is about to run out. Have Alliance found the kills? Have Wolves been able to find the kills needed? Revenge finally goes down with the last little bit of that Zaya ultimate, but it's still a 2 versus 2, Raven. Who sees it through?
Wow, the Kurumi F3 is going to be coming out onto Wolves. XEM. Nice F3 coming out from Kurumi, able to deny all of this damage. And now Hadi in a tough position. His teammate comes over to appeal, but he is going to get parried by the support player of Wolves. XEM down to his last little bit. Yoma is going to follow up, gets LMB down to a 1v1 for all the marbles, baby. Yoma. 10 seconds left. Someone has to commit something. He goes for the max range. He spins it around. Last hit situation. He is going to send the stone form, but Wolves XEM is going to clutch it with the parry. XEM coming in big. Someone had to go for it. XEM ready for it. Gets the parry and the big clutch of the day. Now going on the outside. Spirit Well. Looks like Bauda's you with the gold weapons, trying to claim up the Spirit Well with the Vermilions. Moxie, double greed.
Yeah, Bauda now coming on IU with that Kylan ultimate, looking to dash onto these players of X1. He's been able to keep clipping for so many of them before that ultimate has come out. Goes for the jump parry, as it is going to be now looking to set up the charge vertical. First hit goes a little bit too low, utilizes that Hardy cube to reposition back to the loot that the Spirit Well had dropped, gets hit into by that Kylan combo break. And that's going to be a very fast removal of the Vermilion Bird Smite from the players of Baudas, and they just have to deal with one last combo breaker, one last cube usage from Baudas. Yiran, who has that pole sword, is looking to just keep living, trying to kite X1 into the side of DRG, who are going to showcase jabbing on Dong Qing's staff, legendary staff, looking to set up onto these players of X1 late into the mix. But X1, having picked up that Spirit Well, have Draco Storm to their name, and DRG are potentially going to have to back off. However, X1, while they have this buff, more than happy to keep taking this fight. Kylan ultimate circles back yet again for DI, who was able to pick up all of those soul blooms, and he's just bopping them all out of the Kurumi ultimate. X1 are about to take out another team with that massive buff of the Vermilion Bird Smite. But Raven, here comes ASC for the third party.
Yeah, X1 with the Draco Storm just laying waste to everyone, but ASC, an absolute juggernaut off spawn, already up to 9 kills. They're not slowing down at all. Jumping onto DRG's Don Q. The Red Jade is going to be popped. 1,000 health is going to be regened, but he is going to get juggled. The focus fire of ASC making quick work of the Zai from DRG. Now moving up to the north, we got KLA versus FPX. Semi-ult's going to be invested. Takeda ult's going to be invested as well from QG. Alliance on the top ropes, though, waiting for these two teams to engage. No, they're not going to wait. 1:47. Time is ticking. They need their soul boost right now, but the no ult zone's going to be hit. Everyone's surprised by this. All of their ults getting cut off right now. Alliance on the outside, though, trying to keep both these teams stuck in the middle versus each other, but it looks like KLA is going to slow down, turn their attention to Alliance. Zipping is going to get shredded right now. He's going to use the cube from Hadi to back out. On the outside of the no ult zones, he's able to pop the V1, and now Alliance putting on the pressure onto KLA. They have to be careful, though, Moxie. GG's coming in for the third party on the outside.
Here comes GG. Have Alliance spotted it? The Flamebreaker is definitely going to send a message to every single player in this lobby. Alliance now have to be very careful. They do not have access to any of their ultimates when they play inside the Forbidden Seal, but if they go outside of the Forbidden Seal, they go into the Corruption Tick damage, and that's exactly why GG showed up into this area. It's going to be JL also showing up into the mix with a Viper V1, cleaving out the space into a Wuchen teleport so that they can try and disengage OUG. GG, in the meantime, able to find a kill onto KLACXC as a huge double parry comes now. Both Shinyu and the King going to be losing their weapons, but unfortunately, JL's one thing just cannot stick around and just has to keep kiting with those dual halberds. Realm of Yang is up. I'm pretty sure any team that enters into the Realm of Yang right now, Raven, might well get it for free considering the amount of teams that showed up for that Forbidden Seal third-party fight.
There's another festival of third parties. Just, you think there's a third party, there's a fourth party, there's a fifth party. You just have the server all converging onto one no ult zone. You can see the no ult zone from across the map. It looks like THC is going to be able to pick up that rebirth charm to help res his teammates. So we're going to get Bauda versus ASE, the old guard versus the new guard versus the new org on the block. You can get doubled off the opener, but he does have cavalry boom immediately, setting up a little bit of peel. Gonna delay his F1, staggering the chunk of ASC. Now you looking for this drop down scale rush, looking for that cavalry boom flank. He's gonna get a nice flank onto the zipping. Now fading out, triple hold dodge out, looking for the zoom in again. He's gonna switch over to the gold staff right now, ready to ult. Having that gold rarity is going to increase his ult charge significantly. Ult's going to be popped. What can you do with it? Temi ult is going to be invested to slow him down. They're trying to crowd control you, but you can't stop you on the Kylan. He's looking to get some action in. The Hottie is going to respond to use ultimate right now. Takeda going for a ride. Does have a couple Takeda shoves left. You take so much damage though off that first slash. Takeda gonna shred up his back. He's gonna be able to cube out and possibly pop a heal right now. Zipping ult's gonna be invested by Peak, and we're going into phase 2. Moxie, still you against the ropes. He is going to fall, unfortunately. Man, I thought about it. Wait, no, he's not gonna fall. You isn't. They're gonna clutch it up. It looked like you was about to get taken down, and suddenly the rest of the team just fell over.
Yeah, Battle were able to win. Wolves also won their Realm of Yang, although I think they might have gotten theirs for free, given how quickly they got their hands on that Draco Storm of winning. We'll have to wait and see when the teams... yeah, Battle went for Mystic Might. I mean, I think with this one, they've seen, like, you saw what happened with that Forbidden Seal fight. There were so many teams that showed up for the third party. Having that awareness, that heads up play of, hey, there are other teams coming, it's time to move, is one of the things that separates like good teams from great teams. Right? You and I, like, we were looking from POVs of teams when they won MVPs yesterday. And one of the things that was just absolutely stellar from the teams when they did MVP was just understanding when to cut their losses when a fight is not quite going to be enough reward for risk.
I agree. When it's not profitable, it's definitely not worth. Wolves with the Draco Storm, though, very, very hard to lose with Draco Storm, especially when you're Zai and Karumi and Matari. Just so much healing potential right now. So much offensive potential. Jing is going to be taking a lot of damage on the Kylan. He's going to use his slashes to create some space, but time is ticking. He has to be careful right now. He is going to get a Mustang shot by LYD, yoinking the kill from long range. Definitely daring to steal a kill away from a Draco Storm team. They can turn over and all in you next, but it doesn't look like X1 wants to go crazy right there. X1 also has Mystic Might. I believe they delayed the Spirit Well buff in order to get Mystic Might, but a minute or 160 seconds left on that Mystic Might. They are going to be able to hunt down solos and duos. It's one of the big advantages of that Mystic Might. It gives you ESP, it applies that 20% damage reduction, but your ability to find these teams trying to res, as we're seeing WBG Sleepwalker going in the zone, getting one of his teammates up, not able to get the second, but because this early shadow corruption is so little, it's one of the safest places to find these reses, and probably why X1 and Bauda are going for this Mystic Mike to find these couple players looking for reses.
Speaking about safety, I'm pretty sure DRG haven't gone into a realm of Yang, which means they still have Volpine Essence on their side. That is yet to proc. That could potentially be the difference maker between themselves able to be the last team standing and getting kill score multiplier, and another team managing to get last team standing. As it is unfortunately going to be WBG getting spotted out. This is Walker with that Yang depletion. Going to get hunted down by X1. ASE in the meantime have been able to find OUG. You see Xiaowen losing all of his armor, having to burn through that Takeda ultimate as well as the Temi ultimate now invested. But he's just going to get absolutely ripped through by OUG's the king. GG also in the area potentially looking for that third party. They do have the Kyle and Hardy and Zipping, and they're going to have seen the Temi ultimate has been invested, which is normally the line that the Kylan team has to force out from the Temi before they can take the engagements, especially in the 3 versus 3 realm of Yang. ASE and OUG both backing on off, having spotted that potential third party coming through from Alliance in the meantime. GG going to be playing Gatekeeper as well, to where the Storm is pushing all of these players, forcing their hands into rotating. GG move over, hit the Forbidden Seal, and Alliance have absolutely no access to the ultimates. If they want to use them, they have to go directly into GG, who are going to be sitting there at the gate with the Flamer. Alliance getting themselves out of the Forbidden Seal, managed to set the Hardy ultimate up to use the cube to get everybody to rotate away. But there are so many teams in this area, Raven. No one has Yang depletion, but so many ultimates have been forced from these teams. Are they going to fix the fight regardless?
That's pretty hard to track with an ulti going down and so many Kylan ults going back and forth. We got the Tesla ults going off. Alliance trying to come through. NY7 tries to save Revenge on the zipping. He's unable to get there in time. Revenge will fall. Now NY7 going back in, trying to create some space, seeing if they can possibly res Revenge, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Too many teams are waiting right here. F3 is going to be invested by the Zai. Don Q on DRG with the Zai running around. NY7 has to be careful right now. He's going to get a grapple check and realize he is down to that half health. Even though he has purple armor and a purple weapon, he's not going to be able to use it without their support. He's not going to be able to get the heal off right now. Yoma is going to pop the cube. Great play from Yoma to create the space for his teammate to get out of there, use that cube. Unfortunately for NY7, he is going to get vibe check, and they see his health. They're not going to let him out, and their Wolves ZK is going to secure the kill. Moving on, 7 minutes 40 seconds. The solos and duos are getting picked off. Wolves up to a massive 14 kills. X1 up to 9. And just behind both of them, DRG and Baudo at 6.
Oh no. Alliance's Yuma was found out by JL. That third kill of the game coming on through is GG, with the Dreadful Whale going to be putting themselves forward into controlling this Spiritual CJS with the Flamer as well. They've got so little loot because of the fact that they got grouped by ASE on those drop locations and lost absolutely everything they'd been slow burn building up into. They had to make a play for that Spirit Well. They were able to get their hands onto a couple of upgrades, and crucially as well, they didn't have to trade one of their players for it. Remember, there is only one Viper test from Wuchang composition in this lobby. It's still alive. They've got all 3 of their players currently intact. But my goodness, JL have their work absolutely cut out for them because they have to play so quiet and so out of notice. The second any of these teams, especially the Kyle and Hardy and Zipping teams, realize that there's still a Viper and Tester in play, they're going to all in onto that team because that is the direct counter.
Yeah. I mean, JL, they have a lot of trees to work with. This is an ideal end game for this Viper composition. Anytime you have trees and high verticality, Wu Chen to be able to place that port up very high. They're able to do drop downs and slingshot plays with the grapple to find that nice V1 potential. Now, if you're another team, you see the Viper in the distance. The one thing going for them, even though they're not able to wardrobe change, it's very surprising for the teams to spot out a Viper considering there's only one team on the map. That gives them the nice element of surprise. I'm looking over at GG. They're only up to 3 kills, but I have seen countless times where GG gets to this endgame with 3 kills and they walk away with 14 plus. It's just they always play these situations nice and slow. They don't get really antsy. They just play nice, solid fundamentals for these end games, and they don't even really crutch on necessarily using the Thanos snap. They've never needed it in the past. Just really, really good macro where they get good Jades and they play on the back of someone getting the opener over and over. We'll have to see if GG can pull it off. They've haven't had the best tournament so far. They're keeping up on pace, but normally we see a lot more dominance out of them. On the flip side, Wolves has woken up and they're up to 14 kills. If they manage to steal this game away and get a first place, they are going to skyrocket to the top.
Speaking about Snap, it's not actually the Snap. It is going to be Mystic Mike coming on through. We potentially have a drag as well because that was a nunchuck meter dump coming out, but we didn't get to see the bars and whether they would just replenish automatically, so we'll have to wait and see, as it is going to be GG and Wolves both setting up the barbecue, and unfortunately one team gets caught directly in the middle. Bowder had moved into position to try and get themselves into place of that Spirit Well before absolutely anybody else could, and they just lined themselves up to get hit onto by the two teams. Wolves still in the area, going to be exchanging fire with CJS, as Bowder also not allowing anyone to hold this onto for free. So far, no ultimates have been invested, as none of these teams have the confidence in feeling that they're going to be able to hold their ground. It's just been a little bit of footsie under the table. Couple of hits of the Dreadful Whale, a couple of Zai F3, some meter dumps. This is the first ultimate that we're going to see, and it is going to be the Kurumi ultimate, so that Wolves can hold that position, pick that Matari up, and use that cleanse ability on the V2 to stop the Flamer from murdering every single one of them when they try and double up. The rest time is JL. Don't double time, but pause time. A huge Viper V1 comes on out, but unfortunately for JL, they're not the ones with the follow-up.
Now, X1 is going to be claiming this Spirit Well, while the Mayhem is going down. GG again forced off of this Spirit Well, but X1 taking the opportunity. XLY on the Kylan, going to be popping an ultimate, knocking everyone away, creating that space for his team. Zipping all is going to be invested, allowing ZDI to keep those slashes going on over and over, but the lobby, no more Dome is there. He's going to be set on fire by all the flame breaths. ZDI has to be careful right now. His health is really low from the slashes, and it looks like Wolves ZK is going to pick up that flame breath kill. Wolves on the outside right now looking to steal this way, up to 15 kills. Going slow and steady. They do have the Zai ultimate. They don't want to overcommit and get lobbied by the rest of them. X1's going to be forced down their Kylan, and it looks like Wolves is going to make their move right here, but OUG is going to be coming in for the challenge. Same thing with JL on the outside. They're going to find the stragglers of GG, but the lobby has to worry about Wolves right now. They're up to 15 kills. Zion's going to be invested. If they get this ultimate, everyone has to worry about them snowballing out of control. It's not the Thanos snap, but it's not going to matter if they're able to pop back-to-back ultimate. And it looks like the lobby is going to be coming and contesting. The zone is closing in. The Spirit Well will not be capped still, and Wolves is going to be backing up as OUG comes down in. The King going to be popping that Takeda. Temiel is going to be invested. They aren't going to be claiming that Spirit Well, though. They're going in to claim the kills, and Wolves will fall. Slight misstep coming out for them, up to 15 kills, and OUG again is making a play to secure this game, Moxie.
OUG are the only team with the Temi. There's no other Temi to overlap the ultimate when Jinyu runs it down. Now they've still got SS with that Kurumi on the circle as well as jabbing on the King. He's got the F3 Teva to hold his ground and contest. The other team's still trying to make a play for the Spirit Well. Wolves back in the mix. ZK managed to find the Teva connect, revive onto the Matari yet again. XM goes to the edge, come through with the charge vertical on that pulse. Who is going to be able to take this Spirit Well? Because here comes JL yet again. As we've talked about, all of these players putting themselves into the zone to try to LOS break the Viper V1, but TXJ spots it out, double jumps, and manages to get his hitbox over the rock instead, so it still finds the concuss. JL had sacrificed their Wu Chen though. They don't have the teleport. They've revealed the Viper is still in play, and Wolves, ZK makes a massive play, goes into the Corruption 6 damage to capture the Spirit Well, has the Teva to bring back his Matari, and his Eye had the ultimate back because he picked up the Spirit Well, and Wolves' armor is refreshed entirely. Wolves on 15 kills with Mystic Might and damage reduction could potentially win the heal-off situation, especially off of the back of that jump parry coming on through, but there are so many players left alive in this lobby of Viper V1 comes Sniper. TXJ will not be able to live the duration to see the stagger as Bowder make a last final play. You with the Kylan V2 activates the ultimate, gets the Keeling gun, gets the immediate infinite HP. He will not go down, and he wins the heal off and secures the last team standing, but not the overall MVP. That honor goes to Wolves, and I really hope that ZK gets his desserts. Give this man, give this Kurumi the MVP. He is the reason that Matari got brought back so many times.
Yeah, what a big play from. They do fall. A little bit of an overextension by them, but it's the whole lobby contested that Spirit Well. It goes all the way to the very end. The zone closes in practically on that Spirit Well. I think that's the furthest I've seen a Spirit Well ever go down in the Pro League. And for them to clutch it up at that point, absolutely insane. We're going to see Bowder's U on that Kylan. It's really hard to win the heal off unless you have a ton of momentum going into that last little circle, but the whole lobby is just constantly contesting. You see just this constant musical chairs of ultimates. We pop one, you get a kill, and then someone circles out. That team comes back and gets a res, while another team, third parties on that other team. Just constant musical chairs for that end game. Super exciting stuff coming out from everyone. It's an absolute slugfest for that end game. Game 4 in the books, and it's starting to heat up, Moxley. And you were saying earlier that the points, we're seeing the likes of JL, they're able to create so much value, even though they're not able to do that wardrobe change. JL still gets a ton of value off that Viper composition, and that's going to really set them up later on when a lot of the main S tier comps, that Kylan, that Sand Siphon, are going to be taken away, but JL is going to have those compositions in their pocket once they're able to get the threshold and play for a match point moving forward.
Yeah, and also, like, when they want to play for match point, potentially they're going to be able to have a lot of those teams in the earlier phases that composition. So even if they're in phase 3, they're still going to be able to have the hero points to spend for that costume change availability. But speaking about availability, we've got a couple of goodies available. And oh wow, we've got question 2 is hard. This one is a little bit mean too. How many players chose Hardy in game number 4? Was it A2? Was it B3? Was it C4? Or was it D5? Get your answer into chat, and if it is the correct one, chat, yeah, I'm calling you out, because the last couple of times I've seen you've all got the wrong answer. You've all fallen for the misinformation plays. Get the correct answer into chat, and you can get your hands on some Summer Split random gifts.
I'm not gonna lie, Moxie, I'm not sure for this answer. There's a lot of hotties flying around, a lot of birds flying through those airs, a lot of slashes with the Kylans. It just sounds like a car crash every time a Kylan is ulting. This amount of flying back and forth, and that end game was just too insane. It was so hard to follow with so many teams making the right play at the right time. Really, really excellent stuff coming out from everyone. And we're just not seeing the same dominance coming out from the likes of Wolves, where they just got Spirit Well for free. They still get a ton of kills, but they're not able to secure it exactly how they would like to in the end game. A lot of these teams have done the prep work now. They have strategies that they're willing to go for, even willing to die for in these end games, just to guarantee that they're going to do well. Now, there is some value of making sure that your competition doesn't get that multiplier. Now, you obviously don't go to the point where your game gets worse, but if your game is going out, you might as well take someone else with you. And what better way to keep tabs on who is slightly ahead of you? You want to get first place, you want to get second place when it comes to these coveted NBPL finals points. You want to get your name on the board for this weekly finals. We saw the likes of Wolf do it earlier. It would be interesting if someone else is able to snag it away today, but for now, Wolves is making the case that they're heating up right now on that second half of this today's finals with 18 kills.
Are we going to see the golden stage? That's my question. We've never seen a trios team win every single bi-weekly finals, but if Wolves carry on this track, they're definitely on the right path to be able to do it. I cannot wait to see the Kurumi healing stats. I'm calling it now above 30,000, 100% if Advanced Heal Group Heal is in play for ZK. But OUG able to come through with 13 kills, however, Bauda, we keep talking about it. There it is! 43,093. There is no way this man does not get MVP. He had 6 counters, he had 6 kills, and he had over 40,000 healing. He was the one who managed to hold his position and get the Spirit Well. He managed to pick up both his Matari and his Zai in the middle of endgame corruption damage, which, by the way, was a very smart play from ZK, but was also a huge fumble from the rest of the lobby. If they had just turned their head a little bit to the side and seen that Kurumi tether, they would have been able to stop Wolves' rampage. But we can have a look and see which teams everyone is going to have to start getting concerned about stopping in game number 5, because some of these teams, Raven, are going to be getting very close to that match point threshold. Bauda, JL, OUG, all within a stone's throw distance between hitting past that 70 points and putting themselves eligible to end the day early.
Yeah, and 10 points. A lot of these teams are having a good game is around 10 points for these teams. And Bauda leading the charge at 66.1. Not that far, much farther ahead of JL at 63.2. Only 3 points. And right behind them, just 3 points again, OUG. And technically under them, another 3 points. Alliance is just not that big of a spread right now. The current point systems where kill is so heavily weighted allows these teams to keep things close and exciting all the way to the end. ASC having a monster off spawn with their Siphon. The slaps. Moxie optimal. Going left and right, cutting through blues perfectly. Nice parry out from the King. I remember this going back and forth. The King brings it back for them, but then ASC brings it back as well. Xinyu is going to get double teamed by both of them. Now going into the realm of Yang. Bauda's you with the juggle is going to be popping that Kylan ult as well. They're zipping under a ton of pressure. You're going to be looking for that PO, looking for the secure on the kill, able to find it, and now on the outside, OUG's the King keeping a ton of pressure onto ASC, getting that double charge with the staff, keeping their zipping out of the center. They turn their attention to the Temi, stuck inside the ultimate. Now going to this end game, you see Bauda's you keeping his health as high as possible. Then he's gonna pop his ultimate, get multiple single slashes before finally his immortality is gonna pop, but it's not gonna matter because he's gonna be able to get those last hits off and pick up a ton of kills for his team.
It's not the Kurumi. It's not the Kurumi, it's the Zai. ZK, you're the MVP in my heart. It's okay, buddy. Kurumi mains, we stick together. We stick together. Support, it's a thankless role. That's all it is, my friend. You did so much. XEM is going to be walking away with his 7th MVP of this season. 25,027 damage, 7 kills, and 4 assists. And this is the impressive thing. 4 of those 7 kills were before they burned their rebirth. Wolves' first drop fight on Azov Peak was perfect. Like, they managed to hit onto KLA, they managed to hit onto Alliance. They've really cleaned up the aggression that they have to make sure that they can get the most amount of reward and value from every single aspect, every single different stage of the game.
Spectacular stuff coming out from Wolves. And like you were saying, Moxie, a thankless world for the support players out there. I agree with you that Kurumi definitely went out of her way to bring her team back. And you were pointing out 6 parries, absolutely insane, especially for Kurumi. It's a lot riskier for the support player to be going out for those parries. And with 40,000 healing, that's picking up at least double the amount of weight that most teams are going out. Now, you were pointing out as well, group heal, advanced heal coming out for Wolves. It's usually a big indicator of why teams pop off and get those big 15 to 20 kill games. Wolves, unfortunately, not able to secure the 1.2 multiplier. And all day today, Moxie, we haven't seen many teams able to secure that first place when they had the most kills in the lobby.
Yeah, I think like a huge part of it is that when it gets to heal off, so much resources needs to be saved. We can see that the Kylan ultimate, if a team just has one lone player standing and it's a Kylan and they have that V2 available, they're going to win heal off. It isn't even a question of whether or not they're going to, because if they have that killing guard, they literally cannot die. So it's I think definitely down to a lot of these teams getting caught up in the chaos of zone closing, having to react to all of the ultimates popping off around them, just not really having that opportunity to full clear their angles and figure out whether or not there is one player just left standing for one of those teams, squirreled away in a spot, waiting for the ultimate, understanding that, yeah, I'm not going to get more kills, but I can give my team a kill score multiplier. So if they picked up kills previously, they're golden. And that's what we're seeing coming through from all of those teams, especially when it's the Hardy, Zip, and Kylan composition. Like, they are prioritizing being the last team standing as opposed to getting the most amount of kills, because the Zip is struggling into both the Kurumi being able to cleanse the fire tick proc from coming on through, and also the sheer amount of Viper F3 players that have been running around so far today.
Yeah, exactly. The second phase Viper picks with the F3, I mean, for that round, I believe it was mainly just JL running around on the Viper composition, but a lot of Zai's running around, and Zipping has to run away from Zai's, especially Matari. The Zai gonna have one Meteor, another one if Matari ults, refreshes her cooldowns, and then one more if she ults herself, on top of the fact that Matari is gonna have 4 dashes for you, ready to lock you down. So definitely tough break for Zippings out there in this current meta. Now, looking at the overall leaderboards, you're seeing Bauda in first, 3.9 ahead. JL in second at 6.8 behind. OUG 9.2 behind first place. Alliance 12.8. We're getting close to that match point though, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not going to matter what someone points us if you're able to MVP this round. And something I brought up earlier, JL did play that Viper composition. As we start moving forward and the care points start building up, you got to hope that your phasing lines up perfectly, that you're going to be able to pick either Kylan or Siphon to secure your MVP round. Now, we've seen trios as well go the distance.
Phasing doesn't line up anymore. It's past game 4. So all of the top 4 teams are in the last phase.
Oh yeah, that's true. When you're on match point, you are forced to the last phase. So even though you're forced to last phase, though, you have to have points left in order to go the team composition that you want. So the more points you have left, the better advantage you have once you get to match point.
Yeah, like that's why JL are making this play for the Viper Tesla, and that's why it's even more impactful than everything that we've been talking about. Layers upon layers upon layers. Like, these teams, they're thinking so far ahead, and JL are one of those teams who think that far ahead. Like, this is a team that have been concocting the compositions and the way that they think meta is going to run months ahead of where it actually ends up going. Like, we start with the Siphon composition. That was in anticipation of the changes coming to Immortal War before the changes even hit onto Nbpl, because Nbpl plays on previous patches. So they knew what was coming, and they figured out a composition that could adapt into it so that they could full tech it and have such a good grasp of it before the changes fully came through. And that composition hit even higher of a power spike, as we are going to be headed on over to Oloroth. And like you said, a lot of these teams very close to that match point eligibility. Unfortunately, though, a lot of these teams in the top 4 not having the greatest track record to being able to make the jump from 65 to 70. Both JL and Alliance and Bowder have all, when they've been within one game, within like 3 kills of walking away with that MVP eligibility status acquired, they've all unfortunately kicked the bucket in rounds with 0 kills to themselves.
Kick the bucket. You brought up a really good point that they are playing on an older patch, and JL usually ahead of the curve when it comes to these patches. But I am very curious as we move forward, as we kind of look forward past Nbpl finals, how these Pro League teams are going to be playing with these newest changes to NARAKA. I feel like in trios, 360 parry for sure changes the way everyone will fight in trios forever. A lot of the finesse in trios, especially on this current patch, is finding focus attacks onto people's backs and not being able to just hit parry and randomly get parried from a back parry. That's going to change so much.
Slaps.
Another big change.
It's the inadvertent buff to slap some focus slide. Uninterruptible, unparryable blue focus. Bowder, are we doing it?
Wait a second. Getting a weird monk comp right now?
Is it going to be the Farrier Zai, or is it going to be the Farrier Volda? It's the Farrier Volda! Okay. So this is the one that a couple of teams have been trying to make work. Like, we saw it earlier, sort of coming on through from some of these teams. Where it really finds a problem, though, is when it's fighting inside Forbidden Seals. Also, it's such a huge risk because you're super close to match point eligibility. And you're expecting that some of these teams in the lobby that aren't super close are more than likely going to be dropping on top of you to contest that. And Tian Hai is one of the worst heroes off drop.
Yeah, definitely off drop. And this composition doesn't have a really good answer to Viper. I mean, you can iframe by using the Transformer ults. But in general, if you get surprised by one of these ultimates, you don't really have a true counter for the whole team. Someone's essentially going to have to save everyone else if they get staggered. And when everyone's trying to run for cover, it's very, very hard for Faria and Monk to find some good cover for their teammates. It takes a lot of trust. And I'm wondering if Bowda has enough practice on this composition to deal with
I think they just want the points.
Viper.
Like, I think they want to save hero points and they just want kills. The problem for them is that while they're avoiding the Viper, like, usual loadout that is dealing with Transformers, where instead of taking the F3, you take the Silence, they are going to have to worry about the fact that there are 4 Temmies in this lobby. And they do not want to run into a Temmie team.
It's always a question you have when you play trios. How do you deal with Monk? How do you deal with Temmie? How do you deal with Viper? Now, they can deal with Monk, obviously, with Monk and Varia. But how do they deal with Viper? That's what I'm saying. It's like maybe Volda dives in, she pops her shield so she can absorb a ton of damage, and as she comes out of it, she can spear. But how do you do with Temmie and Takeda? That team can shove you back and forth. So I guess one of the Transformers, you could have Varia.
Oh, they're doing it.
Kind of
GG and Powder are dropping on each other again.
GG and Bowda. Oh, it's because GG used to be the puzzle team that you see KLA, WG fighting for. XCG really pioneered that really, really big macro play off the puzzle. Now GG has migrated to the north. This whole northern side has so much loot that GG usually gets stacked. This has been one of their low-key strategies that no one has noticed. Why they're so successful on their Siphon on this map, it's because of this loot path in the north.
Yeah, but they are going to get timing attacked. Because we saw at the beginning of the season, like GG would always land Imperial, BIWEEK3 would always contest them. That's what I was talking about like a little bit at the earliest start of this broadcast. BIWEEK3 would always land Imperial to drop onto GG because they knew what GG would be. They'd stopped doing that as of late, but I think now that they know how close they are, they want to go for a team where they're going to have that understanding of where they are immediately. As it is going to be WBG putting themselves atop that ballista, spawning up on the right side, gets them a little bit closer in before some of these other teams. QGG gets caught out by the Temi with doesn't have any of the armor. WBG not able to close up the distance and find the kill as QGG just gonna slide down the cliffside. ASE takes advantage though of these players giving up that spacing, puts himself onto the ballista instead, and gives chase. All of these teams trying to grief out the known locations of all of the teams close to the top points, because OUG have been the ones landing Salvation Podium in the past, and they've been the ones that have paid the cost for being predictable by the likes of KLA and Wolves griefing their games on Holorov every single time as a result.
True, Moxie. We just saw like a Congo line again. FPX coming in with a third party. ASC now going with the cleanup onto WBG. Jing, he is going to be falling now. Axio in a 1v3 situation, trying to find his way back, but they isn't going to do it. FPX, like I was saying, was part of the Congo lines, observing everyone committing. Tough part of doing this timing attack, if the other team finds a kill, you are in ult disadvantage. You're seeing ASC take advantage of the fact they have ultimates of how the ults can be invested, and with the gold focus, it's really, really hard to fight another team when they have ultimates. Now to the north, Moxie, you got your favorite matchup, Baudo versus GG.
Yeah, with a timing attack planned out from DRG, I can see them on the sidelines. GG are able to find the kill, but here comes DRG with that Tesla composition. It is going to be the Tesla enchantment catching on to CJS, who does not manage to interact with the Soul Urn in time. Volder ultimate comes on through, catching on to CJS, as the Temi ultimate from GG was able to stop the impact from the third party for the most part. CDS is able to find the parry into the drop vertical to find the kill onto Dongjing. And GG not only able to see off the opponents of Powder, but also able to dispatch the timing attack planned out from DRG, as we're going to see ASE and KLA going head-to-head inside the Forbidden Seal. No ultimates going to be up for either of those teams.
No ultimate zone is going to be activated. ASC going with the cleanup onto KLA. All their armor stripped for them, but nice shot from QGG on the Viper, catching 3 neutral reads onto Jang Dong. ASC now under a ton of pressure from KLA on the back of QGG. Nice tech reads over back to back to back, hitting him with the 3-piece. Where are you going? There'll be no dodging in front of QGG. He has the gold dual halbies, doing massive work and damage with those gold dual halbies. Now JL switching over from Viper onto the Zai compositions, still maintaining their points. Zai, one of the best budget compositions going into this first realm of Yang. And if there's one team that has the counter to every single comp, it is JL. Back to the no ult zone. We're going to get a Moonbane from Alliance onto KLA. Alliance an absolute menace right now. NY7 does have purple armor right now, but KLA doing a good job of covering each other while they move. 17S leading the back on the Wu Chen, and it looks like they're going to live to fight another day. Good job from KLA. A little bit poor of an execution from Alliance, but they still have a lot to work with. They're still very competitive at that 60-point threshold. Just need 10 points to get the match point.
Speaking about thresholds, Bauda unfortunately lost all of their revives. They've had to burn all of them. You got spotted late, and we're still waiting to see where they decide to revive. JL gonna be playing it a little bit slow. They know that all of those teams for those drop locations are looking to try and figure out the top 4 teams and grief the landing. They did not want to find themselves getting third and fourth partied by everybody. So they are prioritizing picking up the coins so that they can go to the shop. And as we've talked about with the Siphon, budget composition. You get one set of purple armor, you get one set of purple weapons, you give it to your Zai, you're good to go. You're good to power scale into that first realm of Yang, as opposed to some of those other teams, which might have been able to find purple armor and loot. Extremely rare in a Mortal War. You can only pick them up from legendary skill troves. However, if they died by taking a fight and getting third-partied, they lose all of that loot that they've been able to pick up. So JL very much keeping their destiny in their own hands, as opposed to passing it around to the lobby to play pass the parcel with. Bowder, unfortunately, having lost that first fight, understanding that they have 0 kills to their name, that they're in a really rough position. They might have their ultimates, but they don't have the equipment to actually have any threat to them. As Tianhai needs the equipment to scale the health and damage that he does, as too does Ferrier. And then the problem with Volder is that once you hit one of those players in that CC, it immediately breaks. It's not a timed duration like Temi, it is one hit and you're done. And it isn't just the Valdes team that can contribute to that hit, it's anyone in this lobby. Ideally, they wanted to win that first fight onto GG, get access to all of the loot pathing around Imperial and Waterfall, and then scale up into the first realm of Yang, where they can all in with their ultimates without worrying about being third-partied. None of that has happened though, Raven. So they're having to play on the back foot, incredibly far behind where they actually want to be currently.
Now, speaking of back foot, WBG forced on the back foot due to KLA, but the F3 is going to be invested onto the Takeda. Sleepwalker armor is going to be stripped from him. He has to be careful right now. They're looking for the stagger onto him. He's forced to pop the Takeda ult. Tessa ult's going to be coming out. Sleepwalker's able to dodge him now. 2 shoves out. QGG on the Viper going to be pressured right now. Kurumi ult's going to be invested. Temi ult's going to be invested. Everything's going to be thrown at him. And the kitchen sink, but QGG still has... No, wait. I think 17S still has Wuchen port down. Everything's going to be invested onto the Takeda. Takeda's looking for the parry, not able to get it. It's going to get Tessa ulted. And now QGG keeping up the pressure, trying to knock the Takeda out of the Kurumi circle. Is not able to get it. But his teammate is going to get a big parry. And QGG on the Viper going to drop a heal, play it nice and easy, just stabilizing, cutting it out, dropping in, crouch cancel twice, 1 hold 2 is going to get the deep fry on the Sleepwalker, finally makes his move. Well, we are going to trade kills though, 2v2 situation, still very tense. KL's ace, 17S, gonna get fried by the focus attack. QGG now getting sauced up by the Kurumi. Kurumi accidentally armor be not able to get it. Gonna be releasing a focus attack, but the Wuchen port is gonna come out. Unfortunately, CXZ is not gonna be able to get res, but he does have a second life, and it looks like QGG gonna poke his head out, debate on going for another kill, but his teammate is gonna drag him back, and they're gonna start playing for res. Unfortunately, they did show their face. WBG can go on the hunt right now and predict where they went. Early zone though, not that much corruption difference. Crazy play coming out from the 2 teams, but now going to the realm of Yang, we're gonna get FPX versus GG, 2 of the old guards. Moxie, who do you have taking it?
I mean, GG definitely have the loot scaled up. They've been playing it a little bit slow. CJS with the charge vertical on that fan gets the Kurumi tether, but FPX having that mirror also do the same. Both of these Takedas acting as the tank. Both of these teams trying to go for the double up 2 versus 2, looking to find an isolated fight. Sammy ultimate is going to be invested. GG also with that Takeda ultimate. CGS are going to have to burn a lot of his Furin shoves, peeling for his plays, getting stuck inside that Temi wind wall. Now goes for the crouch cancel out of the charged LMB hold, and Jiao unfortunately gets caught a little bit behind in the read for it. GG, because of this, get a little bit more presence in the front line neutral, but that's turned around by a huge Dragon Slayer's conversion into Neza's turned on to GG. CGS throws out the charged RMB on the fan directly into Jones F1. Both of these Takedas going for the slaps in anticipation of that F ability coming back on line. Now turning on to FPX as CGS was able to keep the Takeda occupied so that GG could turn on to the left behind players who didn't have that Takeda to fall into position and carve out a safe space for them. Walk away with the free kills and all of the loot to power spike up that Takeda V3.
Yeah, crazy stuff coming out from GG, but isn't that crazy? GG on the Siphon, on Holoroth, tried and true, They're super consistent. They're the most consistent team in NBPL. They're gonna be fighting OUG with the red buff. Nice. Kylan versus Siphon. What do you got for us? KLA or OUG? Hadi is gonna be invested. SS gonna lead the charge onto LXM. Temi is gonna be invested. The King trying to lock down the Temi. The wave rolls coming out over and over. Hadi's finally able to connect. Perry's gonna come out onto LXM or onto 330 on the Karumi with CGS on the Takeda with eyes in the back of his head. Is gonna come over to Peel for his Karumi. Now that his Karumi saved, back to the pressure. Still has 2 shots in his name, but OUG is gonna be backing off right now, trying to ice off some of this pressure. CGS looking to set it up, but the Kylan ult's gonna lift him. Now finding the Kylan, he is going to get the first slash in, has 1 more slash to his name, gets the stagger, gets the proc out of Shinyu. Karumi also going to be invested for GG to keep their health nice and high. Shinyu, no armor to his name, no health to his name. He is going to fall. And now SS, same fate for him, pressing the corner, staggered to death. Nice job picking up all the kills, but over here to the south, FPX versus Wolves. 3 minutes left on the Yang depletion. Can Wolves find the cure, Moxie?
Both of these teams needing to keep fighting to cure that Yang depletion. FPX is doing with the Takeda Fury shoves, looking to knock these players into Sanzi's ultimate. Both of these Karumis already expended the V2, but Jun able to find a huge back-to-back Dragon Slayer's Nessus conversion to absolutely cleave down the players of Wolves. Goes for an early hit of the LMB on that spear, looking to interrupt and zone the Karumi of XEM away from his teammates. Then FPX will be able to, with the better spacing, win things out in the end. GG now, 54 seconds left on that Vermilion Birdsmite. Going to be taking a fight into the Corruption 6 damage against ASE. Jiangdong out of that Kylan ultimate is going to be incredibly vulnerable. Fourth break to the charge, RMB on the halberd coming through before GG have the Vermilion Birdsmite stripped. LXM on the Temi is going to commit the ultimate. Can he manage to find the turnaround? Wait, is he going to die before Vermilion Birdsmite pops? He's got to just stand still in the hopes that the Hardy kills him, but ASE have spotted that he's trying to just go for the kill. GG forced to go for the run back to try and bail that player out. This is so risky from this team.
Yeah, sitting in the zone for this long, especially as Corruption's going to be going out. Zhao Wen is doing a perfect job of putting them in a tough position. Now, if you commit to him and he gets out, he can hard hold you inside zone where the zone ends up finishing you off. But nice Mox's shot coming out from CJS. Zhao Wen, though, now being chased by GG. Where can he go? He only got some mini heals left. Not able to even pop 1 heal, or else GG's gonna fry him out of midair. What a horror story, looking back and seeing 3 grapples from GG as you're running away with only 3 grapples yourself. Little bit of mini heals, but it looks like Zhao Wen has a max grapple distance. Doesn't look like GG has that max grapple distance, and because of that, Zhao Wen can potentially break some ankles here, but unfortunately for him, Rumi's going to pass in the inside building, check out all the nooks and crannies. Still trying to make his way to dodge all 4 of these chasing players. But he will be able to get out.
Wait, GL got that 7th kill. They're on match point eligibility, 70.7.
AL makes it across. Bauda is about to make it across, and soon GG's going to make it across.
If they can get these kills, they are so incredibly close, especially with 14. Bauda, unfortunately, you might have cast a curse, Raven. Under pressure from FBX, Sanzi with that cavalry bloom, forcing Uran's hand. He has to hop into the mech provided to him by Peak, since that Tianhai ultimate was not available. Zone is going to make it even harder. We said that this team did not want to run into a Temi team. Unfortunately for them, that's exactly what FPX are rocking. The Farrier V3 is out, but Yuan has been able to build up enough rage to generate the V2 for the Tianhai. Gets the grab onto Sanzi, holds him in position. So the slip to the repeated crossbow is going to get Sanzi down low. Doesn't manage to find the reverb. has to utilize one of those jumps to keep himself mobile and out of that corruption tick damage. But remember, do not have a support. Yuran gets his sustain in the form of grabs on the V2, but he's only been able to find one. Has to drop out of the ultimate. Does manage to save the F1, but he's being full focused down by FPX. The F1 finally called in. The Valda ultimate coming through late to try to peel for his TM high and cover, forcing FPX to turn onto you, instead giving that opportunity for the Monk to try to move himself into a position of recovery, as you with that pole sword does come through, throws the commitment into that Takeda F1. Jun flashing the red. Yuran versus Jun. Yuran finds the parry on the spear, setting up the pull. Hit of the charged RMB pole sword to come out from the Valda, and off of the back of it, better confirmed match point eligibility. Can GG join them? They're going to be up against JL Raven. If they want to do so, they have to win this Realm of Yang.
Yeah, this is a battle of the juggernauts right now. Kurumi also going to be invested by GG. CGS does have FP from Kurumi coming out, but Fong and TXJ gonna get a big parry on to the Kurumi of 3-3-0. Focus Light's gonna be coming out, chasing down this Kurumi. Gonna get a nice slide in. 3-3-0, going for a ride right now. Nice follow-up from the Zai of BBV. 3-3-0 down to his last sliver of health, but he does get the F3 up. Now, tough break for JL. They need to find the kill right now, but 3-3-0 is gonna get a parry. Turning this around now. Fong is really low. Really close for both teams. BBB is going to get parried, but he's going to get light attacked out. TXJ coming in with the peel. Everyone's really low right now, but CGS needs to make a play right here to finish it off for his teammates, but he's going to get juggled. Oh my goodness, it's 100-0 out of nowhere. JL is able to convert right now, but 3-3-0 has the F3 onto the Temi. Gold frame is going to be coming out. Gold combo break going to be invested, but TXJ on the Matari, able to get the dash, is able to get that second ult off, and now Kurumi F3 is going to be coming out. 28 seconds left. TXJ is going to get a parry onto 3-3-0. They're not going to get the follow-up this time, and GG will fall to JL.
Denied the kills, and unfortunately for GG, much more importantly, afflicted with Yang depletion. Their hand is going to be forced. They have to take a fight and win it and live. Because it's not just 3 kills they need, it's a couple more to be able to cross that 70-point threshold. Actually, no, they should be okay if they get 2 more kills, I believe, with 68.4, given the fact that they've been able to pick up 15 kills. GG, they knew that they had one job to do, and that was get incredibly aggressive. This is a team that normally slow burns and comes into final zone with 3 kills. They have mixed things up massively, Raven. They knew exactly what they needed to do to get to MVP eligibility. They don't care about being the last team standing. They just need enough kills to qualify into that window. Bowder, not quite sure if they've been able to push through that 70-point threshold. They'll be playing it a little bit slower, as well as waiting for some of those spirit wells to come on through. So we're gonna look and see where GG is thinking about trying to use a Soul Altar revive rotation into. JL with the Mystic Might going to be on full patrol. They've got 74.2 points, but unfortunately for all of those teams that have been able to cross the 70-point mark, none of them were MVP eligible this game. It doesn't matter if they MVP this game, it's the game after it. Fortunately for them, though, all of them have access to so many of their hero points that they're going to have their pick of the mix when it comes to the composition they want to try and MVP with in this next round. And still have been able to spot out OUG. Potentially we see GG show up for the third party. It's going to be that early hardy ultimate from OUG to set up the cube if their players need that combo breaker disengagement opportunity. As VVV with the Kurumi Tower expended is going to be looking for that first hit of engagement with the Zai F3.
OUG, Jinyu, gonna have to be forced to pop that Kylan ultimate. Create some space by JL. And be hot on their heels. TXJ with Matari going to be getting juggled right now. Doesn't have a gold combo break to get out of this situation, but Jinyu going to be running out of his ultimate soon. The F1's going to pick him up. He is still down to one last focus hit. He has to be careful. TXJ is hot on his heels on the Viper. F3 going to be invested onto TXJ from his crew. Jinyu doing a good job of porting back in the zone. hugging the left side, but TXA hot on his heels, not going to let him out. Nice stagger coming out from Sinew. F going to be invested, but TXA keeping up the pressure, looking for the focus side into crouching LMB. No need though. JL's VVV is going to get the parry, and OUG's Sinew will fall. Will SS make a play for a res here? He does have a little bit of shadow corruption to work with. Pretty risky though, and we're down to 16, Moxie. Only 16 players left, everyone swinging for the moon here. Now, even though me and Moxie have been talking about 70 points being the threshold for having a match point, it is still really, really hard to get to match point and then win when you get it. So technically you should just be playing for maximum points, because if no one wins the MVP round above 70 points, it will just go kind of like to time, but by overall score in the end. And we've seen that happen in both solos. I don't think we've seen that in trios so far, have we?
No. But speaking about score, GG are so achingly close. They are 0.64, or rather 0.6 away from walking away with that 70-point threshold crossed. OG are going to be able to pick up a Rebirth Charm, and Y7 unfortunately is going to go down to zone corruption damage. This is huge for GG! They've spotted Alliance's rotation. The Matari ultimate is not going to bail out Yuma, and it is GG who walk away with the kill. They are confirmed onto match point eligibility. The question now becomes, can OUG, having just used a Rebirth Charm and being down a lot of their resources, can they find the kills necessary to qualify themselves on to match point eligibility, or is it going to be a head-to-head between JL, Bauda, and GG when we head into game number 6?
And look at this, we have 4 different comps going in the last little bit. The 4 teams for match point. We got the Monk Barrier Valda variation. We got Xiphon going on. We got normal Sand Xiphon, and we got the new Hottie composition. 4 different comps going into this last leg for the bi-weekly final 3 trios game 5. You're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Match point has been achieved for 3 teams. OUG's fighting for that match point. But remember, match point not gonna matter if no one is able to win these next 3 games. In the past, we've seen other teams come back and bring it back. Or will we get an ending right now? JL is going to be setting up. Oh my goodness, look at these Jades. Good googly.
Why do we have a Aurora burst?
We got the works.
For OUG as well is that they couldn't even try and third party like swap to ranged weapons and steal some of the kills, because Spirit Well prevents projectile damage from players outside. They can't show up to any fights because they're immediately going to be spotted out. Every other team who is left in this lobby has either legendary or purple armor. OUG still have 2 blues. Potentially they can make it over to where that Spirit Well has been picked up and grab some of the scraps that have since been left behind, but it's still going to be very problematic for them to not immediately give away the disparity between themselves and the rest of the lobby. As they do rotate over to that Spirit Well, they do look to see if anything has been left behind for them to get their hands on too. Bauda also going to be in a position to try and turn onto them, but unfortunately for OG, as I said, going for that Spirit Well, trying to find any loot that had been left, gave away the disparity between themselves and all of the rest of the teams in the lobby, and now everyone is showing up to try and find these kills onto them. They have absolutely no opportunity to try and find a third party because no one else is fighting each other. Jinyu is going to try and make it out. The Moonbane might create a little bit of a barrier between themselves and the rest of these teams in the lobby, but Jinyu is having to take his chances. The dual halberd comes out. He puts himself directly into the middle of Moonbane alongside SS, as unfortunately the king just burns down. He was there and gone before he could even utilize that Zip ultimate to try and keep OUG up.
11 people left. Used to be even 4. I was wondering how they were going to play this out. Is any team going to commit? Because there is for sure mutual destruction. The second you commit onto one team, the other team's going to see you. There's only 4 teams left and a third party you. Now GG in a wonderful position. They need to get this 1.2 multiplier and really lock in for this. Now they are on one of their best maps. JL though gatekeeping that first place. 12 points ahead. Can they maintain this lead? And Bauda on the Monk Varia Valda. I feel like this composition could really secure the last Spirit Well. Like, what do you do when a double Transformer ult and there's a Zai there?
They can also win heal off too, because they have so many reset potentials. Farrier 2 gets like an inadvertent buff. Like both Farrier and Tianhai get a buff from the fact that Spirit Well projectile damage is blocked. Unfortunately though, Bauda are going to have to contest all of these teams in the area who have gotten their hands on Flamers, and that is going to go directly to that player in the V3's health bar, as opposed to slowly chunking down the mech health and then the player inside of it. As we're going to see JL with that Karumi tether having the confidence to hit the fire tick clock as many times as they possibly can onto Euron. They are not going to give Bauda the potential of coming through and grabbing this Mystic Might. Euron now out of that Farrier V3 is going to go for the Tianhai. Look to find and secure some of these grabs. He can still throw hands, and every single player in the lobby is going to absolutely scatter. Bauda, like you said, how can you contest this composition when they have that positioning for Spirit Well? You can't. OUG's SS makes a little bit of a cheeky move towards the Firefly cage. The build that ultimate, he's going to be contested though very quickly by GG, who spotted him out, swapping over to the ranged weapons to start to shred some of the health. Have these teams spotted that OUG are down that support? They know the Hardy, they know the Kylan, they know that this is normally backed up by a Zip. Unfortunately for them, there's no other teams running a Zip in the lobby. There is no potential for OUG to pretend that they still have one of their players up, and it's putting a weakness on them that every single team in this lobby could potentially take advantage of. And it is going to be JL's VVV with that Aurora Burst, just trying to hold onto the space as much as they possibly can. They've got Cloudweaver online as well as Euron in that more aggressive position. Trots trying to push ahead and occupy the players from JL so that his other players behind him can start to swap over to the ranged weaponry and build some of those ultimates back online. We can see the Farrier V3 mech is already dropped and in position to get hopped into for Bauda to recover one of their players. They're going to have to take it now before the zone collapses away from it. And here we go. That Farrier V3 putting the pressure onto JL should ignite the spark that sets the rest of this lobby ablaze.
Yeah, nice job sharing that Farrier mech to try to pressure some of the ultimates out of JL. JL going to be going with the Trident Troop, leading with their support ultimate first. They still have BBB's ult. They still have TXJ's ult. Unfortunately, this end game is definitely going to be benefiting Siphon and the Monk composition. There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to line of sight. We got two trees for some grapple jumping up back and forth, but not much. But BBB's going to come with a perfect Aurora Burst from the flank. We're just going to peel him off. TXJ and crew looking for somewhere safe, but what is safe when we got Euron on the Monk? The Valda Spear is going to come out. He's looking for the double grab right now. BB mashing desperately to get out of there. It's going to be able to get the setup. TXJ dodging, weaving, getting away from Bauda's Euron. Euron's going to be flying in with the slam, looking for the grab. Umbrella's going to be coming down from his teammate. Now, double grab is coming out from Euron, getting TXJ and that kill. Unfortunate for JL. They're going to be getting picked off by Bauda. Now Bauda in a prime position to take the lead, but everyone's going to be activating right now. GG coming plowing through. They're up to 17 kills. They've been biding their time. I forgot they're in a lobby. They come out with the Takeda and Temi ultimate, still Kurumi ultimate to their name. Where's OUG right now? They need to find a position into here as well. 3-3-0, letting his health go really low.
They've only got that Kylan. That Kylan is going to have to play to win the heal off with that V2. The question is, have the rest of these teams in the lobby spotted it? It's the only play that OUG can make to get from 67.3 points over that match point threshold necessary to be an MVP candidate. And you can see that Jinyu is fully focused on just living for that zone collapse. He's up in the sky. He's got the infinite grapples. He's got that one tree that he can keep himself up into the air away from the low ground, because GG are running an absolute rampage with the wild wild win spot. We said that this would qualify and really impact the Sand Siphon. You still got the Kyle ultimate. Here comes the V2. Jinyu with the healing guard, trying to win the heal-off situation. Did he manage to get the kills necessary? He finds a kill onto Bowder's Peak. Has that qualified? OUG, he gets another onto JL's TXJ. I don't know if it's enough, because that was 68.8 that OUG ended up on Raven. We will have to wait and see if those last 2 kills, and we can just hear the confirmation it was enough. OUG's Jinyu puts his team on the back of his shoulders, and with that Kylan V2 and the 2 kills he's able to pick up, makes them across the 70-point threshold. And Raven, we've got 4 teams that can end the day in game number 6.
Absolutely insane, Moxie. That Holleroth game, all 4 compositions take off. That's one of the things I love about this current new meta and the new points. We're seeing multiple compositions still be able to pull it off, still be able to get to this end game. But we still see, as always, GG showing their dominance when it comes to Holleroth, when it comes to the Sand Siphon composition. They just do absolutely spectacular, getting tons of kills to get them across the finish line. But I could not have it any other way. What a great narrative we have going into this next game. It's not technically, I almost said the last game. Just because we got 4 teams on the match point doesn't mean that these 4 teams will necessarily MVP this next round. This also means that everyone in the lobby is going to be going back to their room, checking the leaderboards, and they're going to be making sure that none of these top 4 teams are going to be able to get their MVP round. Now, one of the things you did point out earlier too, Moxie, is once you get to that MVP round, you are forced to the last phase. So you're not going to necessarily be able to pick the composition you want unless you want to invest the points into it. This is where I think JL did a really good job. Now, first, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to a question for some Summer Split random gifts. Which hero did OUG's SS use in Game 5? Was it A, Kylan Zhang, B, Liam Liu, C, Akazu, or D, Hadi Ismail? We got two
there's
solo
one
characters.
you can take out, like, immediately, because we talked about OUG's Jinyu being the one with the Kylan V2, who was able to put his team across the finish line. And also, I don't think we've seen a single Akos today, which I'm really sad about. Like, remember DRG, like, played Akos in trios with a cannonball variant, which was always really fun to watch, but we can see the confirmation of everyone who is on match point. Look at how close it was for OUG. Like, GG 100% up there. JL Bowder locked in. OUG 70.3. They better be giving all of the hugs to Jinyu. Like, he deserves all of the congratulations and gratitude from his team, because he is the reason if OUG walk away with the overall win on the day. It's all because of him.
Yeah, I agree, Moxie. Now, it's still not over, though. He gets him over the match point finish line, but now you got to secure the deal. Can these teams find the win here going into this Game 6, especially with everyone hunting them down, making sure that they're not able to get that MVP? Now, I imagine we've ironed out the details. All these teams have been here before, but this was exciting about the match point. We get to see the drama of all 4 teams on this match point and see the different strategies they draw up to try to conclude this tournament for today. Now, that was definitely one of the craziest clutches we've seen for OUG, especially with how stacked that endgame is. When you don't have that large, like 24 people endgame, it becomes a different level of difficulty when you have 4 super stacked teams kind of just poking and probing, because the first team to commit usually is going to fall, and we see almost a stalemate leading to that ending. But GG just having a ridiculous game, up to 22 kills, and we were saying this before, Moxie, finally securing that 1.2 multiplier, and look how many points they got because of it.
It's always Holleroth. Like, GG, when they play Sand Siphon, it is their best map. It is their best composition. Back in the day when we didn't have Pedoria and we just had 3 games of Hollow, 3 games of Morris, it was always Game 5 Like, that was always GG's pop-off game. Was the one that you could always look forward to seeing. But no, OUG, like, I'll talk about it a little bit, because I do not want to take away from the fact that GG had an absolute monstrous game, right? Almost 30,000 healing, picked up from Periphery. You're probably not going to get the MVP, but great job, my guy. 13 assists, 6 kills coming through from the Karumi with the healing stats 100% running advanced heal and group heal. LXM and CJS also able to just absolutely demolish with the damage stats. 27,000 on the Temi, 24,000 coming through on that Takeda. But returning back to the point of like how OUG were able to pull it off, it's even more impressive that they were able to pull it off given the fact that their zip went down early. Because like something that we see from the zip, something that a lot of these teams are taking advantage of, is the fact that Zip is in charge of keeping the Kylan topped up when the ultimate comes through, right? Because with Keelan dashes, they're not infinite. They go through resources, and that resource is your health bar. So you need that zip to make sure that you are constantly getting that F1, that you have that zip ultimate, so that you can get the most amount of dashes from your ultimate. And then when you come out of your ultimate, you're not immediately just huff and puff and a blow of air towards your general direction. Just absolutely pushes you past 0 hit points. So it's even more impressive that OUG Shinyu was able to hold on to the V2 as long as he did. Because if he had to pop that V2 from coming under pressure from anything else, like any other team in that area before the zone craps and we went to heal off, OUG don't find the kills. OUG don't find the placement points. OUG don't qualify the match point.
Now, looking at the highlights brought to you by Born for Gaming. GG. Every time you get to see their POV, you hear their comms, you hear how hyped they are, you hear how locked in they are. Looking at 330's POV, one of the GOAT monks on the Karumi, finding this endgame, having the staff knocking the Kylan into zone, switching over, keeping his team healthy at max health to guarantee this 1.2 multiplier. Nice job from this team to close this out. Super strong fundamentals, winning the heal off perfectly, and securing with that massive game. Having that 1.2 multiplier makes all the difference. If this goes the distance, which, do you believe this will go the distance, Moxie? I feel like 3 rounds is enough for these 4 teams. And even if they don't, one of the 4 teams don't win this next round, a bunch of other teams are probably going to push into the 7-point threshold. So definitely game 7 and 8 are going to be very, very spicy. Now looking at CGS, the MVP of this round, 5 times the MVP, 24k damage. Look at that damage with the fan. My man is getting that action, getting that work in with the Takeda. Still, man, one of the best weapons on Takeda with fan or Fist and Pole Sword following up. Now, there is still something to say having Cavalry Blue to supplement the shoves and such, but still, fan, one of the best weapons you can be running on Takeda. And you see it with that massive 20k damage with that fan. Good googly moogly, Moxie.
I don't know if fan is going to have a fall off though, like when we move to current patch with the back parry. Because that's one of the things that these players are taking advantage of the most in trios, with how fast the charged RMB on that fan comes through. Every single time we look at run, it feels like we're seeing a catch of the fan charged RMB, but we're going to be charging into game number 6 right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 6 of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. And Raven, this could be the last game of the day. We were talking about it a little bit during the break. Yes, there are teams that aren't in the top 4, aren't on that match point eligibility, the likes of Wolves and KLA, who in the past have historically been very good at utilizing the match point MVP system and turning on to the teams that do have the potential of ending the day early. However, you talk about this all the time, right? Game number 5 being that champion round, building into the momentum for game number 6. And you want to talk about momentum? Well, all of these top 4 teams have it. BIWEEK3 were able to qualify with a Tianhai Valda composition. GG had an absolutely astonishing over 30 points scored in one game. Holarov and OUG had that amazing adrenaline rush moment of being able to make match point qualification with just the one player left in the lobby.
Now, especially when you have Kylan for that last player, it's not a free win for him to do that, especially at the likes against GG. They're going to always play that super solid, clean up everyone perfectly. So the fact that he's able to clutch it up for his team, getting over that match point line is going to be huge. So one of the things you were bringing up, Moxie, was KLA can provide the grief, so can Wolves. But another thing is, so will these 4 teams on top of each other. None of them want the other team to win, so they are going to be looking out for each other. Now, in order to MVP, it's always going to be through that realm of Yang. So one thing that a lot of teams probably have figured out at this point is, as long as you set up to go for that first realm of Yang, you deny the ability for these top 4 teams to scale up and possibly win. I am very curious, so now that a lot of the meta has been ironed out, what is the cutting edge strategy? We have some of the goated teams going at it right now, bringing it all together, putting this meta together piece by piece. What is the match point meta? We don't really get to see this very often. We can only really see this during the bi-weekly finals, and it's only happened twice in the past so far. So what are we going to see this third time? So far today, it's been super exciting. A lot of the jank, a lot of the working out of a lot of strategies have been ironed out for the most part. I've seen a ton of clean play today. So you see the coaches talking about their strategy moving forward. Who is going to take it going into this game 6 match? Do you think it ends today, this match?
I'm gonna wait until I see drop locations before I predict. Because I want to see, like, obviously for these teams that are either towards the lower end of the leaderboard or the middling end, right, as we get closer and closer to that potential game 8, they know that they have to hit MVP eligibility, which is that 70-point threshold, before game number 7. Because even if they hit it in game 8, they don't have that potential of winning a round afterwards and walking away with the full win. So a lot of these teams are going to have to just climb up the leaderboard, and they have 2 things that they're going to have to, like, balance, and it is going to be spinning the plates and making sure that one of them doesn't drop. They have to make sure that the teams that are MVP eligible don't get a lot of starting momentum, so that they don't manage to scale into that first realm of Yang, which is going to be, like you said, incredibly crucial about deciding the outcome overall of this round. But they also have to make sure that they are getting enough kills to be scoring high and pushing themselves up before that round number 7 hits. And this being round number 6, you don't have a lot of time to be able to do that. Granted, there is a little bit of overlap, right? You can either choose to grief the players at the top by dropping on them and trying to take a fight and win, or you can just go incredibly aggressive and try and get as many kills as you possibly can, squirreling them away from potentially being taken by the teams that do have that MVP candidacy. As we're going to be seeing, you said it, Viper Tessa Wu Chen picked up by X1, KLA, FGX, WBG, all opting for the Kylan Hardy and Zipping composition coming through. Karumi so far not going to be made any more expensive, which is brilliant news for the teams into phase 2 and phase 3, who an Alliance are very happy. DRG also going to be interlocking that one in. ASE thinking about how they want to play this. Looks like it's going to be the Viper, Tessa, and Wu-Chang composition. But really, the true impact of this lobby that is going to determine how every single one of these teams in both Phase 1 and Phase 2 acts is going to be the compositions that these 4 teams lock in with. This is their potential MVP rounds, and I would assume this is where we're going to see the comfort picks come out. This is the composition that all of these teams think is their strongest. GG with Sand Siphon, OUG with Siphon, JL with the composition that they pioneered, and BIWEEK3 still debating.
I mean, with Kurumi not costing points, the Zai composition is going to be coming out, and with the zippings running around, it's going to be tough for the hotties coming out. Now, Kylan does counter Zai, but we've seen today in that Realm of Yang that Kurumi ult keeping the team alive while the Kylan is ulted, and the Zai is not popping the ultimate. She's just eating all the damage, trying to delay her ult for as long as possible. So even if the hottie ult, the second hottie ult does come online, the Zai has put so much pressure onto the zipping and Kylan that usually one of them will fall. Now, with the addition of wave roll in the game, it's very, very hard for Hottie to get so much value pressure-wise unless he has a teammate assisting him onto one of the players. But looking at the picks, I mean, it looks like a standard day. I'm really surprised that the teams in Phase 1 gave up Siphon to give to the teams on match point. I feel like that's
well, they're not on match point though. I think they're holding on to Siphon so that if they get to MVP eligibility, they can run the Siphon.
I mean, I feel like it's still a mistake because then you're hoping that the rounds kind of continue, but I guess...
No, I agree. Like, the fact that all of the teams in Phase 4 could see the heroes that were made more expensive and essentially go, okay, there's going to be a lot of zips in the lobby, there's going to be a lot of Hardys and Kylans. Let's just run Siphon with the Kurumi, because fire tick proc.
Yeah, there's the easy counter pick. You gave them a layup counter pick for these teams, but we'll have to see, because another thing that I think is very important is that all the teams on match point have to keep each other from winning as well. We got a pretty big spread here.
GG on in Secret Tunnels.
Where are they?
They're with OUG. So I told you, Wolves and KLA are the teams that try and grief these teams that have predictable drop locations. GG have played Wolves like an absolute fiddle. They're dropping on OUG, and Wolves are going to be landing on Secret Tunnel thinking they're taking a fight against GG, and they're going to get nothing.
Nice play from GG. I mean, JL not in their southern cave either. They end up opting to go somewhere else. Really, really smart play to move away from these match point situations. Actually, no one's challenging JL. They are in their standard position. We'll have to see how this off spawn goes off. Getting that 3 to 6 kills off spawn really sets you up for that first Realm of Yang, and we're gonna go to Sunwing first. FPX and BLADEPOINT up here to the north. Yaran's gonna be popping that F3. Nice double hit coming off. Yaran has a big advantage set up for his team. Junks down to half health, is going to get a Dragon Slayer with his teammate Shan Yu. Yaran trying to find the flank play. 1, 2, 3 going to be set out. F going to be invested from the Hottie, but now Yaran's going for a round. Both of his teammates are going to fall, and BLADEPOINT is going to get picked apart from FPX. Unfortunate for them not getting that off spawn momentum going.
Yeah, that is not the start that BLADEPOINT wanted. GG and OUG now going head to head. One of these teams is going to be losing those revives early on. CJS activates that Cicada F1. OUG's SS has fallen low. They're turning on to the Zai. The Kurumi Teva has been burned. SS did not tap it early, so he is still going to have the 90% damage reduction when GG try to close the distance and find the hit onto the Kurumi. Very smart stuff coming on from OUG. They just have to deal with GG's LXM. One hit off the vertical from that staff will be able to take out him. And we head over towards Artisans, which is where JL have prioritized landing, trying to get their hands on all of the breakable boxes in the warehouses to buy the coins for that early Moonbane. They instead find themselves the kills though, and they're not going to be miffed about that one, although VVV does hit one hit of that Moonbane. Will just immediately reposition so that his team can clean up. JL not taking any chances in potentially giving themselves a vulnerability for these teams looking to third party to take advantage of his ASE moving into that area drawn in by that Moonbane on the map, knowing that teams are fighting in this position. JL very quickly on the move before they can get locked down.
JL is already up to 3 kills. That's how you want to start. But OUG as well with 3 kills. The name of the game is slow and steady. Wait for your opponents to make a critical mistake. Now, GG, they definitely going to follow the tortoise in the hare strategy. They always take their off spawn nice and slow. FPX looks like they got to be able to get that second Moonbane onto X1. FPX still need to get onto match point themselves. This is a good start to run. X1 going to be trying to back off. ZDI is getting surrounded by XL, or getting surrounded by Junks, leading the charge on the Kylan. Light attack shifting out of there, trying to get a pinch play going by getting onto their flank. But nice job from X1, fading away, making sure that everyone from FPX is in front of them. Unfortunately for them, they're going to be around the trees, and XLY not able to get a critical Tessa ult off. Then going to be burning her gold F, getting parried immediately. Back-to-back parries, and XLY is just going to get completely fried by Junks, and we're back to Celestra, Moxie.
Oh, and it's Bowder going head-to-head. Bowder, remember, already burned through those revives. This is the turnaround that they needed to find. They're going to be up against that Kyle and Hardy composition. The Kurumi armor circle has come through, but Yuran has also popped that Zai V2 to try to have the damage and take this Kylan out of the way. Hardy ultimate, though, has also been used against the team that they're fighting so that everyone has that cube and can reposition up onto the high ground. Biden now finding that catch chase down with the last little moment of the Zai V2. Peak going incredibly low. That Matari not having a combo breaker could be problematic for Bowder to have to deal with. They're trying to find the chase on WBG. Ajao on to that 1 versus 2. Bowder able to lock him down, finding the kill, sacrificing that Matari for it though. Both of those teams forcing the 2 versus 1. Who wins in neutral? It's the Kylan and the Hardy normally, but we are going to see Yuran taking so much damage. Has the nunchuck meter dump if he wants to invest it. Unfortunately, the Soulbit reset allowed the Kylan to come back through with the ultimate. Yuran running so much of his stamina. The Kurumi gets the V2 back just into the mix. The Zai F3 used so Yuran can reposition closer to you and get that recast coming on through to get his armor topped back on up. He's going to be able to lift the Kylan ultimate because of this, but WBG's Jing with the combo breaker is going to live a little bit longer. Yuran now with the ultimate activation to get that F3 back onto line is now going to look for that hit. Last one remaining onto WBG's Jing, and that is a big sigh of relief breathed on the side of Bowder. They came incredibly close to getting knocked out of the lobby fully.
Now Bowder, JL, GG, all with off skill spawns. GG's going to secure that last kill, and now they are up to 3 as well. A 4-way match point tie. They're all 4 teams still going at it neck to neck. Alliance seems to pick it up, but FPX picking it up. They are at 29. They're going to have a massive game if they hope to bring this all the way back. But back to the top. Bowder's Yuran with the double charge. Going to come in with the F3, but the Temi ult's going to deny that pressure. Takeda's going to be pushing out this Zai. Yuran double shove into him. He has to be careful. He is going to get taken down by Kakaxi with the R&B on those fist blades, just doing so much damage. He was going to come out with the F3, looking to get that res off. He's going to be going back, but quickly DRG is going to close the distance, jumping onto you immediately. You's not able to pop that ultimate, and now nice play from DRG, completely slowing down Bowder in the top 3. tough break, but Peak is going to keep his gear. He's going to be able to reset to find another day. No problem. We can still salvage our game and bring it back, but it's going to be tough. OUG, JL, GG, slowing it down. Going to be playing for that first Yang. This first Yang, Moxie, is going to be hype if we get one of these 3 match point teams to go at it.
If we get Yang depletion. Oh, if any of these match point teams get Yang depletion, they're going to be in such a rough spot to be able to recover from. FPX on 7 kills did take a fight against GG, which I believe they lost, and we are still going to be seeing GG going head-to-head against FPX all the way over in Sunwings. CGS on this Takeda almost gets pushed into the poison splash from those mushrooms off of the back of that Hardy V1. Looks for the drop down charge RMB on that fan into Takeda ultimate extension with the pushback from the ultimate activation. But GG understanding they do not have those revives. They do not have any form of safety if they get third partied. They also don't have a lot of great tiered loot. However, because they use that Takeda ultimate, I'm not sure if they're going to actually put themselves into that realm of Yang. I think they know how problematic that Yang depletion could potentially be for any of those teams on match point eligibility, with the amount of teams looking to third-party group onto these fights. And they're going to be taking a 3 versus 3 against FPX instead. Temi ultimate going to be invested late from the side of LXM. Because the Kyle ultimate has come through on the side of FPX, this is the traditional counter line that we're seeing start to be established between these 2 compositions. Have they unfortunately taken the fight long enough? Is it going to be GG getting to cycle back into a Kurumi Tether? It absolutely is. Takeda with that F3 damage reduction, an absolute tank. Health bar barely moving, the knockback just pushing him further and further into that Kurumi V2 as GG looking to find any form of advantage that they can. F1 from the Takeda connects on to Xiaohu so that he can get a little bit of that sustain back into the mix. Activates the poison splash on the mushrooms as well with the cannon fire coming on through. FX is shown forced into taking a grey armor reset, trying to keep himself alive and play off of the stagger, setting up for his Hardy to come through and find the cleave. GG CGS goes incredibly low. The Kurumi Tether wasn't online in time to save him. GG might go down right here, right now because of FPX. Jun on the Kyle and swaps over to the slabs to try and stagger 3-3-0 before coming on through with another reset. V2 and GG are going to be knocked out of this lobby. They just need to find the chase down onto LXM. The combo breaker has come through from the Temi. GG knocked out with 3 kills to their name. As in the meantime, OUG won their realm of Yang and start putting themselves into a position to really start chunking this lobby down.
Yeah, nice job from FPX to take down GG. GG goes slow and steady the whole day, and when it really counts, they do fall to FPX. And that's what I was saying, Moxie, that still a lot of these teams can wake up this round. They got nothing left to lose. All nerves are off, so less pressure on them to perform, and that just unlocks people's potentials. Now going back to the realm of Yang, OUG's Shinyu with the poles sword Zai. He's gonna get staggered up by ZK on the zipping. Hung Sword Dash is gonna be coming out, but Shinyu not interested, looking to influence the support. He can't get away from the 2 peelers on him, so he uses his F3. Gonna come back for that Kurumi ultimate. Kylan ult's gonna be infested, sliding back and forth. Just have to wait for its damage to end up. And now we have a shield tank plus a rogue plus a healer. And now Shinyu getting uppercutted. Probably calling for a scale rush from Mike. Mike just doesn't register it. OUG's Shinyu down to last health though. 1 HP left. But the King does clean it up. Now on the outside, Millions buff. We have to be careful who we give this to. JL is also on the outside. They do have Yang depletion. They need to find these kills. Same thing with Wolf. Same thing with KLA. Shinyu is going to fall. And it looks like DRG is going to be picking up those soul blooms. So much chaos going down. Is anyone left alive? The top 4 teams are all Shambos, Moxie. I don't know.
JL went into Realm of Yang, lost against Alliance. OUG managed to win that Realm of Yang. We just saw it in the replay, but immediately get half a million birds might ripped off of their backs. JL trying to find this recovery. They have been able to pick up 1 soul bloom for their Zai, but there are so many teams left. They do still have ultimates to play with, anticipating that potential for the third party. They're trying to turn on to KLA. They've been able to force out the reposition coming on through, and now they have to find the chase down after that Hardy Cube has been invested from the V1. But KLA still very much happy to take the fight. Karumi Teva has reset back, and we get the damage reduction. VVV with the hit of that F3 into that V2 from the Zai gets his Karumi Teva now to play into that forward position, trying to find the fire tick proc onto these Zip teams. Unfortunately, though, the Kylan held his V2, and VVV is just not getting the potential to set up into that first or that last stage charge of the fire tick cone from the Zai, and KLA are able to stop the Zai from applying the fire tick, from effectively tanking the entirety of 17S's effectiveness. And that's gonna be JL getting knocked out of the lobby too.
And you were saying that KLA, known for griefing match point teams, and we see him right now. Up to 5 kills right now. I believe OUG is still in though, and they're healthy. Is OUG going to steal this tournament away? They barely qualify on the backs of that clutch play from Shinyu. And now they're in prime position. GG, JL are out. Bauda in recovery. They need a res U in order to get this MVP, but will they be able to? OUG is going to be chasing him down right now. They got their destiny in their hands. Peak is going to be put on the pressure. The pole sword denying all of this damage. Nice job from Peak though. Great job getting to the rooftop right now, but F going to be invested from Peak flying up, but the King staying on top of Peak. He's going to get the armor reset, but Stoneform is going to be coming in. Now OUG's the King coming in from the back, trying to clean this up, but Peak will not be able to get away. OUG up to 7 kills though. Even though they're the last match point team left alive, we still have the likes of Alliance and DRG and KLA. All these teams, I was saying, Moxie, are heavy hitters. They can still wake up, and when it's do or die, I see teams on the bottom half just rise to the occasion now that the pressure's lifted off from them.
Yeah, KLA as well, very close to OUG. They've grouped so many of these top teams. Wolves also on track to do the exact same thing. If OUG aren't careful, they're going to get stuck between the 2 teams that have the best track record at stopping MVP potential teams from walking away the bi-weekly finals winner. They're going to keep themselves moving. Jinyu did not have that V2. Do they take this Realm of Yang? This is so risky. If they do, they are going to put themselves through it. They need to win this. If they get Yang depletion, their hand is going to be forced, and they're going to get third-partied by every single team left remaining, because we're already down to 22. KLA going to be stepping up to the plate, having just dispatched JL. Can they do the same? Can they keep this game and day going long enough for them to potentially qualify to that match point eligibility before we hit game number 8? Jinyu trying to find that opening with that Zai F3. They are going to be up against a Hardy Kylan composition, so it's going to be holding on to that Zai ultimate until they see the Kylan coming on through. The Matari ultimate for the sustain and the F3 reset first. The Hardy from KLA is going to be setting that cube up as an escape option for these players on the low ground to break into. Still, however, no Kylan ultimate, and as a result, QGG is having to stick through the entire duration of this Hardy, trying to put the pressure onto these players of OUG to force that Kurumi ultimate so that their Kyling can find the value later on. Neither the V2 has been forced. OUG are going to be getting aggressive. They still have the recast to potentially come on out. They're going to use it now. SS setting up the circle to make sure that when the Blistering Edge comes through, from the other side, the fire tick gets cleansed almost immediately. Jinyu with the V2 is now going to get interrupted by the Kylan V2 coming through. Both of the hyper carries were saving their ultimate to be reactive, but Jinyu is the one who can't do absolutely anything. May as well have his hands off of the keyboard as KLA set up the chain stagger and absolutely run away with this Realm of Yang.
KXZ QGG 17S going to be the wall that OUG cannot overcome. All the match point teams have fallen, but OUG still has a second chance. It's not over yet. They can come out of this Realm of Yang and find that cure for their Yang depletion. That's what I was saying, Moxie. I didn't see KLA and Alliance just giving these top 4 teams the free win. We are probably going the distance now. 16 people left alive, tons of people left alive, but with the Draco Storm, really hard to recover your game with the hunting KLA. With Draco Storm, super hard to lose. And oh my goodness, you look at Alliance's score, 11 kills on Siphon. How do you overcome that as OUG without that win inside the Realm of Yang? We're hoping for a miracle right here with a third-party situation. Now, they are going to have a lot of time to cure that Yang depletion. Will they be able to find a nice position? We'll have to see. Bauda, on the other hand, still in the running as well, trying to res their teammates. We saw them earlier in Celestia like 5 minutes ago, still running to this day, trying to find that res.
Yeah, they're running from ASE as well, though, is the problem. And ASE have Mystic Might.
There's no getting away from.
No. You can run, but you definitely can't hide, and sooner rather than later you're going to run out of grapples. As OUG and DRG going to be taking a fight in Sunwing. This is so important for OUG. They need to win this, and they need to win it fast. Tumultuous Ultimate going to be invested early on from the side of DRG, who are also under Yang depletion. Jinyu with that F3 isn't going to be able to find the fire tick application. OUG have burned their Karuni V2 as well as started to try and find that opening with the Zai V2, but the Takeda Furon shells coming out from Tongqing is going to be able to knock the Zai back before yet again he can apply that fire burn proc. And OUG just cannot find the opening. Right now, Dongqing on that Takeda gets the Karumi Tower. Have that damage reduction. OUG trying to find the 3 versus 1 against the Takeda, who was left behind before DRG's other players could heal and try and rotate to help him. But Jinyu is the one going incredibly low because KLA has shown up for the third party. They griefed OUG in Realm of Yang. They griefed them in Sunwings. And we're all but guaranteed to go another game.
Yeah, OUG still up to 9 kills, so Zai is griefed. Can they find his way out of the KLA with the Draco Storm? Tons of momentum going their way. The King finding a sliver to get out of there. They still have a chance here. 9 kills, only 2 kills from behind. 18 players alive. The King making his way over. There's a lot of cover playing through these trees. Can they find the same clutch up? We saw them clutch up before, Moxie. Will they clutch up again? And it's going to be absolutely insane if they're able to pull this off. Bauda has been running away for the past 10 minutes. Just trying to recover his teammates.
He's got the tree line. Like, he can just go from tree to tree.
That's true. We're going with the helicopter mode with that pulse sword. And it looks like SS is going to be able to camp out this zone on
he has no more Vitalia, though.
Has to find a way. Oh my goodness, they did get a rest. It's winnable, Moxie. Can they pull it off? Can they do it again? Pull the rabbit out of the hat. White
Not if
armor.
Wolves have anything to say about it, because Wolves are going to play Gatekeeper. And last I looked in terms of the food chain, yeah, rabbits get eaten. OUG is the King, has to immediately utilize that Matari ultimate and just get away. as Wolves are gonna try and find the follow-up. But oh my goodness, OUG's players so incredibly low, having to split, 2 of them having to go directly through the Moonbane. OUG's the king with the pole sword, finding that Surf SS with the Kurumi Parasol will be able to teleport away from the Wolves' lockdown potential, and they've done it! Rabbit pulled out of the hat, OUG survived the rotation, the Wolves go hungry!
The Wolves go hungry. They lose the scent of the king flying through the air. Nice shot from him to max range it. Break contact, break sound as well by creating such distance. And now Bauda's Peak still running away. He spent all of this match basically running away, trying to find a res for his teammates. You got to commend the fact that JL and OUG is able to find those reses so fast. While Bowden, on the other hand, struggling to find this res. Now, 9 kills versus 11. This is still winnable, Moxie. They can play this next Spirit Wall, and as you like to call it, the shopping spree for this armor. Now, if KLA does get this kill onto Peak, this makes it a little bit harder. 3 kills, a little bit harder than 2 kills to follow. But it looks like Peak is able to get out of there. Has 1 white heal, 4 armor pots left. Unfortunate for him.
Oh, into zone.
Is he going to go into zone? Oh, he does get clipped. Oh, he goes to ASE though. Nice job from ASE to pick up the kill. So Alliance and KLA, both the gatekeepers of this MVP round. OUG at 9. Are they going to be able to do it? Shinyu still has white armor. Needs to find a salvage body in this situation.
ASE, KLA, Wolves, every single team that is left in this lobby is all in this spot. It's a really good lost zone as well for the Vipers, so keep your eye on Exxon and ASE. Those trees are not going to be empty as OUG are going to get spotted out. Jinyu, with that great armor, is looking easy pickings. Gets the Kurumi Tower just to try and break away from the teams that are looking to lock him down. Utilizes that Zaya free to put himself into the tree as well. Trying to find this catch onto the players left behind for OUG. The Kurumi is going to send in that V2, but they're going to get sent out of it by XEM coming on through. As we talked about, watch out for falling Vipers. Here comes the V1 ZDI with the hit of that F3, finds the connection onto OUG's SS. And I believe that OUG are now down to just the 1 potential player. They were able to do it previously. Can they do it again? The king on that Matari. 21 grapples, 2 Vitalia. If this fight moves away from the bodies, potentially he can find a revive, but unfortunately for him, all of the teams are still involved in fights, and he's just not going to have that chance of reviving without being spotted out. He's just got to play for the Matari mobility to break away as ASE comes in with their late Viper V1, forcing as many ultimates from the teams as they possibly can, as they were literally just using this to buy themselves a rotation space.
Alliance, they were having a quiet time earlier, but now picking up the pace. They're able, if they keep this up, they're probably gonna be able to pull up to match point, tying up, and we're gonna have a 5-way match point. Same thing with ASE. They do ASE has potential of getting there. They have to win out all these situations, but the likes of KLA, will KLA have a crazy 20-point game, 25-point game, and get into striking distance?
Alliance already confirmed. Alliance is 62.7 plus 13.
Alliance 62. Oh, Alliance is already through. I mean, KLA. Yeah. Will Alliance get
KLA, that's going to be a questionable one. The one that is much more likely is ASE. Because ASE are currently 65. They need 5 more points and they'll qualify for match point eligibility. By the way, it's Mystic Might again. We've seen 1 White Tiger's prowess on the 50-50 of these buffs so far today. Is KLA going to be coming on through with that Kylan ultimate, catching players into the zone yet again.
Oh my goodness.
And unfortunately griefing another team towards the top of the standings. Luckily for ASE, they're not the ones getting caught in the crossfire. KLA full looking at Alliance right now, given the fact that Alliance's position was given away off of that Karumi V2. It locked them down into that zone, which was perfect for the run through of that Kylan ultimate. Not quite sure where our remaining player from OUG is. There he is, the king. Unfortunately spotted out amongst the trees. Gets his spot interrupted and has to find another one. As ASC not able to find the kills, but crucially, all three of their players still alive with that Viper. And this is a very good final zone for these Viper compositions.
Yeah, all the trees provide so much verticality for these Vipers to drop down over and over. Same thing with the Hotties. All this verticality gives you a ton of options to set down your cubes, really blend in and get out of bad situations. It looks like Tesla ultimate coming down. ASC's Jungdong under a ton of pressure. He's down to 1 HP. Nice heals coming out from the Wu-Chen, but it's not going to matter. KLA gonna snipe him out of the air. 17S with the musket. Now CXZ with the blue cannon, putting a ton of pressure. Triple gold armor onto KLA. They are absolute juggernauts in this lobby. Already up to 13 kills. They have to be feeling themselves, but multiple Vipers still in the lobby. First one ult is gonna be coming out from ZDI. Wu-Chen Port is going to come down, and now ZDI trying to make his way back into the trees. Doesn't want to force a hard engagement. The king on the opposite end trying to get people out of the trees with his pole sword. Doesn't want to overcommit in this situation. Zay is on the high ground, I believe. King with the stagger. But can KLA secure this win? They are climbing crazily right now, Moxie. Already up to 15 kills. CXZ is an absolute monster right now, just terminating the lobby left and right. Wolves trying to bring this back. Has a decent amount of loot, but can't seem to secure the kills that they need to do right now. NHQ has no armor to his name, needs to slow it down, cube into the air. We're down to the last 11 though, Moxie. Will KLA pop a 20 bomb this game?
It's ASC, it's ASC. They've done the same thing. They sacrificed their Viper, their Wu-Chen and the Tessa are still alive, and no one has spotted them. No one has... Oh, there he is! Hi, Moran! He dropped down and then immediately went right back up into that tree. They're playing for the Tessa. Yet again, this was the thing that won them the MVP in one of their regular performances. As unfortunately for KLA, yeah, they were getting a lot of damage, but they weren't getting the kill confirmations off of the back of it. They do have that Kylan V2 ready to go to try to win heal off. We're going to see a lot of focus come down from all of these teams, making sure to shake up the tree, figure out if there's any player trying to hold on to those branches before the zone fully closes on up. Here's the Tessa ultimate, but it's not ASE. It's going to be X1. The Tessa got spotted out hiding in the purple invisibility bush, but the storm closed away from it, and she had to use it to try and keep herself safe. ASE still holding on. It's going to be X1. ZDI still alive on this Viper with a massive Viper V1 using the double jump to close over the rocks. KLA trying to win the heal up with the Kylan V2. Have ASE done what they need? Because Yawen does manage to get a couple of kills, but it's KLA with the last team standing. And I believe that ASE got eliminated with 68.3 points. KLA, have they done it? They got so many kills. They got last team standing off of the back of that Kylan ultimate. They were the best at griefing every single one of the top teams. And I can confirm from production that yes, they did. They did absolutely everything that they could, Raven, and it was all worth it in the end. KLA are able to put together enough points to make themselves onto that 70-point threshold. And I believe it's literally 70. Not 70.1, not 70.2, but a straight and even 70 points they're able to pick up.
Yeah, I called it. I said, I was like, it's Wolves and KLA gonna just let this happen. I mean, we're talking about the match point teams. They are gonna go for each other constantly, But with KLA and Wolves, they're behind the 8 ball. Are they going to come up big? Remember, when you're at match point, you don't get that phase 1 pick. And if you want to risk it all now, there's a chance that you won't be able to get a nice MVP round later on going down the line. And as we're seeing, Kylan, it's just too strong. Yeah, going Zai against Kylan just isn't that viable unless you catch him a little bit earlier. But if you let the Hottie and Kylan get to that purple armor gold weapon or purple armor and purple weapon, it's just so hard to overcome as the Zai Matari Karumi comp. Just the Kylan ult just juggles you forever, and you got to fight against 2 Hottie ults in one fight. Really, really hard to get that momentum going. First, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a question for you guys for some nice summer split random gifts. Who won game 6 today? Was it A, CD Wolves, B, Alliance, C, KLA, or D, OUG? Absolutely insane round, Moxie. Just you can't count out some of these teams, even if they're having a bad game. A lot of these teams who are accustomed to getting these match points are known for having crazy pop-off games, and we're seeing it off the likes. We're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams on match point going into game 7. Now, I say, Moxie, I put my money down that we're probably gonna be ending on this next game. I find it really unlikely that one of these top teams are not gonna pull it through.
That's so unfortunate as well, because some of those teams are just like within, just you reach out and you grab it and you're on that 70-point threshold. It's that's heartbreaking for the likes of ASE. They came so incredibly close. But no, KLA, like, they did everything perfectly. Now they just have to do it again. That's gonna be the thing. Like, they just have to do it again, and they have a lot of momentum, and I think that's gonna work like wonders for them. The teams that were the top 4 teams, like, headed into that game, they have the opposite problem. That momentum was here, and now it's here. Because not only did some of them not make it to final zone, some of them didn't even make it to first realm of Yang.
True. I was saying you have to go realm of Yang, even though it's risky. If you want the MVP around, the formula is going realm of Yang. You're seeing KLA 19 kills, first place, 26.8, massive game. Alliance at 12 kills. And I was saying, KLA, Alliance, are they going to just let everyone go through? FPX as well. No, they are not. They will not go quietly into that good night. OUG, 9 kills, 11.5. FPX, 10 kills. X1, 8 kills. DRG, 7 kills. Wolves at 6. Everyone's still swinging all the way until the end, swinging for everything, putting all their weight into it. But this time around, KLA doing the work. 11 kills on CXZ, 5 kills on 17S. QGG with 3. It's funny that in the Hottie composition, Hottie ends up being kind of a support for the comp. It's kind of like this glorified Wu-Chen. But going into game 7, looking at an overall leaderboard, we're going to see some type of consistency coming out. WBG 1 through 4 only getting 10 points, struggling all throughout today. Same thing with FPX, but at the top 6, KLA. You see it, game 1 through 4, only 25 points. In game 6, 26.8. They made more points in one game over the 4 previous games. That's absolutely insane. Alliance, not as great. They've been consistent throughout the whole day. 13 points, making it past that threshold. Bauda, consistent all day as well. Slowing down a little bit in this last game when everything is on the line. Same thing with OUG. Moving forward, we are going to be taking a look at the highlights brought to you by Born for You Gaming. Moxie, take it away.
OUG coming on through, just dispatching GG. This was one of those moments where GG lost a lot of that momentum. FPX also able to find some lovely parries on to X1, gets that grapple bump extension into the charged RMB on the longsword, and then does it again, back to back, before swapping over to the slap. Optimal gaming to set up the stagger. Here's the moment that OUG were able to win their first round of Yang onto, or rather were able to find the first kill with that Zai V2 onto one of the plays from Wolves. Gets that Kurumi Tower to fully reset before backing it off and swapping over to the pistol. Excellent DDI with that Viper, setting up for all of the crowd control. But here's KLA's POV. They know exactly what's about to go down. They've spotted out the Vipers. They know that the testers are in play, and they're making sure that that Hardy Cube is set up, that disengagement is booked, and that Kylan V2 is ready to go to win the heal off. And it is deservedly so that we will see KLA's Kylan taking that MVP, the fourth MVP that CXC has been able to post up with 31,032 damage. But I draw your attention to the 15,909 heal stat that he was also able to output, because this man had group heal.
Group heal, S tier Jade, keeping his team alive. I always say that group heal should go on everyone, just because the amount of recovery you give to your team, the amount of durability you give to your team, especially with that type of endgame, with trees being everywhere, the verticality, helping the team survive and secure that round. Without that verticality, it would have been a lot harder. If we get a flat ground with the Hottie, technically you still benefit because of Hottie's verticality, but a lot harder. And we see such excellent play coming out from KLA, and that's why KLA has been one of the premier teams since Pro League has had KLA a part of it. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have 6 teams on match point. Don't go anywhere. We are going to this 6-team match point game right after this short break.
Raven, it's you.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the 6-team match point. I'm not gonna lie, Moxie, I thought it might end with 4 teams, but I just, like I said before, there's no way that KLA, Wolves, Alliance are just gonna let us go out like that. They're gonna fight their way tooth and nail, and it wouldn't surprise me again if Wolves somehow pulls it out of their pocket and pulls one of these wins, bringing it to game 8. But with the likes of GG, JL, OUG, Bauda, Alliance, KLA, I feel like it's like a 90% chance that we will be ending on this next round, that one of these teams will pull it out to secure this win. Now, who's to say that some of the other teams, ASC, you were saying before, they started out the day top 3. Can they bring it back as well? Still, the likes of Wolves and ASC, if there is going to be an upset for this next round, it's going to be coming from one of those 2 teams.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem for a lot of those teams in the top bracket is that the surprise factor has been removed. Because that was the first time we saw GG not land secret tunnels. And there were teams that tried to drop secret tunnels and immediately grief GG starting location. So who's to say that those teams are going to try and go for the grief of GG? They're probably going to go for the grief on other teams, given the fact that GG has shown that they are more than happy to sort of Pavlov's dog condition these players into expecting where they're always going to drop, and then decide, like, actually, you guys are playing chess, we're playing checkers, and we're all the way over here now.
Checkers, chess. Who do you take as the favorite going into this last round? I mean, I gotta be rooting for my team, JL. I always want to see TXJ and VVV get the credit they deserve, setting a lot of the meta. But I always feel like, besides like the world stage, they always fall a little bit short in this. Now, we've seen GG throughout the day show us their consistent play, but they're showing a little bit of mortality right now. We're seeing a lot of the league contest them with a lot of their own medicine. They're not able to just play as safe and solid as they used to. Teams are willing to contest them for that spirit world, knowing how important it is to contest that scaling. And we've seen GG, like I said before, they play off spawn very, very safe. They've been caught out a couple times as they've been trying to make it to that first realm of Yang.
Yeah, something else that's probably going to have a lot of impact is that a lot of the teams that were close to the 70-point threshold picked compositions which would immediately give them the potential of getting those kills. And we saw that the teams in the last phases, the teams that are always the top 4 on the leaderboard, they, because of this, actually picked the Xiphon composition, right? They fielded the Zai with the Kurumi and the Mitari because they saw that a lot of teams were running the Zip Hardy and Kylan composition. A lot of those teams have since qualified to match point eligibility, so potentially we're going to see a couple of changes come through from compositions that do get pushed into. Because personally, I think that you would either go for Sand Siphon to MVP or the Kylan Hardy Zip composition, because as we've seen from the Xiphon composition, it is really, really strong in some instances, but it has some vulnerabilities that those 2 other comps can use the neutral and just sustain through until they hit their next burst window.
Man, out of all the teams to go this far, KLA, they've been just doing so much work today, and it finally comes together. And that just shows that as long as you stay active, you stay relentless, eventually you're gonna be make it through, and things will go your way. Now, even the one thing I really like about the new changes of the match point and no multiplier, all these teams have been neck to neck throughout the whole day. And I was looking at the spread. It was literally only 8 points between the top 8 teams. It never got more than plus or minus 10. So it's no surprise to me that we're going into a match point 6 round, 6 teams. It will be a surprise to me though, Moxie, if we go one more round after this. Now, what composition do you think is going to be taking it? I'm going to be putting my money on a new composition, Hadi and Kylan. What do you think though?
Hardy and Kylan definitely has that like immediate potential of just winning heal off, as we've seen Kylan holding onto that VT for when the zone collapses. is just getting an advantage that a lot of the teams, especially with the Kurumi, don't have. Because like this is one of the problems that Kurumi runs into when you run the V2. V2 only restores armor. Storm damage ignores armor and goes directly to health. So when Storm fully collapses through, that Kurumi armor circle is only protecting you from damage coming through from other players, as opposed to being able to heal through some of the damage that the Storm is dealing. So basically it's being just sustained past by that Kylan with the ultimate. So I think it definitely has the power spike when the zone fully collapses. And we are starting to see that the Kylan as well, in terms of the Realm of Yang, is able to beat out the Zai composition. What we are also starting to see though is that Sand Siphon has figured out a way around dealing with the Kylan Hardy and Zip. And one, it was already incredibly hard for the Kylan Hardy Zip to win against Sand Siphon because Temi just counters Kylan's ultimate, right? You have two choices that you can use to counter. You can either use your Takeda or you can use your Temi, but a lot of the time now we see the Temi ultimate being used to counter the Kylan dashes, and then the Takeda gets to use hers to counter the Hardy, while you're also still getting to put pressure on the Zip with things like the Temi and the Zip or the Kurumi, and the Takeda and the Kurumi. Going for that 2 versus 1 and trying to find an isolated angle on the Zip when she's left behind, with the Kylan going for aggressive dashes and the Zip not having the potential of dashing to follow where the Kylan ends up. And then Hardy, if he's in his ultimate, he's up in the sky. He's looking to try and find the CC and the knockback setup for his players, but he's up in the sky and potentially vulnerable to any follow through, especially if he gets stuck in either the Temi ultimate or any wisps that comes through. So it's sort of like ebbs and flows. It's a very precarious balance of power between the two compositions. And until I see them interact more with each other, especially now that a lot of teams have figured out that they don't have to burn ultimate other than the Kurumi armor circle to deal with the Kylan ultimate, we are starting to see that the Kurumi in both the Xiphon composition and the Sand Siphon composition can overpower the Kylan Hardy. And since if you're afflicted with Yang depletion, your chances of living for that heal-off situation do go down dramatically, I would still say that Sand Siphon is a little bit of a safer bet.
Oh, with the Sand Siphon, I just feel like Sand Siphon wins in certain terrain situations. You want that brawling situation, you want that flat ground situation, but Kylan and Hadi just wins in so many more, and then it's also really safe. You're able to really keep each other alive, and I would say that the scaling is a little bit easier than Takeda as well, just because all you need is purple weapon on both Kylan and Hadi, and the composition really activates and has a huge edge over other compositions. So that's where I give. It
depends though for Spirit World too. Because coming into Spirit World, picking a composition that I would want to take into Spirit World contest, I would go Sand Siphon.
I just feel like you're all in those situations. So if it plays multi-way with 6 teams on match point, right? And then so 6 teams are on match point, so everyone's playing for it, trying to win it. And then the other half of the lobby doesn't want those top 6 teams to play it. So I'm predicting a very aggressive lobby. It's going to be tight aggressive though, so it's not going to be like overextend. But I believe every objective that gives you that nice power spike is going to be critically challenged. You just can't let another team get so far ahead. But I feel like whatever 3 teams are able to win the first Yang probably is going to take it. I'd be very surprised if a team who only plays Spirit World is able to take this third BIWEEKLY's finals.
Well, we're going to be seeing the first compositions getting picked, no surprises. Every single one of these teams making sure that Kurumi is as expensive as possible coming on for the rest of these teams in Phase 2 and Phase 3. Ooh, that's a new composition from Wolves. That's Takeda, Kurumi, Hadi.
We're out of points.
Unfortunate. A lot of these teams actually getting very close to being almost entirely out of points. It was so interesting too, I think Wolves kind of knew that they would be in this position because they gave an interview earlier in the week where they said that they didn't feel confident that they would take the bi-weekly finals. As we're going to see the compositions that all of these teams feel confident taking into the mix. KLA, so many points to be able to spend. This is what we were talking about, right? That foresight of keeping those hero points for those rounds a little later in the day when there are so many of these teams contesting that MVP availability. Every single one of these top 4 teams still having the points to afford the Kurumi, even though she was 2 points more expensive.
That's to be really, really critical moving forward now. Zipping isn't that bad an alternative to Kurumi, as long as you don't run into a Zai team. That's the only problem where you run into with the zipping. Now, a lot of people have also gotten used to playing V1, F1 zipping. Normally on Siphon it was always V2, so you'd use that V2 defensively to keep your teammates alive, and you'd have that pop for spacing. So it is a little bit of an adjustment playing V1, F1 instead moving forward. But yeah, exciting last or potentially last game of the day. I'm going to say it's probably going to end this time. Really surprise Moxie if another team is able to upset this. ASC
I
is
mean,
on
if it does go another game, some of these teams, the compositions they're going to have to come up with because of the state of their hero points, it's going to be rough. It's going to be really rough.
We're going to see some Frankenstein composition. Actually, I want to go
Dunk might get his wish and see Taka in trios.
I want one more game, Mugs. Let's keep it going. Just for science, I want to see what experiments, what do we got left in the playbook when we got 0 points and we've used everything.
I mean, it would probably be the Valda. GG haven't played Valda. They would probably play Valda Cannonball.
Get old Sandformers, like
yeah, old Sandformers. That would probably more than likely come through. But no, I can you imagine if we do go another game and we see Tucker and Trios and Dunk isn't on the cast? He would be. After he's been baited by thinking that Trios teams have locked the Tucker in multiple times, I am sure that I would get a very angry DM.
I mean, if Tarka's played, he gets like a tingle in his back. That's fine. He would just immediately tune in and be like, I hear...
You say the name Tarka 3 times into a mirror and Dunk just shows up. Well, GG are back to their usual landing spots over towards Imperial. There is going to be a lot of very aggressive players. Matad going to be contested by 3 teams, as a lot of these other teams also going to be dropping towards the center of the map so that they can loot very quickly through Plumed and then traverse south to put themselves onto Salvation Podium and pick themselves up a legendary weapon to start power spiking in like crazy, because Salvation Podium is going to have a huge impact on the abilities for all of those compositions. Because of this, we can see it is just timing attacks. You either land north of Salvation Podium, loot up there, and then turn south, or you land south of Salvation Podium and push up north. You never land directly on it, because then you enter into that 50-50 coin flip between who gets onto Ballista first.
Game 7. Lucky number 7. Who's going to be lucky today to secure this? It looks like to the back. Fireflies are going to be taken. Bauda's U is going to spot it out. We got U on his Takeda. They're going to have to bail out here, though, because OUG will have that ult online. Temi and Takeda ult. To the north, though, GG already making their way south. They don't want to sit there and only loot north. They want to take one of these off-spawn fights, but they first want to loot. Looks like FPX is going to be scoring the first blood versus X1. X1 does get
no
one.
way a KLA already solved Salvation Podium.
KLA already has salvage or solved Salvation Podium. Plus, get the gold dual Halbies on that Zai. KLA, are they going to come back from the depths, Moxie, and win this all?
I'm telling you, my money is on KLA. They have enough momentum coming through from that last game they are feeling themselves. So we're going to be seeing GG eyeing up the potential fight between themselves and WBG. Jing is going to get grapple locked onto by CJS. Pulls in the reinforcements, knows that they can take the numbers advantage. Forces the combo breakout early, and WBG's Jing, caught away from the rest of his players, gets locked onto and deleted. Where, oh where are the two other players from WBG? Why was Jing so far ahead?
Sometimes the loot is calling, Moxie, and it calls you to places where you should not go. GG. F3 is going to be invested by CGS. Onto Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker stuck on these buttery rocks. CGS with that blue fan looking to keep the pressure on. Takeda stuck against the corner. Is going to throw that focus attack out. Is going to get caught off by 330. 330 crispy with the parries all day today. Now to the north, just north of Metap, we got OUG versus Wolves. Match point eligibility. Jinyu taking one of the Wolves players for a ride. And we're also going to be invested by Wolves. The King is going to pop his Takeda ult, but it is just a white Takeda ult. It's not going to matter. ZK is going to take so much damage. XCM is going to get the parry, but it's not going to matter. The King with the shove, denying any of that pressure. XCM will be surrounded, will fall, and now GG and OUG are going to be taking the lead.
Yeah, but ASE comes in with that late entry, third party with the Kylan. B2 on the field, putting all of the pressure onto the King. He's able to dodge out of a couple of those follow-up stashes. Manages as well to find the parry in the interim, but still gets focused onto with that staff. Jiang Zhong now out of that ultimate, looks for the jump parry, won't be able to find the connection. Jinyu and Xiaowen looking for the head-to-head, but wait, have Wolves gone for the run back? Oh, Wolves coming back into the mix to try and grief these players. As Jinyu is not going to be able to find that revive onto SS. Jarwan was also looking to try and find that revive onto Moran, but Wolves coming back into the fight, taking advantage of OUG having to deal with ASE. The see the lull in fighting, fully recover, and now try to come back through. Someone is trying to stick a revive away from where Jinyu was playing from as we head over towards the snowfields, up onto that western side, or rather eastern side of the map. And it is going to be JL's VVV getting parried out of the blue state skill rush. Has the Hattie Cube, will be able to put himself up into that skybox to come down with that Kylan V2 in hand and look to set these cleaves up.
Yeah, VVV popping the Kylan ultimate, getting a slash rush. He's been accurate all day. Jing's going for a ride. NHQ or WBG's Sleepwalker will fall to VVV. Axial down to his last leg, will be chopped down by VVV, and JL making a case for themselves. It's neck to neck battle to JL, OUG, and GG, all with kills on the board. ASC on the climb though. Can they make it? Looks like they're gonna even make it the match point if this goes a distance, but first, OUG has their work cut out for them. Adi ult coming out. Looks like this is ASC giving them a run for their money. OUG's chasing down Jingdong, not able to get away. Last hit coming out. Now ASC looking for the disengage, trying to keep some of the loot, but it's not going to matter. OUG keeping on top of them. They need every single kill. It's going to come down to maybe 1 or 2 kills of who can MVP this round. Nice cleanup though. Really, really hard to lock down Hottie over here in Metab. And OUG is able to do it, already up to 6 kills.
6. Yep, that's 6. Huge stuff coming through from OUG, and this is a composition that wants to take those fights into the realm of Yang. Something to note though is that while OUG are on the Siphon, they did not have the points to afford the Kurumi. It is the Zip variant of the Siphon. Good news for them is that there are far less Siphon compositions in the mix. We've got GG running the Zai, KLA running the Zai, and FPX. Those are the only 3 teams that they have to worry about in terms of that V2 with the fire effect. Unfortunately for them, Zai is not the only one who has fire effect on her moves. You can get Soul Jades. So Assault Smolder could scupper their chances if they do go into that realm of Yang. So too, good Blistering Edge. We've seen a little bit less of Blistering Edge today, which has definitely been a big surprise given the fact that they was one of the most used Soul Jades in the past in Nbpl trios. Given the fact that it has Fire Tick, it's used on the Pole Sword, which is always utilized in trios meta with these players running around the outsides of a fight with the charged RMB looking to land onto unsuspecting players. And it has that Fire Tick, as we've talked about, which can be oh so helpful in being able to just absolutely melt the effectiveness of sustain, plus the range that it has too. Like the amount of times you can just immediately zoom around a corner and then charge up a Blistering Edge onto someone chasing after you and just hit them with the full whammy of it. Brilliant way to just punish players murder goggling onto you.
Oh, a whammy on it. Wow. First round Yang gonna be coming out. 3 Yang's gonna be available. Who is gonna be taking the first one? You got GG to the north. The classic GG. Looting the top right, cutting all the way to the top left. Doesn't look like anyone's going for Draco Storm. JL is going to be challenging as well. GG going into that first round of Yang. KLA in the south poking with Alliance. And on the bottom left, I forgot which, I didn't get to see which team was all the way to the left. Full Jades though. Full Jade slots going into this first round of Yang. Don't really, will they betray here? Anytime I see like a zipping or a Kurumi, I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little tempted to hit him with the light attack. Hold him from going out. It looks like GG.
We get the rematch! Raven, we get the rematch! OUG versus KLA.
OUG versus KLA. Who do you think's gonna take this one, Moxie?
I mean, OUG do have the better loot. They've got purple armor on that Takeda. However, KLA have the legendary halberds because they sold Salvation Podium. So I would give the advantage to KLA unless they lose those halberds as UGG. Currently not being focused, OUG instead turning to look at the Matari who doesn't have that combo break. Escape potential 17S with that longsword support role. Playing from behind, throwing in those charge hits. It is going to be the King coming through with that Takeda ultimate. He's going to get interrupted by the Zai with that F3, but OUG still looking to put enough pressure to force out these support utilities from coming on out. Jinyu still holding onto the Tumult ultimate, is going to invest it now that the Kurumi has burned that recast of her ultimate and can't kite it any further. The Matari with that dash tries to break away, but the King finds the wisp. Punishment uppercut onto QGG. QGG, however, does still have that Zai V2 up and running. The King with the charged vertical released onto the fan. Doesn't find the spine that he's looking for. SS in the interim has gone down. The King holding onto the pillar will be able to get one shield pot off, but is interrupted by the chase down coming through from that long sword before swapping over onto the fan so that the King can't look for the parry. Wisp tries to come on through, grabs onto KLA's QGG, but the King gets parried out of the punishment and will lose his weapon. KLA walk away with the win.
Now, GG, can they bring this back down to 2 kills? OUG's already up to 7. Bout is up to 5. Was this to play to go for the Zai Matari Kurumi instead? Doesn't look like they got the Draco Storms. Tough break for them. WG is going to have the Draco Storm. Can GG overcome such a tall task going against Draco Storm? CDS looking for the RB, not able to get it. Takeda spacing out. Sleepwalker on WBG. Doesn't want a hard commit here. Sends finally an RB. Jing looking for the Dragon Slayer, not able to get it. CGS and GG trying to fight their way out of this. After he's going to be invested, used for a disengage. Wait a second. Alex M's going to get the follow-up on the Axiao. And now we're in a 2v3 situation. Takeda is going to be invested, but CGS going for a ride. Double R&B with the spear is going to be too much damage for him to handle. He is going to get bonked out of existence. Again, another parry going to coming through onto 3v0, followed up by the musket shot now. Ballista from max range is going to force everyone to skedaddle. LXM trying to make his way out of here, but Sleepwalker is going to contest him. Sees that his armor is super low Now LXM trying to get out of this sticky situation. Can he find the res for his teammates at this point? It's going to be a tall task, and we got OUG and JL both with Yang depletion. Only Bauda and KLA are still healthy to take this match point, and both of them are at 6 points or 6 kills.
Yeah, JL turning up unfortunately late to where that fight went down between X1 and Bauda. We're gonna see Bauda now on Frozen Lake turning on the FPX Xiaohu. Oh, mistimes the jump parry and eats the full overhold of the charged RMB on the halberds. Coming on out from Bauda's U. Bauda up to 7 kills currently. Trying to chase down some of these other players from FX who are going to kite up onto cliff tops and try and disappear. JL with Yang depletion showing up for the third party. Late into the mix, still having all of their ultimates. We're going to hit TXJ setting up the cube so that they have that disengagement tool in case things get a little bit hairy. VVV does use it, drops down with that Kyle and V2 setting up these dashes. Hit through all of these players of X1 and absolutely melts everybody in 1, 2, 3 cuts. Huge plays from JL, and they get themselves out of a very sticky situation. A situation that unfortunately OUG have an even worse end of the stick. They have Yang depletion, they have less than a minute and a half, and they've unfortunately found players in Plumed, which is one of the easiest places for players to eternally kite and make sure that they do not go down.
Heavy ult's going to be invested. OUG, the king, Shinyu, we're all in, baby. OUG has 1 minute left to cure their Yang depletions. They have the likes of Alliance if they want to get through, but KLA's lurking on the outside. The king has to get it all popped. SS on the zipping is going to be raining down. QGG connecting to SS. He's trying to back out, but the king with the peel. Problem is 36 seconds, no ultimate to anyone's name, and now they're going to be running into KLA. Zai composition with the Zai ulted, nothing they can do. Super unlucky, but KLA up for the running again, up to 7 kills. Can they secure the rest of these kills? Looks like WBG's Jing able to yoink the kill from max range with a Temiev. OUG's SS is going to send the bonk, get a nice hit in, and now suddenly getting surrounded by multiple focus attacks plus the hottie in midair. SS going crazy with the parries, getting a nice shit parry next, but he will fall. And now JL coming back for seconds. They're just never done with it. Will they go second realm of Yang? They have moved the armors around a little bit. Normally you see armor on the Kylan, but they actually put it on the zipping and hottie instead. Interesting.
I think like they knew that there were so many teams in the area that the zip would be that target of focus. Especially since if the zip utilizes that healing sustainability, she pushes such a huge target onto her backs. So we're going to see Bauda versus KLA. KLA griefed OUG again with the reason that OUG got knocked out of this lobby. Can they do the same to Bauda? Will it be the Cinderella story? QGG is definitely going to try and get to the ball, trying to get the charged RMB damage of these dual halberds, legendary scaled, onto these players to force that sustain utility as quickly as possible, trying to cleanse that F3 hit of that side. The Kurumi Tether as well as the Matari ultimate sets QGG up to get incredibly aggressive. Bauda going to reciprocate with a Tumultuous ultimate to try and keep themselves in cover from and take cover before that Matari ultimate is done. Unfortunately, they still have to weather the storm of the Zai V2 that QGG is relentlessly holding on to, is chasing down Bauda's Yuran. The Kurumi having to take the 1v1 against Zai, has to swap to the Tether Snap so that she can return into the melee and look for that clank. The grapple bump extension gets the so incredibly low. The honor circle has been invested. QGG now gets turned onto because you held on to that Takeda ultimate as long as KLA did that. Zai V2 and you with the Furin shoves peels for his Kurumi. Yuran was the bait. KLA get outplayed, and BIWEEK3 are just on cleanup.
Really, really nice combo from you, getting that ISO play off and then securing the reset off the uppercut combo. So much damage coming down. You got the R&B focus into the shove on the wake of just completely deep frying and breading up his opponents. Now, you and crew, let's see what the leaderboard is looking like. BIWEEK3 up to 10 kills. Good googly mooglies. Who can contest them? JL's up to 6, KLA at 7. Can KLA bring it back again? It's just been a seesaw, Moxie, back and forth. Team, just when we think a team is taking a lead, I was like, oh my god, Moxie's right, KLA's gonna take it. Wait a minute, they're falling to the likes of you and BIWEEK3. Now BIWEEK3 is gonna take it. Previous round, BIWEEK3 is just running for their lives the entire time, but it looks like your prediction might be right, Moxley. Sand Siphon might be taking this game 7, but we still got JL, we still got my boys in. Up to 6 kills.
They're in a purple bush
possible
at the moment, which is really problematic for the team with Yang Depletion, because KLA, they could go after JL, they could also go after Alliance. Alliance and JL are literally staring at each other across the desert. There are 2 purple bushes and both teams are in a different one. And it does mean that unfortunately for KLA, the teams that they're going to run into are going to be the stacked ones that are fresh off of a Realm of Yang win. 7 kills on the board for KLA, but it means absolutely nothing if they cannot keep themselves in this lobby because they went out to Yang Depletion. BIWEEK3 still with that Mystic Might, going to be looking to try and take this fight. KLA in soul form also going to be watching like a hawk to see how many ultimates are invested, when they can potentially come in for that third-party opportunity. Unfortunately for them, though, BIWEEK3 will get the heads up with that Mystic Might. If KLA decides to try and come through from the third party, they will get wind of that play coming on out from this Siphon composition. And it looks like KLA have decided to actually head in the opposing direction. There is a very high chance now that they do run in to JL and Alliance if they head just a little bit more over to the left.
They do have 3 minutes left on this Yang Depletion. That's a nice part of the second Yang. You get a lot more time to possibly cure that Yang Depletion, and it makes sense considering that everyone's armor is super stacked. BIWEEK3 over at Plume Castle just biding their time, but ASC is going to find a kill onto GG's LXM. Tough break for GG. They're not able to secure it this game 7. But now, BIWEEK3 moving over to the left. They're going to be running into KLA, who is fighting against WBG.
And JL, though. They're fighting 2 teams at the same time, Raven.
This might be for the tournament now, Moxie.
Yeah, KLA having to invest absolutely everything. 2 minutes left. But they're getting focused down by WBG Sleepwalker with the Furin shoves. QGG trying to find the damage, but he gets isolated by the Temi ultimate. Has to burn the F3 to go directly over the middle of it to disengage through. Into the storm he goes. CXZ has fallen behind him. QGG just with the dodges is still probably going to go down because of that corruption tick damage. Just slowly chipping his health bar down. It's just going to be 17S on the Kurumi trying to break away, but JL are going to hunt her down to make sure that this kill sticks, and KLA are not going to be able to carry the momentum through. They griefed OUG in the previous lobby, and OUG went out because of Yang Depletion, and unfortunately KLA find themselves in the exact same predicament. It now comes down to BIWEEK3 and JL. Will we see the day end early, or do we go to game number 8? Does a team like Alliance get a shot at second chance because someone like ASE or DRG are able to pick up the kills necessary to swipe up that MVP?
It's gonna be a tall... Is it a tall task? I mean, if Spirit World comes white Tiger buff, I could still see them turning it around. It's really anyone's ball game going into this last leg. It's gonna be a flat ground, not much room to hide. JL's TXJ gonna execute Junks from FPX with the musket. Another kill on the board, and JL is going to take the lead over Bauda. Now, we have the privilege, Moxie, and viewers at home, we know exactly where each of these teams are, but going into this last leg, there's no coach behind you. All these teams are just putting the pedal to the metal, flooring it, looking for the kills. The Cavalry Plume coming out clutch for JL. Picking up the kills right now. 9 kills, 11 kills for Bauda. We're closing the distance right now. It's so close, only 3 points, Moxie.
Is it Mystic Might or is it White Tigers? We've seen so little of White Tigers today, but it would be oh so fitting if game number 7 was determined by whoever gets their hands on that White Tigers process. Every single bi-weekly finals has come down to that control of the Spirit Well. Bauda trying to keep pace with JL, find themselves their 12th kill. It's not enough to entirely overtake JL in terms of the standings, but it definitely gives them a little bit of an advantage when it comes to potentially taking the MVP of this game, and that's all that matters. If Bauda or JL are the team that MVP, it doesn't matter whether Bauda is first or second, they still get to put their names on that scroll. They still get to stamp that seal. It's all going to come down to this Sand Siphon versus Kylan Hardy. Is it going to go to the heal off, or will the Sand Siphon composition be able to absolutely decimate the lobby because of that Spirit Well buff from coming on through? We're still waiting to see what exactly that buff is going to be, but Raven, we're not the only ones waiting in anticipation. I guarantee you, in comms right now, every single one of these players is making a plan for that scenario.
Yeah, Spirit Well is going to be critical on who is going to take this game right now. 18 people alive. We've been having relatively smaller end games than we've been accustomed in the previous weeks. Now, before we used to get around 24, everyone was playing a lot slower. Now, more teams are willing to push their edges, really willing to try to secure kills, especially going into first and second Yang. But we're seeing just how close to the JL at 9 kills, Bauda at 12 kills, plus 10 and plus 13. Alliance, there's no way Alliance can break this through. It's really up to... Wait. I didn't even see X1. X1 is up to 8 kills. They can steal this away, and we can go to game 8.
Yeah, there is a very real potential that we go to game 8, even though we entered into this lobby with 6 teams on MVP eligibility. I'm telling you, Raven, some teams cave under pressure and other teams flourish. As we are going to be seeing Mystic Might is our confirmed buff for the late end game Spirit Well. And you can see how X1 were able to pick up all of those 8 kills. Huge amounts of Darktide coins that they've been able to pick up, as well as a lot of legendary soul trades to try to hold on to that spacing. ASE and DRG both going to be in the same side of that zone, separated out by the Moonbane, as we are going to see Bauda just trying to figure out whether or not some of these players are hiding out towards the outer edges, while also getting into a position to start to make a play when that Spirit Well dome spawns on in. You going to be coming on through with those legendary dual halberds. We've talked about what a star player this guy is when he's on the Takeda. Can he complete that role? Can he be the carry that his team needs to bag up the overall MVP alliance now with the Sand Siphon composition? Yuma with that Takeda gets the Karumi Tower. Isn't going to be sticking around because X1 is going to be challenging for positioning. Sand Siphon unfortunately loses power the more Sand Siphon compositions there are in play. No one wants to use the Temi ultimate because of this, and it's just becoming a scrap off with Soul Jades and focus hits. The first Temi ultimate comes on down. Are any of these other teams going to contribute their Temi ultimate over the top of it? The answer is absolutely yes.
Absolutely yes. Temi ult's coming down. Tether's being tied to all the Temis. No one wants to give this up. Alliance Yuma sitting in the middle. Now TXT dropping down with the focus attack. Coming in tethered as well, throwing the RMBs out over and over. But Yuma does get hit by the F. Still has ultimate online. Every team loves X1 now launching range attacks into it. Looks like first. Balda is now going to be coming in. Kurumi also going to be invested. VVV and TXA just constantly airwalking, looking for the flank plays inside of it. Alliance going to come back in, trying to hold the center, and it looks like TXA is going to invest the Hadi all and look to place down the cube, but Alliance, Yoma back to the center again with the Hadi, with the F3, tanking it on damage to drop down though. Double charge from the pole sword, just too much to deal with. He's like, I'm out of here. X1 now coming into the party from behind. EXJ just contesting the center. No one can get this for free right now. Another Hadi comes down, putting down Hadi port, making this super safe. Who's going to be the next person to go in? It looks like Yuma again with the Kurumi tether. My man is a juggernaut. We're just releasing one charge after one charge after one charge after one charge. We just keep doing it over and over.
It's probably the Dodgers grip. I would assume with the amount of times that he's released those charged RMPs, unfortunately he's going to release a charged RMP directly into that cicada. All of these teams understanding that you cannot allow any composition to get that Spirit Well for free, but you absolutely cannot allow the Kylan and Hardy composition because they get 2 Kylan ultimates, 2 opportunities to proc that immortality with the Kylan God. Zone is going to be closing yet again away from the Spirit Well. Is any Kurumi going to be brave enough to drop that V2 and have her players tank the corruption damage so that they can pick up that buff and get that ultimate back online? Keep an eye on that one because maybe a player is going to make a break to grab that buff and get the ultimates back a little bit later on. Bowders you now in the midst of things, getting barbecued by X1ZDI with that flamer coming into play, puts himself up onto the high ground spot site. DRG understands that that's a player that should not be there. Is in the meantime ASC on the low ground, gatekeeping the ability of players getting to get past them towards that Spirit Well. JL's VVV trying to keep himself alive, cannot hit into that V2 until we go to heal off. We have so many Kylans left alive in this lobby, Raven. It's not a great one. The Sand Siphon compositions coming on out. We said so much of this game would be impacted on how the final zone fully gets on out in terms of that terrain. But for the Kylan immortality, it doesn't matter about terrain. They just have to make sure that they get to hold on to the V2 when the storm fully collapses.
Say it's not that good for Sand Siphon, but Bauda has retaken the lead over JL. It's neck to neck between both of them. Now remember, looking down at X1. X1 is at 9 kills as well. It's going to come down close. It's an absolute slugfest. JL is going to pick up a kill, but then Peak is going to respond and get a kill himself. 14 kills on Bauda. JL up to 10 kills. They're going to need to MVP this round in order to win it, and TXJ is going to fall. BBB trying desperately to knock people into zone on his Kylan, but the Temi ult's going to put the mud onto everyone. What can he do? He is holding the center right now. Yu is trying to hold the center. Who is going to be coming out on top? Flamethrower's coming out from X1. Burn is coming down. Yu is getting a couple kills right now, but X1 is also getting a couple kills. It looks like Bauda is going to be able to get to 16 kills. It looks like they might have stolen it right at the end. Yu and Yu are going to be your 3rd bi-weekly champions, and you see Yu popping off. They're able to clinch it up over
2024 NBPL 夏季赛第3双周3排周冠军。The 3rd bi-weekly final championship of Trolls game, which is Team Balda.
的选手来到舞台中。
Welcome you guys to the center of stage.
同样也让我们把掌声送给今天所有在舞台。
And also we would like to say thank you to all the teams today in venue. And congratulations, Balda. And now it's time for you to come down a little bit. Okay, and I would like to know, this championship is really hard for you. So now this moment, Yeran, how you think about this? I'm really excited. It's the first time I get the championship. What you want to say to everyone? We will still improve ourselves and cheer up. And at last, finally, you get the favorite hero. How you think about that? OK， 来我们问一下。
At that time, I think we will get championship.
要哭了，来平复一下。
And also, we have some questions for our coach. Anything you want to say to your teammate?
没事，我们平复一下，没关系。其实
It's okay. We can just calm down a little bit. It's okay.
对于今
We
天的
know
这个
it's
周
an
冠这一条路
excited
走得
time
太
for
不
you.
容易了。
You know, so
我们
this
放眼整
championship
个
is
联赛
really
到现
hard.
在，其实暴打
And
能出来的声音，我们想象过有多少
so
次吗？
so far, we could remember for your team, it's hard for
这
you
个
to get
梦
the
是从
championship.
什么时候开始的？
I think we finally get our dream come true.
从跨年的时候可能就开始了。
How long
这么长
before
时间以来，圆了教练
think
一个
your
梦，同样
guys
也是圆了我们
make
3
your
位
dream come
选手
true?
一个梦。回到这边
I think
来，叶然，
from,
其实我们最早对于
from
叶然的这个印象
established
还停留在当时
of the
单3都打的时候。
Also,
现
here's
在
a
来到了现在
question
这个赛季
for
拿下这个
Yeran.
周冠，你觉得自己
We
能
know
进化到
that
一个
you
什么样
are
的状态？
the both solo game player and also
已
trials
经是一
game
个
player.
无敌的状态
And
了。
how you
确
think
实，
about
今天的
yourself
暴打
so far?
也让我们看到了什么
I think
叫
I'm
做
really
无
strong.
敌。当
I
然，
don't
也
have
请我们
any
的工作人
opponent
员
now.
送上属于暴
Okay,
打的
and
冠军
also,
卷轴以及
It's
如
time for
意。
you to
有请
enjoy your honor time, please.
来，我们派一
Please
个代表
welcome
吧。
our Scarro and Seal to the center of stage. Who will represent?
好，我们的暴打派出了小玉，选有经验的来，是不是？来，对我们的镜头展示一下属于暴打的
Okay,
印
so
章。
show your logo to our stamp.
来，在卷轴上印下属于暴打的冠军印记。
Okay, it's time for you to stamp your logo.
请我们的3位队员来站在我们卷轴两侧，
We can stand
也请
just
我们的教练
beside
站在
the
卷轴两侧
Scarro,
我们一起看
and
向
we
前
can
方，
memorize
记录
this
下这个冠军
moment.
时刻。好。当然，同样也是要把掌声送给今天一直陪伴
And
到我
also,
们
we
最后
still
一把
want to
所
say
有的
again,
现场的
thank you
解
for
宝
all
们，
the
直到最后一把
because you
都能
really
听到
make
大家的
effort
欢呼声，
till
非常感
now
谢大
and
家，你
also,
们的欢呼声
you
也给予
know,
了我
so
们选手
till
非常
the
多的力
latest
量。当然
game,
也是要再
every
次恭喜
team never say
暴打
never,
拿下
and
了
we
这
can
个
we
周
can
冠军。
hear every shouting from you guys
看
and
到皮克
every
可能被
effort
我
we
们
can
的
see.
教练带的情绪有点影响了，眼眶也红了。平复一下，平复一下。其实
Okay,
最后一把的时
calm
候，
down right now,
包括
and I
到
would like
上
to
一把的时候，
know
那么多的
so
队伍派起了赛
onto
点，
the
有没有
latest game and
想
also
过
like
这个
the
周冠
last
最终
game?
会握在
Do you
暴打
like
手里？
imagine that this championship will
总有
belong
一
to
天
you?
是我们的，但是
I
这一
think the
天，
championship
今
will
天就是这一
finally
天。
belong to
来
us.
到，还好了吗？还
And
好了。
also,
好，那
I
我
have
就要问
question
了，
for our
暴打拿
coach.
下这一个小目标之后，下一个目标是
After
什么？
this BIWEEK3 final
下一个目标就是下第
championship,
三冠军
what's
接
your
冠军
next
下季赛的
ambition?
冠军，节杯的冠军，
My
相信这
next
个周冠
ambition
军
for our
也
team
给予了暴
is
打在
the
之后路
Summer
上非常
Split
大的信心。
Championship
最后
and
一个
also
问题我们给
Jacob
到小玉宝好不好？
Championship. And also, I would like to
有话要说，
know,
来，
I
叶
will
然。
ask 叶然 anything you
暴
want
打
to
点
say?
5080啊！你的生日礼物我送到了。
这
I
么
would
可
like to
爱
say
好
thank
那我
you to
们
my
还是再给
boss.
最后一个问题给小玉宝，好不好？来。
Okay, also
拿着
I
话筒。
want to
好。
ask
其实这一个赛季以来，暴打是一个全新的组合。从
So we
一开
know
始
this
组队
season
到磨
for
合，到
BAWDA
默
is a
契，
new
再到最
team.
后这个
You
周冠
like
军，
you
一
guys
路以
are
来
first time
怎么
cooperate
走过来
together
的
in team.
总结一
And
下
how you
最后
think
一个
like
总结问
from
题
the beginning of this season till
运气
now?
好。
运气好。
I think we just have
这
good
么长
luck.
的路用3个字总结，运气好。但我相信这一路真的是曲折
We
的。
know that it's a
但是虽
hard,
然道路是曲
hard
折
way
的，
for you.
结果却是如
Although
此
you
光
guys
明的，
said
让我
you
们
are
再一
just
次恭喜
good luck, but
本
we
双
would
周
like to
3
say
排周冠军
congratulations
暴打
again.
战队。
Our third BIWEEK3 final championship. 暴打 congratulations.
There we go, Raven. For a second, I thought X1 was taking it. I saw that flamer and I saw those health bars start to teeter, and I was like, we're going to game 8. We are going the distance. And then Bowders, I was like, why did I ever doubt? Bowders, that man on Takeda just makes absolute magic happen. And you could see when they went up on stage and they realized that they'd won MVP of the bi-weekly finals for like overall, how much it meant to them, because they have been working towards this for a very long time. Bowder hasn't just immediately improved. They have been building and building and building and getting better and better and better all the way through since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, Bowda used to be one of the strongest teams in the league. I know when I first started competing in NARAKA, Bowda was one of the top 4 teams. And over the years, they lost a lot of their star power. Now, with you coming back to the team, one of the stars of the league, we're seeing them come back to form. And I did mention it earlier today, Moxie, that I was going to be looking at Bowda. They could take this, especially with you being on the team. You got that new blood, you got the new face, you got his Takeda, and you were saying it's not a really good end game for Sand Siphon, and I saw you just leading his team, picking off every single solo. Anyone who came his way, he absolutely just ate. He was feasting upon that lobby. Now, just like you, I did see that flamethrower, and I was just like, oh my goodness, X1 has a flamethrower. Where did they get the flamethrower? He's just sitting on the outside cooking everyone, but it's not going to matter. If we see him, you definitely saw him. He immediately shoves him, stops that nonsense off, and he stays really healthy to claim that top spot. X1 needed to last hit every single player in order to take that away from them, but not with the likes of Bowda. You coming in hot like a wrecking ball. 18 kills, but X1 right there. It was really close.
I'm telling you, it was close. It was a lot closer than everyone saw. Because like X1, they were coming in before that zone fully collapsed. They had something like, I believe, 8 kills when we saw them. And we talked about it, then that got bumped up to 9, then that got bumped up to 10. And it just kept climbing and climbing and climbing all the way through when that Spirit Well was being contested. X1 were picking up a massive amount of kills. One of the other things as well that could potentially have swung things into the favor of some of those other teams was the fact that JL with that Kylan, their hand got forced. VVV had to use the V2 before the storm collapsed. He didn't get to use the Killing God to outlive absolutely everybody, because like that final zone, it was on a cliffside. But for the Sand Siphon compositions, there was a fence that was dividing it, and it either collapsed onto the cliffside, which would have benefited the Kylan compositions, or it collapsed onto the other side where it was into the flat space and the tents, which hemmed everybody in and set up for the Takeda Sand Siphon compositions to have that very narrow hallway where all of those players weren't able to avoid the Fury shoves coming through. That's why you was able to put up as much damage as he did when the storm eventually closed on through, as we can have a look and see how exactly Bowder got the overall MVP from start to finish. This team was on absolute fire.
And remember I was saying, Moxie, the 2 rounds that you want to have a good round is the first round for some momentum, and the last round when it actually matters. And when everything matters in the end, you happen to find all the kills, has a presence of mind to play the heal off situation perfectly. Now, what we didn't see is it wasn't X1 or Bowda who won that end game. It was actually ASC cinching up and claiming that multiplier for the 1.4. Now, looking at the overall leaderboards, WBG, we always make it to finals. We even won one of the finals. We seem to still be struggling for some consistency. FPX, pretty big fall off here, not being in the top 5, but at the top 6. KLA having a massive comeback, but not able to bring it through, bring it home. ASC coming out of nowhere, climbing up the leaderboards, claiming that 5th spot. OUG, tough break for them. They had that match point opportunity. Same with GG, same with JL. And today, it was a game of inches. And this time, Bowda is going to come out on top with 100 points flat and that match point victory on that game 7.
VVV coming in with the most amount of total kills, doing 114,700 and 76 damage total. This is always so interesting too. Like JL, they have so much damage stats. They always have multiple players. When we look at the overall amount of kills and the most amount of damage that players individually have done in trios. Unfortunately for them though, it's moved away. Like that kill score multiplier. Kills are important, yes, but BIWEEK3 were able to consistently get those MVPs off of a lot of kill score multipliers coming on from this team. Huge congratulations to you, Yiran, and Peak, finally being able to break the run of Wolves bi-weekly finals wins and pick up their first with this new roster.
Really, really good stuff coming out from BIWEEK3. Congratulations to you and the crew of BIWEEK3. It all came together when it mattered most. This game 7, they were able to clutch it up. Yeah, and you had a good point, Moxie, that OUG had a ton of momentum going to the last game. It's just the league this season, and with the new format, is a lot more flat, meaning like the plus or minus between the top teams, it isn't as big as it used to be in the past. You do have to risk it. You do have to have the courage to play for it all. And what I loved about today over the other 2 weeklies is the Spirit Well was highly contested. It didn't matter how good the team was, how scaled they were. All the teams did not care. We even saw it that last little bit that no one was able to get that Spirit Well. It just went into zone. Bye-bye. We're not letting anyone come out with that double ult. Everyone's getting contested, especially with that nice tether play onto the Temi like we talked about earlier, just keeping it very, really safe, or the hot EQ constantly being contested from TXJ. I think the round goes a little bit different if TXJ doesn't fall before that last ending circle. He's been known to push everyone into zone for that last little bit of leg. But on that rooftop, I believe a team below them was lighting them on fire with a Rupture Gale with cannon. So unlucky for them. This is going to conclude, though, Moxie, the 3rd bi-weekly finals. Only one more bi-weekly until the last chance qualifies for solos and trios. Then we're going to get our pre-finals going into the overall NBPL finals. That last step for the main event of the year, Worlds.
It's so soon. It is so soon. Like, you can see we have the solo pre-finals, then we have the trios pre-finals, then we also have the SEA qualifier for Jacob on the 31st, and then we have the AS qualifier on the 1st, the EU qualifier on the 2nd, the NA qualifier on the 3rd, then the solo grand finals on the 9th, and the trios grand finals on the 10th, before we head into the huge event that is going to be the Chinese mainland qualifier for the teams and players that have not been able to put up enough points through the durations of their bi-weekly finals. There is no rest. There is no break. They don't even get a week. It is, we finish the trios grand finals on the 10th, and then on the 14th, you are directly into J-Cup qualification stages. And we can have a look and see what teams have the best chance of not having to go through that Chinese mainland qualifier. Looking at the overall points coming on through, these are the teams, the top 6, that do not have to go through the last chance qualifiers for the summer season of NBPL's grand finals. OUG closing it up ever so slightly closer to that 6th position, but the teams at the top end of this leaderboard, KLA, GG, Alliance, BIWEEK3, Wolves, and JL, all of these teams that have been regular occurrences in our bi-weekly finals with that consistency, as we always talk about, they're the ones that have the most opportunity to not have to go through that last chance qualifier event.
And no surprises here, though. JL, Wolves, BIWEEK3, Alliance, CG, KLA, all 5 of these teams have been consistently winning in Yang, or consistently being the best of certain compositions. You got Alliance with their Viper, BIWEEK3 with their Siphon, same thing with GG, JL with their Hottie compositions. Really awesome stuff today. I'm blown away of just how far we've pushed this meta, and this is still on the old patch. I cannot wait for the new patch to be on with the Pro League. We still have bi-weekly 4 coming up, and I'm curious to see how much more adjustment, how much further we can push this Spirit Well meta. Is it going to be that no one's going to be able to get the Spirit Well? Everyone's going to contest it to the very end if it's White Tiger buff. Going and the match point, man, I wish group play just always had that match point. It's unfortunate that the match point only happens for grand finals or for the weekly finals. But yeah, Moxie, any last thoughts for you wrapping up for the rest of today?
I mean, looking at the group mix-ups, right? Because every single bi-weekly finals, we shuffle the groups up. OUG and KLA are both in Group C. So is Bowder. So like that rivalry between OUG and KLA, that both of those teams griefed each other over and over again for the bi-weekly finals, that's only going to continue to grow. And I'm really hoping that we get to see more adaptive players coming on through from these teams, where it does feel like GG did the long con. They've been tricking these teams into thinking they're always going to drop in one specific location. They've showed, though, their trump card a little bit early. They won't always drop for those locations, and it's probably going to have a large impact on the drop locations from all of these other teams, because as we talked about, Binder buff, Raven, coach buff, something that you know incredibly well with all of the expert analysis and also the work that you do with the players as well as being a professional player yourself. Those binders contain so much information, and that just keeps growing as the season progresses.
Yeah, you're seeing the points really come into play here of what people wanted to set up for their last game. And it's very telling. I'm sure the teams are going to go back into the lab, check the VODs, and take even more notes on each other's tendencies to help prepare. Because it really does come down to whether or not you can win that first and second Yang. I still believe there might be some potential for not going second Yang and playing Spirit Well instead. It's a little bit more inconsistent because it'll be multi-way. But still, it's definitely gotten to the point in NARAKA where coaching is just so important to assist the IGL. There's just too many details you have to have scouting the other teams, and just a lot of like just battle royale nuance going into this season. In solos, it's even worse, where you have 7 characters you have to prepare for. In trios, we've gone to 4 compositions instead of just 3 that you have to be pretty much an expert in. Could argue it's maybe even 5. We saw a little bit of Monk today, but still. Wrapping up today, though, thank you again, Moxie. It's always a pleasure casting with you. Thank you, everyone, for the birthday wishes. But that's going to be all for us, folks. Tune in next week for the 4th bi-weekly, starting with solos. But I am Raven BLZ. I was your expert analysis for today. I was joined by the lovely Moxie. Thank you, guys. And make sure to stay safe out there. Have a good morning, good afternoon, and good night wherever you are.